Report for 2026-2031, Volume 2, Annexures of the 16th Finance Commission. Number 3, explanatory memorandum as to the action taken on the recommendations contained in the above report.
Item number 2, माननीय वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी.
Honorable Speaker, sir, on the sacred occasion of Magh Purnima and the birth anniversary of Guru Ravidas, I present the budget for the year 2026-2027. Since we assumed office 12 years ago, India's economic trajectory has been marked by stability, fiscal discipline, sustained growth, and moderate inflation. This is the result of conscious choices we have made, even in times heightened uncertainty and disruption. Our government, led by Honorable Prime Minister Modi, has decisively and consistently chosen action over ambivalence, reform over rhetoric, and people over populism. We have pursued far-reaching structural reforms, fiscal prudence and monetary stability, whilst maintaining a strong thrust on public investment. Keeping Atmanirbharta as a lodestar, we have built domestic manufacturing capacity, energy security, and reduced critical import dependencies. Simultaneously, we have ensured that citizens benefit from every action of the government, undertaking reforms to support employment generation, agricultural productivity, household purchasing power, and universal services to people. These measures have delivered a high growth rate of around 7% and helped us make substantial strides in poverty reduction and improvement in the lives of our people. Today, we face an external environment in which trade and multilateralism are imperiled and access to resources and supply chains are disrupted. New technologies are transforming production systems while sharply increasing demands on water, energy, and critical minerals. India will continue to take confident steps towards Vikasit Bharat, balancing ambition with inclusion. As a growing economy with expanding trade and capital needs, India must also remain deeply integrated with global markets, exporting more and attracting stable long-term investment. As I begin Part A, I want to express my gratitude to the people for standing firmly with us as we forge our way together towards becoming one of the largest economies of the world. Our aim is to transform aspiration into achievement and potential into performance as we ensure that the dividends of growth reach every farmer, the scheduled caste, the scheduled tribes, the nomads, the youth, the poor, and the women. In Vikasit Bharat Young Leaders Dialogue 2026, several innovative ideas were shared with our Prime Minister, which have inspired many of the proposals, making this a unique Yuva Shakti-driven budget. Our government's sankalp is to focus on our poor, underprivileged, and the disadvantaged. To deliver on this sankalp, and given that this is the first budget prepared in Kartavya Bhavan, we are inspired by 3 Kartavya. Our first Kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing productivity and competitiveness and building resilience to volatile global dynamics. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, is to ensure that every family, community, region, and sector has access to resources, amenities, and opportunities for meaningful participation. This threefold approach requires a supportive ecosystem. The first requirement is to sustain the momentum of structural reforms, continuous, adaptive, and forward-looking. Second, a robust and resilient financial sector is central to mobilizing savings, allocating capital efficiently, and managing risks. Third, cutting-edge technologies, including AI applications, can serve us as force multipliers for better governance. Reform Express. Our government has undertaken comprehensive reforms towards creating employment, boosting productivity, and accelerating growth. After the Prime Minister's announcement on Independence Day in 2025, over 350 reforms have been rolled out. This includes GST simplification, notification of labor codes, and rationalization of mandatory quality control orders. High-level committees have been formed, and in parallel, the central government is working with the state governments on deregulation and reducing compliance requirements. The Reform Express is well on its way and will maintain its momentum to help us fulfill our kartavya. I now move to specific proposals. Under our first kartavya, to accelerate and sustain economic growth, I propose interventions in 6 areas. 1. Scaling up manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. 2. Rejuvenating legacy industrial sectors. 3. Creating champion MSMEs. 4. Delivering a powerful push for infrastructure. 5. Ensuring long-term security and stability. And 6. Developing city economic regions. Scaling up of manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. Biopharma Shakti, meaning biopharma strategy for health advancement through knowledge, technology, and innovation. India's disease burden is observed to be shifting towards non-communicable diseases like diabetes, cancer, and autoimmune disorders. Biologic medicines are key to longevity and quality of life at affordable costs. To develop India as a global biopharma manufacturing hub, I propose the Biopharma Shakti with an outlay of 10,000 crores over the next 5 years. This will build the ecosystem for domestic production of biologics and biosimilars. The strategy will include a biopharma-focused network with 3 new national institutes of pharmaceutical education and research, popularly known as NIPERs, and upgrading 7 existing ones. It will also create a network of 1,000 accredited India clinical trials sites. We propose to strengthen the Central Drug Standard Control Organization to meet global standards and approve timeframes through and approval timeframes through a dedicated scientific review cadre and specialists. India's semiconductor mission 1.0 expanded India's semiconductor sector capabilities. Building on this, we will launch ISM 2.0 to produce equipment and materials, design full-stack Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. We will also focus on industry-led research and training centers to develop technology and skilled workforce. The Electronics Components Manufacturing Scheme, launched in April 2025 with an outlay of 22,919 crores, already has investment commitments at double the targets. We propose to increase the outlay to 40,000 crores to capitalize on this momentum. A scheme for rare earth permanent magnets was launched in 2025 November. We now propose to support the mineral-rich states of Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu to establish dedicated rare earth corridors to promote mining, processing, research, and manufacturing. To enhance domestic chemical production and reduce import dependency, we will launch a scheme to support states in establishing 3 dedicated chemical parks through challenge route on a cluster-based plug-and-play model. Strong capital goods. Strong capital goods capability is a determinant of productivity and quality across different sectors. Towards building this capacity, I propose the following. High-tech tool rooms will be established by central public sector enterprises at 2 locations as digitally enabled automated service bureaus that locally design, test, and manufacture high-precision components at scale and at lower cost. 2, a scheme for enhancement of construction and infrastructure equipments will be introduced to strengthen domestic manufacturing of high value and technologically advanced CIE. This can range from lifts in a multi-storied apartment or firefighting equipment in multiplexes, large or small, and to tunnel boring equipments for building metros and high-altitude roads. I also propose a scheme for container manufacturing to create a globally competitive container manufacturing ecosystem with a budgetary allocation of 10,000 crores over a 5-year period. For the labor-intensive textile sector, I propose an integrated program with 5 subparts. 1, the National Fiber Scheme for self-reliance in natural fibers, such as silk, wool, and jute, man-made fibers, and new-age fibers. Textile expansion and employment scheme to modernize traditional clusters with capital support for machinery, technology upgradation, and common testing and certification centers. 3, the National Handloom and Handicraft Program to integrate and strengthen existing schemes and ensure targeted support for weavers and artisans. Tex Eco Initiative to promote globally competitive and sustainable textiles and apparels. Samarth 2.0 to modernize the upgrade the textile skilling ecosystem through collaboration with industry and academic institutions. Further, I propose to set up mega textile parks in challenge mode. They can also focus on bringing value addition to technical textiles. I propose to launch the Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative to strengthen khadi, handloom, and handicrafts. This will help in global market linkage and branding. It will streamline and support training, skilling, quality of process, and production. This will benefit our weavers, village industries, one district, one product ODOP initiative, and also our rural youth. India has the potential to emerge as a global hub for high quality, affordable sports goods. I propose a dedicated initiative for sports goods that will promote manufacturing, research, and innovation in equipment design as well as material sciences. Rejuvenation of legacy industrial clusters. I propose to introduce a scheme to revive 200 legacy industrial clusters to improve their cost competitiveness and efficiency through infrastructure and technology upgradation. Creating champion SMEs and supporting micro enterprises. Recognizing MSMEs as a vital engine of growth, I propose a three-pronged approach to help them grow as champions. Equity support. I propose to introduce a dedicated 10,000 crores SME growth fund to create future champions, incentivizing enterprises based on select criteria. I also propose to top up the Self-Reliant India Fund set up in 2021 with 2,000 crores to continue support to micro enterprises and maintain their access to risk capital. Liquidity support. With TREDS, more than 7 lakh crore has been made available to MSMEs. To leverage its full potential, I propose 4 measures. 1. Mandate TREDS as the transaction settlement platform for all purchases from MSMEs by CPSEs, serving as a benchmark for other corporates. 2. Introduce a credit guarantee support mechanism through CGT-MSE for invoice discounting on TREDS platform. 3. Link GEM with TREDS for sharing information with financiers about government purchases from MSMEs, encouraging cheaper and quicker financing. 4. Introduce TREDS receivables as asset-backed securities, helping develop a secondary market, enhancing liquidity and settlement of transactions. Professional support. Government will facilitate professional institutions such as the ICAI, ICSI, ICMAI to design short-term modular courses and practical tools to develop a cadre of corporate mitras, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns. These accredited para-professionals will help MSMEs meet compliance requirements at affordable costs. Infrastructure. During this past decade, our government has undertaken several initiatives for large-scale enhancement of public infrastructure, including through new financing instruments such as Infrastructure Investment Trust (InvITs) and Real Estate Investment Trust (REITs), and institutions like NIIF and NABFID. We shall continue to focus on developing infrastructure in cities with over 5 lakh population, that is Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, which have expanded to become growth centers. Public capital expenditure has increased manifold from 2 lakh crore in 2014-15 to an allocation of 11.2 lakh crore in BE 25-26. In this coming year, that is financial year 2026-27, I propose to increase it to 12.2 lakh crores to continue the momentum. To strengthen the confidence of private developers regarding risks during infrastructure development and construction phase, I propose to set up an infrastructure risk guarantee fund to provide prudentially calibrated partial credit guarantee to lenders. Over the years, REITs have emerged as a successful instrument for asset monetization. I propose to accelerate recycling of significant real estate assets of the CPSEs through the setting up of dedicated REITs. To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years, starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be also introduced to provide support for operations. Carbon capture, utilization and storage. Aligning with the roadmap launched in December 2025, the carbon capture, utilization and storage technologies at scale will achieve higher readiness and in end-use application across 5 industrial sectors, including power, steel, cement, refineries, and chemicals. An outlay of 20,000 crore is proposed over the next 5 years for this purpose. City economic regions. Cities are India's engines of growth, innovation, and opportunities. We shall now focus on Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, and even temple towns, which need modern infrastructure and basic amenities. This budget aims to further amplify the potential of cities to deliver the economic power of agglomerations by mapping city economic regions based on their specific growth drivers. An allocation of 5,000 crore per CER over 5 years is proposed for implementing their plans through a challenge mode with a reform-cum-result-based financing mechanism. In order to promote environmentally sustainable passenger systems, we will develop 7 high-speed rail corridors between cities as growth connectors, namely Mumbai to Pune, Pune to Hyderabad, Hyderabad to Bengaluru, Hyderabad to Chennai, Chennai to Bengaluru, Delhi to Varanasi, Varanasi to Siliguri. Financial sector. The Indian banking sector today is characterized by strong balance sheet, historic highs in profitability, improved asset quality, and coverage exceeding 98% of villages in the country. At this juncture, we are well placed to futuristically evaluate the measures needed to continue on the path of reform-led growth of this sector. I propose setting up a high-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat. High-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat to comprehensively review the sector and align it with India's next phase of growth, while safeguarding financial stability, inclusion, and consumer protection. The vision for NBFCs for Vikasit Bharat has been outlined with clear targets for credit disbursement and technology adoption in order to achieve scale and improve efficiency in the public sector NBFCs. As a first step, it is proposed to restructure the Power Finance Corporation and Rural Electrification Corporation. I propose a comprehensive review of the foreign exchange management non-debt instruments rules to create a more contemporary, user-friendly framework for foreign investments consistent with India's evolving economic priorities. Corporate bond market. I propose to introduce a market-making framework with suitable access to funds and derivatives on corporate bond indices. I also propose to introduce total return swaps on corporate bonds. Municipal bonds. To encourage the issuance of municipal bonds of higher value by larger cities, I propose an incentive of 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance. 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance of more than 1,000 crore. The current scheme under Amrit which incentivizes issuances up to 200 crores only, will also continue to support smaller and medium towns. That will also continue to support the smaller and medium towns. Ease of doing business. Individual persons resident outside India, PROI, will be permitted to invest in equity instruments of listed Indian companies through the portfolio investment scheme. It is also proposed to increase the investment limit for an individual PROI under the scheme from 5% to 10%, with an overall investment limit for all individual PROIs to 24% from the current 10%. Emerging technologies including AI. 21st century is technology driven. Adoption of technology is for the benefit of all people. Farmers in the field, women in STEM, youth keen to upskill, and Divyangjan to access newer opportunities. The government has taken several steps to support new technologies through AI Mission, National Quantum Mission, Anusandhan National Research Fund, and Research and Development and Innovation Fund. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations and build capacities. Close to 25 crore individuals have come out of multi-dimensional poverty through a decade of our government's sustained and reform-oriented efforts. Our government has therefore decided to place a renewed emphasis on the service sector to provide a pathway to fulfilling aspirations of a youthful India with the following measures. I propose to set up a high-powered education to employment and enterprises standing committee to recommend measures that focus on services sector as a core driver of Vikasit Bharat. This will make us a global leader in services with a 10% global share by 2047. The committee will prioritize areas to optimize the potential for growth, employment, and exports. They will also assess the impact of emerging technologies, including AI, on jobs and skill requirements and propose measures thereof. To create a range of skilled career pathways, a new range of skilled career pathways for our youth, I propose interventions in the following sectors. Health. Existing institutions for allied health professionals will be upgraded and new AHP institutions established in private and government sectors. This will cover 10 selected disciplines, including optometry, radiology, anesthesia, OT technology, applied psychology, and behavioral health, and add 1 lakh AHPs over the next 5 years. A strong care system covering geriatric and allied care services will be built. A variety of NSQF-aligned programs will be developed to train multi-skilled caregivers, combining core care and allied skills such as wellness, yoga, and operation of medical assistive devices. In the coming year, 1.5 lakh caregivers will be trained. Hubs for medical value tourism. To promote India as a hub for medical tourism services, I propose to launch a scheme to support states in establishing 5 regional medical hubs in partnership with the private sector. These hubs will serve as integrated healthcare complexes that combine medical, educational, and research facilities. They will have Ayush centers, medical value tourism facilitation centers, and infrastructure for diagnostics, post-care, and rehabilitation. These hubs will provide diverse opportunities, job opportunities for health professionals, including doctors and AHPs. Ancient Indian yoga, already respected in several parts of the world, was given a mass global recognition when Honorable Prime Minister took it to the UN. Post-COVID, Ayurveda gained a similar global acceptance and recognition. Exporting quality Ayurveda products helps farmers who grow the herbs and youth who process the products. To meet growing global demand, a few more steps are being taken. I propose to 1. Set up 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda. 2. Upgrade Ayush pharmacies and drug testing labs for higher standards of certification ecosystem and make available more skilled personnel. 3. Upgrade the WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center in Jamnagar to bolster evidence-based research, training, and awareness for traditional medicine. Animal husbandry. Livestock contributes to close to 16% of farm income, including of poor and marginal households. To scale up availability of veterinary professionals by more than 20,000, I propose to roll out a loan-linked capital subsidy support scheme for establishment of veterinary and para-veterinary colleges, veterinary hospitals, diagnostic laboratories, and breeding facilities in private sector. Collaboration between Indian and foreign institutions will also be facilitated. Orange economy. India's animation, visual effects, gaming and comics sector, AVGC sector, is a growing industry projected to require 2 million professionals by 2030. I propose to support the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies, Mumbai, in setting up ABGC content creator labs in 15,000 secondary schools all over the country and 500 colleges. The Indian design industry is expanding rapidly, and yet there is a shortage of Indian designers. I propose to establish, through Challenge Route, a new National Institute of Design to boost design education and development in the eastern region of India. Education. Our government will support states through Challenge Route in creating 5 university townships in the vicinity of major industrial and logistics corridors. These planned academic zones will host multiple universities, colleges, and research institutions, skill centers, and residential complexes. In higher education, STEM institutions, prolonged hours of study and laboratory work pose some challenges for girl students. Through VGF, Viability Gap Funding and capital support, one girls' hostel will be established in every district. To promote astrophysics and astronomy via immersive experiences. 4 telescope infrastructure facilities will be set up or upgraded. The National Large Solar Telescope, the National Large Optical Infrared Telescope, the Himalayan Chandra Telescope, and the Cosmos 2 Planetarium. Tourism. The tourism sector has the potential to play a large role in the employment generation, forex earnings, and expanding the local economy. I propose to set up a National Institute of Hospitality by upgrading the existing National Council for Hotel Management and Catering Technology. It will function as a bridge between academia, industry, and government. I also propose a pilot scheme for upskilling 10,000 guides in 20 iconic tourist sites through a standardized, high-quality, 12-week training course in hybrid mode in collaboration with the Indian Institute of Management. A national destination digital knowledge grid will be established to digitally document all places of significance, cultural, spiritual, and heritage. This initiative will create a new ecosystem of jobs for local researchers, historians, content creators, and technology partners. India has the potential and opportunity to offer world-class trekking and hiking experience. We will develop ecologically sustainable mountain trails in Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and Jammu Kashmir. Also in Araku Valley in the Eastern Ghats and Podigai Malai in the Western Ghats. Turtle trails along key nesting sites in the coastal areas of Odisha, Karnataka, and Kerala. And 3 bird watching trails along the Pulikat Lake in Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu. It's on the border. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, we established the International Big Cat Alliance in 2024. This year, India is hosting the first ever Global Big Cat Summit, where heads of governments and ministers from 95 range countries will deliberate on collective strategies for conservation. Heritage and culture tourism. I propose to develop 15 archaeological sites, including Lothal, Dolavira, Rakigadi, Adichanallur, Saranath, Hastinapur, and Leh Palace into vibrant experiential cultural destinations. Excavated landscapes will be open to the public through curated walkways. Immersive storytelling skills and technologies will be introduced to help conservation labs, interpretation centers, and guides. The sports sector provides multiple means of employment, skilling, and job opportunities. Taking forward the systematic nurturing of sports talent, which is set in motion through the Khelo India program earlier, I propose to launch a Khelo India mission to transform the sports sector over the next decade. The mission will facilitate an integrated talent development pathway supported by training centers, which are foundational, intermediate, and elite levels. B, systematic development of coaches and support staff. C, integration of sports science and technology. D, competitions and leagues to promote sports culture and provide platforms. And E, development of sports infrastructure for training and competition. Our third Kartavya aligns with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas towards Vikasit Bharat. This requires targeted efforts for 1, increasing farmer incomes through productivity enhancement and entrepreneurship, with special attention to small and marginal farmers. B, empowering Divyangjan through access to livelihood opportunities, training, and high-quality assistive devices. C, empowering the vulnerable to access mental health and trauma care. D, focus on the Purvodaya states and the Northeast region to accelerate development and employment opportunities. Fisheries. We will undertake initiatives for integrated development of 500 reservoirs and Amrit Sarovars. 2, strengthen the fisheries value chain in coastal areas and enable market linkages involving startups and women-led groups together with fish farmer producer organizations. Animal husbandry. To provide quality employment opportunities in rural and peri-urban areas, we will support the animal husbandry sector in entrepreneurship development through A, credit-linked subsidy program, B, scaling up and modernization of livestock enterprises, C, enhanced creation of livestock, dairy, and poultry enhanced creation of livestock, dairy, and poultry-focused integrated value chains, and D, encourage creation of livestock farmer-producer organizations. High-value agriculture. To diversify farm outputs, increase productivity, enhance farmers' incomes, and create new employment opportunities, we will support high-value crops such as coconut, sandalwood, cocoa, cashew in the coastal areas, agar trees in northeast, and nuts such as almonds, walnuts, and pine nuts in our hilly regions. These, all of them, will be supported. India is the world's largest producer of coconuts. About 30 million people, including nearly 10 million farmers, depend on coconuts for their livelihood. To further enhance competitiveness in coconut production, I propose a coconut promotion scheme to increase production and enhance productivity through various interventions, including replacing and non-productive trees with new saplings or plants or varieties in major coconut growing states. A dedicated program is proposed for Indian cashew and cocoa to make India self-reliant in raw cashew and coconut production and processing, enhance export competitiveness, and transform Indian cashew and Indian cocoa into premium global brands by 2030. Sandalwood. Sandalwood is closely linked to India's social and cultural heritage. Our government will partner with state governments to promote focused cultivation and post-harvest processing to restore the glory of the Indian sandalwood ecosystem, to rejuvenate old, low-yielding orchards, and expand high-density cultivation of walnuts, almonds, and pine nuts. We will support a dedicated program to enhance farmer incomes and in bringing value addition by engaging youth. Bharat Vistar, that is virtually integrated system to access agricultural resources. I propose to launch Bharat Vistar, a multilingual AI tool that shall integrate the AgriStack portals and the ICAR package on agricultural practices with AI systems. This will enhance farm productivity, enable better decisions for farmers, and reduce risk by providing customized advisory support. She Marts for rural women-led enterprises. Building on the success of Lakhpati Didi program, I propose to help women take the next step from credit-linked livelihoods to being owners of enterprises. Self-help entrepreneur, She Marts will be set up as community-owned retail outlets within the cluster-level federations through enhanced and innovative financing instruments. Empowering Divyangjan. Divyangjan Kaushal Yojana. Information technology, AVGC sectors, hospitality and food and beverages sectors often offer task-oriented and process-driven roles which are suitable for Divyangjan. We will ensure dignified livelihood opportunities through industry-relevant and customized training specific to each Divyangjan group. Divyang Sahara Yojana. Timely access to high-quality assistive devices for all eligible Divyangjan is a fundamental need. I propose to 1. Support the Artificial Limbs Manufacturing Corporation of India, Alimco, to set up and to scale up production of assistive devices, invest in R&D and AI integration, strengthen PM Divyasha Kendras, and support setting up of assistive technology marts as modern retail style centers where Divyangjan and senior citizens can see, try and purchase assistive products. Reaffirming our commitment to mental health and trauma care. There are no national institutes for mental health care in North India. We will therefore set up a NIMHANS 2 and also upgrade national mental health institutes in Ranchi and in Tezpur as regional apex institutions. Emergencies expose families, particularly the poor and vulnerable, to unexpected expenditure. We will strengthen and increase these capacities by 50% in district hospitals by establishing emergency and trauma care centers. Focus on Purvodaya states and northeastern regions. Purvodaya. I propose the development of an integrated East Coast industrial corridor with a well-connected node at Durgapur, creation of 5 tourism destinations in 5 Purvodaya states, and the provision of 4,000 e-buses. Buddhist sites in northeastern region. The northeastern region is a civilizational confluence of Theravada and Mahayana or Vajrayana traditions. I propose to launch a scheme for development of Buddhist circuits in Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Assam, Manipur, Mizoram, and Tripura. The scheme will cover preservation of temples and monasteries, pilgrimage interpretation centers, connectivity, and pilgrim amenities. 16th Finance Commission. On 17th November 2025, the 16th Finance Commission submitted its report to the President. As mandated under Article 281 of the Constitution, the government is to lay the report along with the explanatory memorandum on the action taken report on the recommendations of the Commission in Parliament, which, Sir, Honourable Speaker, you've allowed me to do at the commencement of the session. The government has accepted the recommendation of the Commission to retain the vertical share of devolution at 41%. As recommended by the Commission, I have provided 1.4 lakh crores of rupees to the states for the year 2026-2027 as Finance Commission grants. These include rural and urban local body and disaster management grants. Fiscal consolidation. Government has been delivering on our fiscal commitments consistently without compromising on social needs. To strive towards accepted standards of fiscal management in Budget 25-26, I had indicated that the central government would target reaching a debt to GDP ratio of 50 plus or minus 1% by 2030-31. In line with this, the debt to GDP ratio is estimated to be 55.6% of GDP in BE 26-27, compared to 56.1% of GDP in RE 25-26. A declining debt to GDP ratio will gradually free up resources for priority sector lending and expenditure by reducing the outgo on interest payments. One of the main operational instruments for debt targeting is the fiscal deficit. I am happy to inform this august House that I fulfilled my commitment made in 2021-2022 to reduce fiscal deficit below 4.5% of GDP by 25-26. In RE 25-26, the fiscal deficit has been estimated at par with BE of 2025-26 at 4.4% of GDP. In line with the new fiscal prudence path of debt consolidation, the fiscal deficit in BE 26-27 is estimated to be 4.3% of the GDP. The revised estimates of the non-debt receipts are 34 lakh crore rupees, of which the centre's net tax receipts are 26.7 lakh crore. The revised estimate of the total expenditure is 49.6 lakh crore rupees, of which the capital expenditure is about 11 lakh crores. Budget estimates 2026 to 2027. Coming to 26-27, the non-debt receipts and the total expenditure are estimated as 36.5 lakh crore and 53.5 lakh crore respectively. The centre's net tax receipts are estimated at 28.7 lakh crore rupees. To finance the fiscal deficit, the net market borrowings from dated securities are estimated at 11.7 lakh crore rupees. The balance financing is expected to come from small savings and other sources. The gross market borrowings are estimated at 17.2 lakh crore rupees. I'll now move to Part B. Part B, direct taxes. Honorable Speaker, sir, I now present my proposals on direct taxes. New Income Tax Act. In July 2024, I announced a comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act 1961. This was completed in a record time, and the Income Tax Act 2025 will come into effect from 1st April 2026. The simplified income tax rules and forms will be notified shortly, giving adequate time to taxpayers to acquaint themselves with its requirements. The forms have been redesigned such that ordinary citizens can comply without difficulty. Ease of living. I propose that any interest awarded by the Motor Accident Claims Tribunal to a natural person will be exempt from income tax, and any TDS on this account will be done away with. I propose to reduce TCS rate on the sale of overseas tour program package from the current 5% and 20% to 2% without any stipulation of amount. I propose to reduce TCS rate for pursuing education and for medical purposes under the Liberalized Remittance Scheme, popularly known as LRS, from 5% to 2%. Supply of manpower services is proposed to be specifically brought within the ambit of payment to contractors for the purpose of TDS to avoid ambiguity. Thus, TDS on these services will be at the rate of either 1% or 2% only. I propose a scheme for small taxpayers, wherein a rule-based automated process will enable obtaining a lower or nil deduction certificate instead of filing an application with the assessing officer. For the ease of taxpayer holding securities in multiple companies, I propose to enable depositories to accept Form 15G or Form 15H from the investor and provide it directly to various relevant companies. I propose to extend time available for revising returns from 31st December to up to 31st March with the payment of a nominal fee. I also propose to stagger the timeline for filing of tax returns. Individuals with ITR 1 and ITR 2 returns will continue to file till 31st July, and non-audit business cases or trusts are proposed to be allowed time till 31st August. TDS on sale of immovable property by a non-resident is proposed to be deducted and deposited through resident buyers and his or her PAN-based challan instead of requiring a TAN, which is a temporary accounting number. To address practical issues of small taxpayers like students, young professionals, tech employees, relocated NRIs, and such others, I propose to introduce a one-time 6-month foreign asset disclosure scheme for these taxpayers to disclose income or assets below a certain size. This scheme would be applicable for two categories of taxpayers, namely, A, who did not disclose their overseas income or assets, and B, who disclosed their overseas income and or paid due tax but could not declare the asset acquired. For category A, the limit of undisclosed income or asset is proposed to be up to 1 crore rupees. They need to pay 30% of fair market value of asset or 30% of undisclosed income as tax and 30% as additional income tax in lieu of penalty, and would thereby get immunity from prosecution. For category B, asset value is proposed to be up to 5 crore rupees. Here, immunity from both penalty and prosecution will be available with a payment of fee of 1 lakh rupees. Rationalizing penalty and prosecution. Multiplicity of proceedings are hindrance to the ease of doing business. I propose to integrate assessment and penalty proceedings by way of a common order for both. There will be no interest liability on the taxpayer on the penalty amount for the period of appeal before the first appellate authority, irrespective of the outcome of appeal process. Further, quantum of prepayment is being reduced from 20% to 10% and will continue to be calculated only on core tax demand. As an additional measure for reducing litigation, I propose to allow taxpayers to update their returns even after reassessment proceedings have been initiated, and an additional 10% tax rate over and above the rate applicable for the relevant year. The assessing officer will then use only this updated return in his proceedings. There is already a framework for immunity from penalty and prosecution in the cases of underreporting. I propose to apply this framework for immunity to misreporting too. However, in such a case, the taxpayer will need to pay 100% of the tax amount as an additional income tax over and above the tax and interest due. Penalties for certain technical defaults, such as failure to get accounts audited, non-furnishing of transfer pricing audit report, and default in furnishing statement for financial transactions are proposed to be converted into fee. I propose to rationalize prosecution framework under Income Tax Act while maintaining a careful balance for deterrence in some serious offence. Non-production of books of account and documents and requirement of TDS payment where payment is made in kind are being decriminalized. Further, minor offences will attract fine only. The remaining prosecutions will be graded commensurate with the quantum of offence. They will entail only simple imprisonment with maximum imprisonment reduced to 2 years and power to courts to convert even those into fines. There is no penalty. There is no penalty presently for non-disclosure of non-immovable foreign assets with aggregate value less than 20 lakh rupees. I propose to also provide them with immunity from prosecution with retrospective effect from 1/10/2024. Cooperatives. Deduction is already allowed to a primary cooperative society engaged in supplying milk, oilseeds, fruits or vegetables raised or grown by its members. I propose to extend this deduction to also include supply of cattle feed and cotton seed produced by its members. I propose to allow inter-cooperative society dividend income as deduction under the new tax regime to the extent it is further distributed to its members. I further propose to allow exemption for a period of 3 years to dividend income received by a notified national cooperative federation on their investments made in companies up to 31/1/2026. This exemption would be allowed only for dividends further distributed to its member cooperatives. Supporting IT sector as India's growth engine. India is a global leader in software development services, IT-enabled services, knowledge process outsourcing services, and contract R&D services relating to software development. These businesses and their segments are quite interconnected with each other. All these services are proposed to be clubbed under a single category of information technology services with a common safe harbor margin of 15.5% applicable to all. The threshold for availing safe harbor for IT services is being enhanced substantially from 300 crore rupees to 2,000 crore rupees. Safe harbor for IT services shall be approved by an automated rule-driven process without any need for tax officer to examine and accept the application. Once applied by an IT services company, the same safe harbor can be continued for a period of 5 years at a stretch at its choice. For IT services companies who want to conclude advanced pricing agreement, APA, I propose to fast-track unilateral APA process for IT services and endeavor to conclude it within a period of 2 years. The period of 2 years can be extended by a further period of 6 months on taxpayers' request. I propose to extend the facility of modified returns available to the entity entering APA to its associated entities also. Attracting global business and investment. Recognizing the need to enable critical infrastructure and boost investment in data centers, I propose to provide tax holiday till 2047 to any foreign company that provides cloud services to customers globally by using data center services from India. It will, however, need to provide services to Indian customers through an Indian reseller entity. I also propose to provide a safe harbor of 15% on cost in case the company providing data center services from India is a related entity. To harness the efficiency of just-in-time logistics for electronic manufacturing, I propose to provide safe harbor to non-residents for component warehousing in a bonded warehouse at a profit margin of 2% of the invoice value. The resultant tax of about 0.7% will be much lower than in competing jurisdictions. To provide fillip to toll manufacturing in India, I propose to provide exemption from income tax for 5 years to any non-resident who provides capital goods, equipment, or tooling to any toll manufacturer in a bonded zone. To encourage vast pool of global talent to work in India for a longer period of time, I propose to provide exemption to global, non-India sourced income of a non-resident expert for a stay period of 5 years under notified schemes. I propose to provide exemption from minimum alternate tax, the MAT, to all non-residents who pay tax on presumptive basis. Tax administration. I propose to constitute a joint committee of Ministry of Corporate Affairs and Central Board of Direct Taxes for incorporating the requirements of income computation and disclosure standards, the ICDS, in the Indian Accounting Standards, IND AS itself. Separate accounting requirement based on ICDS will be done away with from the tax year 27-28. To support Prime Minister Modi's vision of homegrown accounting and advisory firms to become global leaders, I propose to rationalize the definition of accountant for the purposes of safe harbor rules. Other tax proposals. Change in taxation of buyback was brought in to address the improper use of buyback route by promoters. In the interest of minority shareholders, I propose to tax buyback for all types of shareholders as capital gains. However, to disincentivize misuse of tax arbitrage, promoters will pay an additional buyback tax. This will make effective tax 22% for corporate promoters. For non-corporate promoters, the effective tax will be 30%. TCS rate for sellers of specific goods, namely alcoholic liquor, scrap, and minerals will be rationalized to 2%, and that on tendu leaves will be reduced from 5% to 2%. I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%. STT on options premium and exercise of options are both proposed to be raised to 0.15% from the present rate of 0.1% and 0.125% respectively. We reformed the taxation landscape for corporates in 2019 by providing them a simplified regime with lower tax rate so that they could productively focus on business rather than on claim of deductions and exemptions. To encourage companies to shift to the new regime, set off of brought forward MAT credit, minimum alternate tax credit, is proposed to be allowed to companies only in the new regime. Set off using available MAT credit is proposed to be allowed to an extent of 1/4 of the tax liability in the new regime. MAT is proposed to be made final tax, so there will be no further credit accumulation from 1st April 2026. In line with this change, the rate of final tax is being reduced to 14% from the current MAT rate of 15%. The brought forward MAT credit of taxpayers accumulated till 30th March 2026 will continue to be available to them for set-off as above. Indirect taxes. I shall now take up proposals related to indirect taxes. My proposals for customs and central excise aim to further simplify the tariff structure, support domestic manufacturing, promote export competitiveness, and correct inversion in duty. To continue weeding out long continuing customs duty exemptions, I propose to remove certain exemptions on items which are being manufactured in India or where the imports are negligible. Similarly, to further simplify the process of ascertaining the rate of duty applicable on a particular item, I propose to incorporate certain effective rates in various customs notifications to the tariff schedule itself. I shall now take up sector-specific proposals. Promotion of exports of marine, leather, and textile products. I propose to increase the limit for duty-free imports of specified inputs used for processing seafoods for export from the current 1% to 3% of FOB value of the previous year's export turnover. I also propose to allow duty-free imports of specified inputs, which is currently available for exports of leather or synthetic footwear, to exports of shoe uppers as well. I propose to extend the time period for export of final product from the existing 6 months to 1 year for exporters of leather or textile garments, leather or synthetic footwear, and other leather products. Energy transition and security. I propose to extend the basic customs duty exemption given to capital goods used for manufacturing lithium-ion cells for batteries to those used for manufacturing lithium-ion cells for battery energy storage systems also. I propose to exempt basic customs duty on import of sodium antimonate for use in manufacture of solar glass. Nuclear power. I propose to extend the existing basic customs duty exemption on imports of goods required for nuclear power projects till the year 2035 and expand it for all nuclear plants irrespective of their capacity. critical minerals, it is proposed to provide basic customs duty exemption to the import of capital goods required for the processing of critical minerals in India. Biogas blended CNG. I propose to exclude the entire value of biogas while calculating the central excise duty payable on biogas blended CNG. Civil and defense aviation. I propose to exempt basic customs duty on components and parts required for the manufacture of civilian training and other aircrafts. It is proposed to exempt basic customs duty on raw materials imported for the manufacture of parts of aircraft to be used in maintenance, repair, or overall requirements by units in the defense sector. Electronics. To deepen value addition in the consumer electronics sector, I propose to exempt basic customs duty on specified parts used in the manufacture of microwave ovens. Special economic zone. To address the concerns arising about utilization of capacity by manufacturing units in the special economic zones due to global trade disruptions, I propose as a special one-time measure to facilitate sales by eligible manufacturing units in SEZs to the domestic tariff area at concessional rates of duty. The quantity of such sales will be limited to a prescribed proportion of their exports. Necessary regulatory changes will be undertaken to operationalize the measures while ensuring level playing field for the units working in the DTA. Ease of living. To rationalize the customs duty structure for goods imported for personal use, I propose to reduce the tariff rate on all dutiable goods imported for personal use from 20% to 10%. To provide relief to patients, particularly those suffering from cancer, I propose to exempt basic customs duty on 17 drugs or medicines. I propose also to add 7 more rare diseases for the purposes of exempting import duties on personal imports of drugs, medicines, and food for special medical purposes used in their treatment. Customs process. India's role and share in the global trade is poised for a major leap in line with our ambition and journey towards Vikasit Bharat. In this regard, I propose many measures for custom processes to have minimal intervention for smoother and faster movement of goods and greater certainty to the trade. Trust-based systems. I propose to enhance duty deferral period for Tier 2 and Tier 3 authorized economic operators, known as AEOs, from 15 days to 30 days. I propose to provide eligible manufacturer importers the same duty deferral facility. This should encourage them to get themselves accredited as a full-fledged Tier 3 AEO in due course. To provide greater certainty and for better business planning, I propose to extend validity period of advance ruling binding on customs from the present 3 years to 5 years. In the spirit of the whole of government approach, government agencies will be encouraged to leverage AEO accreditation for preferential treatment in clearing their cargo. Regular importers with trusted long-standing supply chains will be recognized in the risk system so that the need for verification of their cargo every time can be minimized. Export cargo using electronic sealing. Export cargo using electronic sealing will be provided through clearance from the factory premises to the ship. For import of goods not needing any compliance, filing of bill of entry by a trusted importer and arrival of goods will automatically notify customs for completing their clearance formalities. This will enable goods to be released immediately on arrival. The customs warehouse framework will be transformed into a warehouse operator-centric system with a self-declarations, electronic tracking, and risk-based audit. These reforms will move away from the current system of officer-dependent approvals and reduce transaction delays and compliance costs. Ease of doing business. Approvals required for cargo clearance from various government agencies will be seamlessly processed through a single and interconnected digital window by the end of the financial year. Processes involved in clearance of food, drugs, plant, and animal and wildlife products, accounting for about 70% of interdicted cargo, will be operationalized on this system by April 2026 itself. For goods not having any compliance requirement, clearance will be done by customs immediately after online registration is completed by the importer, subject to the payment of duty. Customs integrated system will be rolled out in 2 years as a single integrated and scalable platform for all customs processes. Utilization of non-intrusive scanning with advanced imaging and AI technology for risk assessment will be expanded in a phased manner with the objective to scan every container across all the major ports. New export opportunities to support Indian fishermen to fully harness the economic value of marine resources beyond our territorial waters. The following measures will be taken. A. Fish catch by an Indian fishing vessel in exclusive economic zone or on the high seas will be made free of duty. Landing of such fish on foreign port will be treated as export of goods. Safeguards will be put in place to prevent misuse during fish catch, transit, or transshipment. To support aspirations of India's small businesses, artisans, and startups to access global markets through e-commerce, I am pleased to announce complete removal of the current value cap of 10 lakh rupees per consignment on courier exports. In addition, handling of rejected and returned consignments will be improved with effective use of technology for identifying such consignments. I propose to revise provisions governing baggage clearance during international travel to address genuine concerns of passengers. The revised rules will enhance duty-free allowances in line with the present-day travel realities and provide clarity in temporary carriage of goods brought in or taken out. There are honest taxpayers who are willing to settle disputes by paying all their dues, but they get deterred due to negative connotation associated with penalty. They will now be able to close cases by paying an additional amount in lieu of penalty. Honorable Speaker, sir, with this, I commend the budget to this august House. Jai Hind. One and a half hours.
Item number 3, माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी.
Item number 2, sir.
3.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table of the following statements under Section 3, 1 of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act of 2003. medium-term fiscal policy cum fiscal policy strategy statement, and macroeconomic framework statement.
आइटम नंबर 4 माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी।
Sir, with your permission, I move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2026.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इस पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। माननीय मंत्री जी, अब विधेयक पूरे स्थापित करें।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
माननीय सदस्यगण, आपको सूचित किया जाता है कि माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी के बजट भाषण की कॉपी पब्लिकेशन काउंटर पर ली जाती है। बजट भाषण और बजट से संबंधित दस्तावेज आपके मोबाइल फोन और मेंबर पोर्टल्स पर ही उपलब्ध है। सभा की कार्रवाई कल सोमवार दिनांक 2 फरवरी 2026 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Okay, well, markets, of course, taking it hard. You just heard the finance minister with the budget speech. There are two clear things which I think have come through. The net borrowing number for markets is largely in line with expectations, but the gross borrowing number, which has been put out, I think is spooking financial stocks a little bit. The second point, Lata, just 1 minute. On the equity taxation front, I just want to put out, there is a STT increase on options and futures, but the expectation that capital gains, perhaps there will be some kind of a relief, has not come through. Anant Narayan, before the speech, was telling us, well, raise STT in lieu of giving some relief on the capital gains. One has happened, the other has not happened, and I think the market is clearly disappointing. There is a lot of nuts and bolt announcements which have happened, especially on the taxation front, and I think we have experts joining in who will sort of, go through each of them. On the customs side, simplification, easing out of the process of filing, etc., etc. So we'll go through all of that. But I think at a headline level, there is a bit of a disappointment. Can't take away from that fact. Lata.
No, I completely take a point on STT, which is clearly, spooked the market. STT has come, but capital gains has not gone down.
I think Samir is with us.
In terms of borrowing, that 17.2 need not worry people, because it's possible that 1 lakh crore will be through a switch or through a buyback, and therefore the effective net borrowing is only 16.2, because the net borrowing has come exactly in line with the market poll that we did at 11.7 lakh crore. So I don't think we should worry. 4.3 fiscal deficit also was as per expectation. Also sectorally, we were expecting something for chemicals, and some of the chemical stocks are higher. There is some encouragement given to them, as well, some encouragement even given to exporters, textile exporters. But the buyback
is the clear positive. Samir is with us. Samir Arora, founder of Helios. Samir, thanks for joining in. First reaction?
First reaction is that the market will fall much more. I think we have to realize what the issue was. The issue is that we are underperforming like crazy in the world, and the world is not interested, and FIs are not interested. Tomorrow, I'm sure the currency will fall 1 more %. There is no story to tell if on a Sunday our market goes down 2%. Because the first thing is that you can't just do STT increase because maybe options is bad, futures is bad. But you can't go out of line with what the reality is today, that India is getting highlighted as a poor stock market, not so much the real economy or whatever. And in that sense, these other things matter after 2 weeks, 4 weeks, but it's not easy to get back investors at this with this kind of.
Okay, Madhu is with us as well. Madhu, your first reaction?
I think, Prashant, there was budget is in, I would say, more or less in line with what was expected in terms of consolidation and fiscal numbers. The STT increase, as Samir is saying, is a bit disappointing. But I would say at the same time, the buyback tax being cut is a good positive. Lots of companies, I would say, would prefer now the buyback route versus the dividend route. So I think by and large, just it's in continuation of whatever was happening. The only real big highlight from my perspective, a lot of emphasis on long-term employment generation on various schemes. That's the only longer term positive which I could pick up. But from a market perspective, I think this event will be over in 48 hours.
Yeah. No, but would you agree, Madhu? Samir saying markets will fall more. Today there are no FIIs. Rupee perhaps under pressure again. Would you agree with that?
Not be unfortunate.
It may fall not only because of budget or disappointing because of budget. You know, generally we have been little out of favor.
Okay.
And Prashant, the spate of new issuance which are even planned this year as compared with even last year, that will also suck out a lot of liquidity. So markets are in a way not been very supportive from an India perspective, and that may continue.
How big is the STT increase, Madhu? If your team has been able to tell you on options, and we have those actual absolute numbers, but how large is the increase?
Prashant, it is not very big because it's not done on a cash market. It's there on the options in the future market. But from more than the number, Prashant, is a sentiment dampener, right? We are already struggling. And this is a kind of a little bit of sentiment dampener. Then it really hurting in that sense.
Samir,
can we just get the buyback explained? Dinesh, Kanabar, buyback is going to be a big positive?
I think it's quite a bit positive. So until now, buyback was taxed in the hands of the recipient as normal income. We now have it being classified as capital gains for other than promoters. For promoters, if the promoter is a corporate, the overall capital gains tax will be 22.5%, and if it is individual, it will be 30%. So that's quite a bit welcome. Particularly small shareholders, buyback happening, being liable to capital gains tax is very, very welcome.
I think Madhu or somebody actually mentioned that it's good because otherwise it was being taxed as dividends in the hands of the taxpayers. Now, of course, it will be taxed at a concessional rate, 12.5% for minority, and then 22 or 30. Depending upon
the government recognizing what happened was perhaps not.
Yeah, they moved from one length where tax was in the hands of the company. Company used to pay the buyback tax to removing it and saying it's now taxable in the hands of the taxpayer as dividend income. That was extreme. So if you were an owner, what happened to the loss that you were incurring?
So what happened is that there was a tax in the hands of the company. The corporate India represented that make it taxable in the hands of the recipient with an expectation to be capital gain. Be careful what you ask for. It got taxed as normal income. Now it's gone back to capital.
It's very positive.
Let me get in. Samir, I know you've given your, in that sense, your first initial thoughts, but some of these other stuff, buyback, and there's a long, as Madhu was pointing out, long term, I mean, what is being laid out, maybe immediately what market was expecting has not happened. But do you think this kind of allays some of the that disappointment?
We're not saying that what was expected has not come. This was unexpected and negative for no reason, because it is clear that we introduce STT in lieu of capital gains tax. Now the STT are increasing more and more, and and in an environment when the environment is clear that India last year underperformed markets by 20-30% in currency terms, even more maybe, and even this year just in like 30 days the currency has depreciated relative to US by 4-5% or something. I mean, in that context, this STT could have been delayed. Other things are broadly okay, but the markets are very sensitive to a few clean things. Okay, maybe there would have been no cut in capital gains tax. Okay, that even I didn't think much. But at this time when the market is already showing weakness, to add one more thing is not required. The long term, I agree. And that's why the beginning, the market itself was correctly interpreting the market rallied, because the long term things, they pressed all the right buttons in terms of new sectors, new things, education, tourism, and all their semiconductors, manufacturing, etc. But there's no need to randomly hurt the market at a time when the market is proving to be important, both from a currency point and from the exit of PE guys or whatever, leading to negative overall FDI or investment. At that time, it was not required at all.
On FDI, there is a positive in terms of those who invest in data centers. They're going to be tax exempt if they sell data outside up till 2047. Some FDI should come?
No, I mean sorry, please. No, that's clearly a positive. I think we had all expected that data centers would be an area where government would provide an opportunity for long-term investment. And by dating it through till 2047, they're clearly providing clarity and certainty. If data centers were to provide services to overseas users, then income is fully exempted. But they have not kind of limited it to saying only to global. You know, when the original FTZ policies were given, you couldn't sell it to domestic. They've said you can also sell it to domestic through a local subsidiary. So I think that's positive.
Yeah, Prashant Khemka is also with us. Prashant, Samir not holding back. Your thoughts? What's your sense? What he said is interesting, and the way he put it, which is that it is not that what was expected did not come, but I mean what has come was not expected, and that is the reason why markets are down sharply. 400 points now, 450. Prashant.
Sure, Prashant. So I think from a stock market perspective, the STT per se is not that, and Samir also pointed out, it might be more sentimental. The STT on FNO may not be as much of a negative from a cash market perspective. But capital gains tax, there was some hope, even though I don't think that people put a very high probability on it. But if there was ever a time, then people were expecting, investors were expecting, it might be the time that capital gains tax, where India, in a way stands out amongst other emerging markets or other markets in general, there could be some hope for chances of bringing it in line with the global market. So that could be partly negative. Otherwise, I think from a stock market, from an investor perspective, there isn't a major negative or a major positive. It is continuation of what was going on in the past. Maybe there were expectations that given what's happening geopolitically, the tariffs,
It'll be tough to do very much. Absolutely, Madhu. Let me come back to you. I know you have a team which is looking at this closely. Anything else which really stands out, which you want to highlight, Madhu?
I'll have to explain. Can't write it.
Prashant, I'll just take Samir's point.
Yeah.
One has to look at it from an overall balancing perspective. There is a lot which the government has done off budget. Let us say that 4 months back, the GST cut which was off budget, it came today. Along with the STT, it would have been treated as a big bang budget, and it would have been considered as a very big positive. So I think a lot has happened even beyond budget. It is slightly disappointing, and to that extent may have been avoided given the overall sentiment today. But I don't think this is like a make or break point from Indian market.
No, I don't think that is what Samir is saying.
And the second thing, if you once will...
Yeah. Go on.
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm also saying. That, it's a knee-jerk reaction, because there is some amount of also expectation which was being built up from a long-term capital gains perspective in the market. So that is also kind of discounting today as a reaction. But when we look into details, I think there's a lot which is being done in this budget, I would say, for various sectors, which is really beneficial from a medium long-term perspective. So in my understanding, from market perspective, we are back to basics. Look at individual ideas, do your bottom-up work, and that's the India story.
Okay. Let me look at one more positive, perhaps. Mr. Kanabar, NRIs have been permitted to invest in PMSs, and also the tax has been lowered.
So 2-3 things. First is NRIs have been permitted to invest through PMS and also make direct investment. They were always permitted. That the limit has gone up from 5% to 10% per NRI, and the overall aggregate limit has gone up from 10 to 24. Okay. Practically, I can tell you that we have faced this limitation when we are advising clients, and therefore this will open up an avenue. Okay. So it's quite a positive. Maybe one other thing while we are on this, from a tax perspective, there are just too many things, but just one issue is on MAT. So what we are seeing here on minimum alternate taxes, government wants people to move from the old tax regime to the new tax regime. So what they have said is, if you had an accumulated MAT, which was prompting people not to go to the new tax regime, you'll be permitted to transfer, set off in a calibrated manner, and going forward, there is no MAT credit. So people will move to the new tax regime. But lots of other changes on tax side.
Okay. That is the way we have to interpret no MAT credit.
Going forward.
Going forward.
Okay.
But that's only for companies who are in the old regime.
Okay.
Most of the companies have already migrated to the new regime, and the thing which was prohibiting them, which was accumulated credit, is now permitted, but to be absorbed at a quarter each year.
Got it. So not to worry so much about that. Shireen, you want to come in on any thoughts?
No, Lata, just to sum it up, I think, if you had been listening to my panel of experts here, and these, as I pointed out, are the budget makers. They've been responsible for putting budgets together in the last few years. And they were very clear that don't expect any reversal reduction as far as capital gains was concerned. Don't expect anything on STT. Nobody went as far as to expect a hike as far as STT is concerned, which is what happened. But they were very measured in that expectation of any kind of a reversal, rollback, relief on long-term capital gains tax, short-term capital gains tax, and so on and so forth. But the overarching theme, Lata, as we've been pointing out, and I'm going to get my experts to comment on that, this is a budget that is reacting not just to the here and now. It's a budget that's now laying out the priorities, the focus areas for the next 5 to 10 years. Nuclear power, I told you that we're going to see a mention of that, and that's exactly what the government has done on the electronic manufacturing sector, on AI, on data centers, and so on and so forth. So there is plenty there that is likely to play out in time, but the market, of course, reacting to what the market will react to, which is the here and now. But let me get our panel of experts to get right into it. Mr. Bajaj, you were absolutely clear. Don't expect any relief on LTCG. But were you expecting an STT hike, which is what has come in for futures and options?
So I think that has come basically because there is an attempt, there's a lot of news of people actually losing a lot of money there. So something was done in the intervening period. So I think that is a measure perhaps to control that, and not so much as a measure of raising revenues.
Raising revenues, my hunch was they would revive disinvestment, at least the disinvestment target, 80,000 crores versus 33,000 crores. What do you make of that?
So I would say that there are some things which are in the offing. For example, the IDBI disinvestment should happen and the money should come in the financial year 26-27. And also maybe LIC's follow-on issue might happen. So I think 80,000 crores is something which is very reasonable, seeing these two things in context. So I think the government has been very, very conservative on that aspect.
Conservative still, but a much higher target that we've seen in the last few years. Mr. Chakrabarti, from a overarching standpoint, what stood out for you as far as this budget is concerned?
Couple of things. At least my expectation was to retain stability. So if you see across the budget, there has not been a change to radically move from one end to the other. It reflects a government which is very matured now, has been there in power for long. They're continuing with the agenda of infrastructure. If you see, NIIF, Credit Guarantee Scheme for Infrastructure. So those are stability measures. They are provided for all the major steps that has been taken, especially towards technology, data center, and so on and so forth. So there, special impetus has been given. Again, on the infrastructure side for high-speed rails between major cities which are growth center. And those growth center, if you see in the scheme of things, have been recognized.
Yes.
And I also see a major thing, I hope it turns out to really push the economy, is also this high-level committee on banking for inclusion and for consumer protection. I guess that is the
She also used the words of improve and efficiency and scale for Viksit Bharat. What is the India banking sector requirement? In that context, do you believe this talk around consolidation, etc., or perhaps even hiking the FDI limit for PSBs? I mean, some of those measures may be part of now what this high-level committee looks at?
This committee, one has to see ultimately its terms of reference. Beyond FDI is already at 75%. Making it 100% will perhaps increase a little bit. It's more important that the consumer confidence is retained. Of late, those digital arrests and all those things had dented it a little bit. And not that the banking itself, however, an overall thing, and FM had referred to it. So I guess referring to consumer as such has been, I see it as a very, very positive step. And also the credit guarantee for infrastructure. And she has also talked about is my favorite, the bond market.
Yes, she has talked about the bond market. But Mr. Armani, let me ask you, sir, on the defense side, it's I think gone up to about 5.69 lakh crore rupees. We were hoping that she would talk about it in the budget, but she hasn't. So on balance, your take on defense?
I just got confirmation that overall budget has grown by around 21%.
21%.
And the capex also has grown by 24%. This is huge. As expected, the defense allocations have gone up substantially, and most of it will go into...
And the 21% is BE to BE?
Yeah.
Okay. So just to clarify, the defense allocation is up 21% BE versus BE. So if you do BE versus RE, it will be a different number, but BE versus BE up 21%, which is exactly what you had said.
Yeah. This will certainly boost the preparedness of our military services, and I hope the defense industry will also get a great fillip through this. Apart from the allocations directly, there are other important announcements made today. One is the defense corridors, which will get boost from the 7 sunrise sectors, especially semiconductor sector. They will help the defense production to be seamless. And also supply chain problems will be sorted out because of that.
Okay, so that's the defense corridors is the other announcement. Some disappointment there. You were expecting customs duty rationalization. That doesn't seem to have been announced, but there's a lot of exemptions that have come in for specific sectors, for specific components, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, Shireen, so yes, the big ticket customs rate rationalization has not come through. But part of the reason could be that the government is banking more now on FTAs, which are also providing a huge opportunity to initiatives like China Plus One and others, which other trading partners are looking at. But there are some changes on expected lines also. For example, the change for SEZ units supplying into the RTA, I think that's a good move.
But many caveats attached to that, and what is that time period for that one-time window is something that we require clarity on as well.
So we'll need to see the fine print to decipher that. But that's a welcome move in any case, and I think it will help utilize the unutilized infrastructure in SEZs. The other thing which we were expecting, which has come through, is a lot of measures on trade facilitation.
Right.
So the AO scheme has been liberalized, advanced ruling, the duration has been extended. And thirdly, which is also an important move, is that the single window remit has been extended to other border agencies. So I think these are also important in their own right.
And as we speak, gentlemen, the markets are coming off their intraday lows. Before I, get Prashant to give us a quick rundown of what's happening in the markets, let me bring in a quick first comment from Anisha, the CEO of the Mahindra Group. Anisha, plenty there for different sectors. Your first take on Budget 2026.
Shireen, good afternoon. It's an excellent budget. It focuses on sustaining economic growth and manufacturing in particular. For India to grow at a rapid pace, manufacturing has to take center stage. Viksit Bharat talks about manufacturing being 25% of the economy, which means it has to grow 16 times in the next 22 years. And the budget puts in a lot of detail that will help manufacturing, including infrastructure, and that's a huge boost. Atmanirbharta is another key factor in the budget, something that we need given the volatility in the world around us. And specifically, the rare earth corridor is a great step in that direction. And most importantly, I would say, is inclusion. With the focus on SMEs, they have to be an integral part of driving economic growth. The focus on small and marginal farmers, on youth, on capacity building, on women. So overall, Shireen, headlines from our standpoint is just an outstanding budget.
An outstanding budget as per Anish Shah. But Anish, what does this now mean as far as business is concerned, specifically for the Mahindra Group? You've got companies across those diverse sectors. What does it do? Does it move the needle for you across your businesses?
It helps keep us on the path we are on, because we are on a very rapid growth path. And as we look at India becoming more competitive from a manufacturing standpoint, it allows us to make in India for the world and attracts other companies to come into India as well, which is excellent for the Indian economy. So that is a huge boost. As we talk about taking leadership in hospitality, that augurs very well for a hospitality business. Our logistics business is very well placed. And overall, we see multiple sectors benefiting from this budget.
Okay, Anish, I'll come back to you in just a second. Prashant, what's happening with the markets coming off their lows?
You know, yeah, off the lows by 100, but we were off the lows by 200, and we've given back that 100. So it's a pretty, I mean, and budget days are, the range is anything between 1 to 5% over if you look at the last 7 budgets. And I don't think this is turning out to be that big on the extreme end, but this is big enough. You know, that what's, of course, taken a bite out of things is that STT hike, and we put out the actual percentage increase. On futures, the STT hike is 150%, and options, STT hike is 50%. And of course, I mean, there is no relief on the capital gains front. It's not as if there was realistically an expectation that capital gains tax will be lowered, but the STT hike was not expected. And I think that is why, you know, we've got this kind of reaction. I think if you just look at names like Angel, BSE, the entire capital market space is down sharply. They're all up about 5-6% from the lows, but even then, 8, 9, 10%, depending on what you look at. The capital market index will give you that story at this point in time. So 330 points lower on the Nifty is what you have at this point in time. I think Prashant Khemka is with us still. I'm not sure if Samir and Madhu are there, but Prashant, if you want to just quickly come in with anything else you're picking up, anything else worth highlighting from an investor point of view.
Well, just quickly, I would say to my mind, the STT hike on FNO is not much of a negative for investors, certainly not for us from an overall market perspective. Yes, if you're investors in capital market, but intermediaries, like you mentioned, brokers and all, that segment may get affected. But it's a better way to, you know, regulate participation of retail investors, get some revenues for the exchequer, rather than coming up with other non-revenue generating measures barring such activity. So that, to my mind, is not something that is bothering the market. Yes, the capital gains tax, to some extent, there was expectation. That is bothering. And second is absence of anything, you know, that is, that in light of what's going on the tariff front, there were certain expectations that this budget could have a step function kind of, you know, announcements on a variety of aspects that would boost growth, economic growth, whereas this is more of a continuity budget. What has been policies that have been working for last 10, 11 years, which have given us robust growth of 6-odd%. It is continuing. It's a stock-taking budget. Okay, we've accomplished this, and these are all policies that have worked well. Let's continue with them.
Yeah, let me bring Sajid into the conversation. And as we do that, let me also give you some more numbers. The railway sector allocation. So if you take a look at the railway budget, up 10% B to B, that is the allocation as far as railways are concerned. RBI dividend at over 3 lakh crore rupees. That is the number there as far as the RBI dividend is concerned. Sajid Chinoy, you know, one other number that we haven't put a lot of attention on is the 16th Finance Commission. As we reported here on CNBC TV 18, the devolution staying at 41%. But what about the borrowing number, Sajid? Any concerns there that the market is picking up on?
So I think the market was expecting a smaller borrowing number, but there are two known unknowns here, Shireen. One is whether there'll be a switch by the RBI, which is also what the market was building in, and there is no clarity, and that should bring the number down. Secondly, if you know, at first glance, if you look at the borrowing breakdown, what you see is, you know, quite a lot of conservatism when it comes to small saving schemes. So, you know, if that, you know, if small savings tend to be higher than what has been budgeted, that creates the possibility that in the second half of the year, there could be lower borrowing. But yes, you know, at first blush, the gross borrowing numbers higher. And I think markets are hoping that there'd be some switch from the RBI. I'll just make one more quick point on the broader math, Shireen. So no real surprises there. Some had expected a deficit of 4.2. We're close to that. We're at 4.3. I think the key is going to be nominal GDP, because this year we're clocking 8. Next year, the assumption is 10. If we do achieve a 10% nominal next year, then the gross tax assumptions at 10.4 are not very ambitious. If nominal GDP is lower, then that will take some doing. One final point I'll make is on CapEx. You know, if the RE numbers are achieved, capex growth will be just 4%. You know, because the base last year was higher, and so if you take the budgeted number on the base, it was 4. Next year's number is much higher at 11.5. But a compound annual growth rate over 2 years is closer to 7 to 8%. And I think the bigger message is, you know, that the center has done what it has to on public capex, and now it's important that private capex pick up to fill in some of that gap.
Yeah, and I think that has been made very clear by the government that it perhaps has reached its peak in terms of being able to enhance that capex number, the point that you're making, Sajid. Let me also bring in Debashish Panda, former chairman of the IRDA and also a budget maker. Now Kartavya Bhavan, you can't call it North Block anymore. Mr. Panda, your big headline from Budget 2026.
I think it's an outstanding, excellent budget, particularly when we are navigating through very, very difficult circumstances, uncertainties, challenges. What interests me is that the finance minister mentioned about the structural reforms, which will continue and which are very necessary. The other big thing that she talked about is a stable and a very robust and resilient financial sector. And in that context, she even spoke about, setting up a high-level committee to look at the banking sector in the country and how to take it forward in terms of aligning it with the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. So I think that itself is a big message and a signal that maybe there'll be a lot of new things we will see in the banking system, bigger banks, more consolidation maybe, or even allow the corporates enhance the FDI. All of that could be possible. And actually, we need a strong banking sector to achieve the larger goal of Viksit Bharat by 2047. And then, the capital expenditure spending on infrastructure, as we all expected and we discussed the other day, has been given the priority. And what she has done is that she has taken care of each and every sector which will benefit. The MSMEs in particular are being given a lot of attention with a variety of interventions. Then, of course, the rare earth corridor, the rail corridor, all of that, again, I think will give a big fillip to also position India as a leader in the global value chain as well.
Yes, many measures there, 10,000 crore rupee fund for SMEs, and of course, many linkages to the TREDS platform and so on and so forth in continuation of the earlier measures. But I want to get all of you gentlemen to comment on what the government has attempted to do to try and draw in flows. And Mr. Panda, I'll start by asking you the changes to the investment limit made for PROIs to be able to invest in Indian equities, and some of the other measures, for instance, capital gains relief for people who want to do data centers and so on and so forth, cloud services till 2047. The long-term strategy of this budget to try and draw in flows and investors. What would you say were the big highlights there? Mr. Panda?
Yeah. So I thought the question was for Mr. Chenoy, so I lost. Could you please recap the question?
No, I was just saying the measures to try and draw in foreign investors and foreign flows. Does the budget deliver on that?
I think much more needs to be done in terms of, I think the previous speaker spoke about the markets, the stock markets, how capital gain reduction could have actually been a big benefit to the stock markets in terms of attracting more, money into that segment. But having said that, the FDI has recently been opened up in the insurance sector. I think the structural reforms would also look at opening up in other sectors wherever necessary, of course, keeping those safeguards. But clearly a signal towards, attracting more capital, whether it is in the form of FDI or FPI or in the form of equity. So all of that is necessary for us to, for the country to grow at the rate at which the projections have been made.
Interrupting you, sir. My apologies, I'm interrupting you because we have the first government reaction now coming in after the finance minister has delivered the budget. The CEO of the Niti Aayog, BVR Subramaniam, joins us. Mr. Subramaniam, many thanks for joining us. Several sectors being addressed, several measures being taken. Of course, the thread of continuity running through the course of the budget. Your highlights and what you believe the maximum impact is likely to be on account of Budget 26.
this is a budget of a middle-income country. That's the first thing. And this is a budget for Viksit Bharat. And you can see very large elements, and the finance minister laid that out very, very early on. She talked about 3 kartavyas. The 3 kartavyas are for economic growth, aspirations, and inclusivity across regions, individuals, communities. And within that, I think if you should see the 3 budgets of the last year and the year before as a package deal. The budget 2 years ago was all about jobs and employment as the key focus with supportive things. The previous budget was a lot of manufacturing. If there is one big area of focus in this budget, it is services. So if I was to give a name to this budget, it is a services budget and continuing the good work of the previous 2 budgets, which is manufacturing and jobs and employment.
Let me double down on that. Why do you believe that this is a services budget, sir? Because there was a lot in the budget to also try and push the manufacturing sector more. What specifically makes you believe that this is a services budget?
Okay, just wait for the key highlights of the budget come out. The largest number, the maximum number of pages are devoted to services, number 1. Number 2, I'll just let me explain what all are there. First of all, the Prime Minister has announced a high-level standing committee, which is not a one-time committee, a standing committee on services. That is expected to drive a whole host of services reforms. So unlike a manufacturing mission, services actually requires a large number of issues to be tackled over 30, 40 ministries. So she said that she'll be creating a standing committee. 2, look at all the sectors that she's been covering. I mean, in services, she has talked about the entire health sector, 5 medical hubs, medical tourism. In education, she's talked about 5 university cities. What are these university cities? They are education hubs where you have universities, you've got research parks, you've got manufacturing, all in those places. She's given a lot of attention to tourism. She's given a lot of attention to Ayush, 3 All India Institutes of Ayush. She's talked about sports and talked about a Khelo India mission. She's talked about the orange economy and the Indian Institute of Creative Technology and creating and setting up these creativity centers in 50,000 schools and 500 colleges. All this, I think, put together makes this a very, very, very strong budget pushing the services sector. And it's not that manufacturing doesn't get important. We are building on the work of the previous budget as far as manufacturing is concerned. The National Manufacturing Mission was announced in the previous budget. It is in the final stages and should get operationalized any moment from as we speak. And there you have biopharma, which is an add-on. You have the electronic component scheme, which is a build-up on an earlier scheme which was announced last year. It was hugely successful. She's expanded it from 25,000 crores to 40,000 crores. There is a mention of a container program, huge emphasis on labor-intensive textiles, sports goods, and you can see the manufacturing builds on what was announced last time, and the new emphasis and focus is on services. We are not talking about health, education, etc. for servicing our population alone now. We are talking about making India a global services hub and she gave a very clear target, 10% of global services output to come from India. That's the goal she's laid out.
Yes, and that is why, in your words, this is a services budget. The finance minister laying out that aspiration of 10% of global services to come from India. But on manufacturing specifically, sir, I want you to put on your former Commerce Secretary hat as well. The expectation was that we would see a significant further import duty rationalization. That has not been the case. There are, of course, specific exemptions to specific sectors, for instance, nuclear power, cloud service providers, and so on and so forth. Do you believe that that hasn't been done on account of the fact that various FTAs are being inked and are at various stages of being implemented?
Look, we already now have FTAs with almost, 1/3 or more of the world economy. We've got FTA with EU, we have FTAs anyway with Japan, etc. We have FTA with UK. There is a deal in the pipeline with the United States. The FTAs are anyway going around cutting tariffs. The residual tariffs are now left with countries with whom we do not want to or may not want to get into FTAs. Having said that, look at the amount of time she has spent on the indirect taxes part. There's been a lot of tinkering. They're all removing pain points. Take electronic component. For warehouses, she's cut down the tax structure to 2%. She's allowed greater import for a large number of export-intensive sectors like leather, textiles. She's allowed, I think, 5% of their export value to be imported for a lot of other inputs which are there. So I think there's a lot of tinkering that has gone on to help manufacturing as far as inputs are concerned. And on the direct taxes side also, you'll see that a lot of direct taxes are targeting foreign direct investment. People are, the word may or may not appear too often, but you look at the safe harbor rules, the expansion of the safe harbor to companies up to 2,000 crore turnover and fixing the safe harbor at a lower rate of 15% actually is targeting the global capability centers. 1,600 GCCs are going to benefit from that safe harbor provision. They've also decriminalized a lot of income tax provisions in an act which is yet to come into place from 1st of April. So that's actually a very, very forward-looking step she's taken. And then she's also reduced the safe harbor for people who are going to take up presumptive taxation. So I think, and even for SCZ, she's given a one-off relaxation in being able to sell in domestic tariff areas. So rather than, the big things have already been done. What needs to be done is these minor pain points, and she's going around removing it. And the other thing is, she has talked about setting up a committee to look at the forex debt borrowing rules and regulations. So we have so far been focusing only on FPI, which is equity. She's focusing on debt as well. So as that committee comes out with its results, you will see an improvement in the foreign investment flows into the country also.
No, very important points, and I think that point on safe harbor is very well made, Mr. Subramaniam. This has been a point of friction, and I think the finance minister has alluded to some of those concerns and tried to allay them in this budget. But Mr. Subramaniam, there was another mention by the finance minister, and I'm wondering if you have any more clarity on what this restructuring of PFC and RFC could potentially mean, because those were the two companies that she listed out that are going to be up for restructuring. Any idea, sir, on what the plan is?
You see, I think that we will need a bit more clarity as we go along, but the way I look at it is one of the challenges of Vikasit Bharat is also going to be sustainability. So there is going to be a lot of retooling of our energy sector, and the retooling of the energy sector requires a lot of green and climate finance. So this green finance, if it has to come through, it has to come through existing financial institutions rather than setting up new institutions. So when she talks about this, the way I would read it is enabling these companies to become the funnels for getting a lot of green finance, climate finance into India, into the energy sector, the transport sector, because climate change in India is going to be resolved largely through electrification of entire energy system. And who are the big financing agencies as far as electrification is concerned? REC and PFC. I think that's the way I would see that. I'd like to draw your attention to one more point, which people may or not. She talked about city economic regions. This is actually the work of Nifty. Nifty has prepared city economic region plans for Mumbai, Varanasi, for Visakhapatnam, for Surat, and we are going to release one on Bhubaneswar. 7, 8 more are in the pipeline. And she said, I will give 5,000 crores for city economic region in a challenge mode. This will then enable these cities to actually compete and become global cities like New York, London. So we can have Bombay becoming a New York, we can have Surat becoming, say, Amsterdam, you can have Visakhapatnam becoming a Singapore. I think that is the intent behind the city economic region announcement. The 7 areas of focus she announced in the beginning had city economic regions as one of them. So if this budget has to be remembered, A, services, removing a lot of pain points in taxation, both for foreign investment flows and promote manufacturing, particularly for exports. And the third is focusing on critical infrastructure in various parts, that is cities as economic regions. She's talked about 7 high-speed rail corridors, which means the bullet trains are going to stay. We're also going to produce bullet trains in the long run in the country. And the third is for Purvodaya, for the eastern region, a large number of announcements, and the most important one, a new dedicated freight corridor. Dankuni, please read it as Calcutta. Dankuni is the point at one end up to Surat. That's east-west. We have Delhi-Mumbai, we have Delhi-Calcutta. She's completing the triangle Delhi-Calcutta with a lot of other projects going with that. This is going to give a big boost to industrial and other services growth in eastern India.
No, absolutely. You very comprehensively summed up many of the other important announcements that came in from the finance minister, of course, including things like a 10,000 crore rupee allocation for container building. That is another sector that has been identified. Also for ship repair, another sector that's been identified. Mr. Subramaniam, we will come back to you, sir. As we see that manufacturing competitiveness report finally being made public. But thank you very much for your first reaction here on CNBC TV 18 on the big day, the budget day, for comprehensively summing up Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's 9th budget. Thanks very much. Lata, I know you've been waiting by for a quick clarification as far as the borrowing number is concerned.
Yeah, actually, the bank stocks are down and they're all worried that 17.2 lakh crore was not something the market was prepared for. It was outer limit 17, but, our own poll was 16.2 lakh crore, with several people expecting even lower. So that has rattled the market. Now, in the past, when we've had higher small savings, a part of that money has been used, even when it is not announced in the budget, for buybacks later in the year. So if, some 80,000 crores, 1 lakh crore is done by way of buybacks, this 17.2 may not be borrowed and it may be closer to our poll figure of 16.2. The market will rest assured. But at the moment, there's no such guarantee. So when you meet the Revenue Secretary later on, perhaps this kind of a clarification will help. The 17.2 is disturbing the market. But all other numbers are extremely healthy. Only 10% of nominal GDP growth assumed. The market was prepared for 10.5 as well. The GDP will be recast. We may get a larger GDP number. So all those upsides are still left and the bond market need not worry. But at the moment, these points are 17.2 is a bit of a worry, and that's casting a bit of a dampener on bank stocks, NBFC stocks. But there are positives for the rupee, not now, but in the longer term FDI flows for data centers and other advantages given. Mr. Kanabar, if you can quickly summarize that.
So, three things. First is the safe harbor, 15.5%. And while it is restricted to those with an income of up to 2,000 crores, it's a very good precedent.
For GCCs.
For GCCs, IT-enabled services, everybody, a good thing. Data center right up to 2047, foreign income totally exempt. If you are rendering services locally, use of Indian subsidiary, let the subsidiary pay tax on their profits, but overall foreign company not liable to tax. And finally, on toll manufacture, tax holiday for 5 years. All three are very, very welcome.
Which explains why ACIMS is higher, because it's a tool manufacturing company. We now have Nilesh Shah of Kotak AMC and Navneet Munot, the CEO of HDFC AMC, joining us. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. Nilesh, the STT has killed the market's joy for now. 20%. But your first thoughts?
So undoubtedly, the STT increases beyond expectations of the market. But in some sense, it is the syntax of the market. 9 out of 10 retail investors were losing money. The benefits was mostly going to the HFTs. Undoubtedly, government had to take some step. We can only pay that STT and capital gain. STT was introduced in lieu of capital gain. With increased STT, the Honorable Finance Minister may look to reconsider capital gains taxation. But one important thing of this budget, the proposed capital expenditure at 12,10,000 crore is more than the net market borrowing program of 11,70,000 crore. I think this is first time in my life I am seeing that capital expenditure is more than the net market borrowing. I hope one day we'll be able to see a scenario where capital expenditure is more than net market borrowing as well as small savings.
I just had a question.
Well, even last year, the difference was not very much. I think it was about 10,000 crore. Net market borrowing also was about 11 lakh crore last year. And we had CapEx expenditure above 11 lakh crore. But go ahead.
No, I just want, Mr. Kanabar, there was a question which is coming in. STT hike is only on equities, not commodities, right?
It's only equity.
Only equities.
Only equities.
Yeah, she said futures and options.
Yeah,
no, but
on futures,
future and commodities have options as well.
Yes, no, it's only
not
on
on commodities. It is only on equities. So we
also,
should
they've just clarified that any interest that you pay to earn dividend income or mutual fund income will now not be allowed as a deduction.
So they had a 20% expenditure allowed by way of interest on the dividend income. That's gone.
So that's the reason capital markets may be getting a little spooked,
Okay.
Because
actually,
no
I think
deduction.
the correction came from Delhi, and we have flashed it. It's not for commodities.
Okay. Sorry, could you just repeat that once again?
So today, if you have dividend income, if you borrow money and invest in a stock and you get dividend income, or you borrow money and invest in a mutual fund, and you get income from the mutual fund, the interest that you pay was allowed as a deduction up to a point.
Up to 20% of that dividend.
Now it's been removed.
Is that a big change?
But for those who are interested in passive income and who borrow to earn passive income, for them it's now no longer a option available.
Okay.
Well, to get back to markets, Navneet is waiting by. Thank you, Navneet. Any salve on a slightly wounded stock market sentiment?
Listed and unlisted both.
Don't go by the immediate reaction. Markets are spooked because of the STT, but I think overall, what she mentioned in the first paragraph, reform over rhetoric, action over ambivalence, and people over populism, I think I would have summarized in a similar manner, but she herself said before presenting the budget. So I'm in a glide path towards lower debt to GDP, continued focus on infrastructure, which includes digital, physical, social, continue to, the ease of doing business, improving the quality of life to make the most of the demographic dividend. I think all of them are structurally positive, and particularly on the buyback, because all of us, Lata, we have been discussing that the cash is getting piled up in the corporate balance sheet. So either they do the capex, which I think some of the tax incentives on data center and few other things should spur that, or you have maybe a way for corporates to use that cash and it comes back into the circulation, which can help the economy. So I'm pretty positive. Of course, I think there were more expectations on capital gains and to support the capital market, but we have to take that in stride.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Actually, it's quite possible that, the positives are going to flow later. Investment in data centers. This is not going to come overnight, but the negative STT hits now. So, to that extent, the market is a little worried about the short-term negative, and it's quite possible the safe harbor that Mr. Kanabar mentioned on GCCs, all this could mean more services investments flowing into GCCs soon. I'm extremely gratified by the fact that aggressive assumptions have not been made on nominal GDP growth or on taxes. Therefore, perhaps extra borrowing will not happen. The borrowing, if anything, will be lower. Shireen, anything more to add from your guests?
I'm going to get my guests for a quick comment, but I wanted to get Nilesh since we do have him. Nilesh, in the morning when you were with us, you said you were hoping for a Digi Yatra, a frictionless entry for both domestic and foreign investors. Has the finance delivered a Digi Yatra?
I think it is Digi Yatra in initial phase where there will be some glitches and some hiccups. As Navneet mentioned, a lot of proposals have been talked about for investment, but we finally need to get it executed. So let me say this is the first phase of Digi Yatra. There will be some hiccups, but you'll have to persist with it.
No, absolutely. We do have to persist with it. Let me get my wrap-up comments from our budget editors who've been patiently with us through the course of this month. Mr. Bajaj, let me start by asking you, on balance, if you look at the budget math, you look at the budget numbers, this government has delivered on its budget math. So how does it fare on that front? And on the intent and direction of reforms, what would you have to say?
So I would say on the budget numbers, the government has been very careful of giving the right numbers, which was a blame that the media would put on the government a few years back, which is not the case now. And if you see the growth in the total expenditure, the revenues, and even if you look at the fiscal deficit and the ambition that they've shown on debt to GDP is very, very limited. And I think on all these things, the government needs a pat on its back that it has not played around and tried to show in the budget something very nice picture, and at the end of the year, it doesn't come out to be true. I think what it has said, it can only improve from what it has said and not go lesser than that.
And on reforms and the direction, the path forward?
So reforms, I think, is now a continuous process, as the government and the PM has been saying that. So we've had the labor reforms, we've had the nuclear bill going through. I think it is a process which has been mentioned in this budget. For example, these two aspects I'd like to call out. One is the, which your Bombay guest said, on data centers and GCCs.
Yes.
These were two major demands. They are leading to a lot of employment, a lot of investment into the country. And these things were the real pain points for them. And I think it's a great step on the tax authorities to do that.
Absolutely, a good step there to allay those concerns. Mr. Johri, on balance, your big highlight of what this budget could mean for the economy.
I think on the indirect tax front, I would again call out manufacturing resilience. They've picked up on sectors that were affected by tariff tantrums, particularly labor-intensive ones. You have leather, you have textiles for which relief has been given. Also, futuristic and new age kind of industries where relief has been given. Some element of relief for climate change, nuclear energy, for example, has been given. Those projects have been given. So overall, I mean, the trust is fine. They've not upset the apple cart.
They haven't upset the apple cart. The final word to you, Mr. Chakrabarti. How do you walk away from budget headquarters today?
Well, as one sees, it's very realistic budget. It carries on the assumption on the tax front worries me a little bit because it's 7.8% B&B if the numbers that I see are correct. I guess perhaps that assumes some lower aggregate demand.
Okay.
And as you say, industry instead of heavy lifting is just doing lifting. I wish it does the lifting at least. And the demand on LTCG and STT goes away. Because that leads to, and buyback is also a very good step because that money should actually go by way of dividend if they don't have money to spend or actually put it in projects. Otherwise, a lot of shareholder money then is taken up by promoters and leads to inequality in the entire setup, which is a major concern, has been addressed. So it's a structural impact that makes on the overall inequality in the system. So in a sense, a very positive and right step. And if you ask me, as I had mentioned before, this high-level committee on banking, on the manufacturing side, on the infrastructure side, CapEx has been retained up to the level that could possibly be retained. And on debt side, yes, it's been kept within the limit. I always expected a glide path to be sharper, but however, there are real exigencies and expediencies.
But thank you so much, Mr. Chakrabarti, Mr. Johri, and Tarun Bajaj for joining us here on CNBC TV 18 through the course of the budget month and for being our budget editors. Appreciate your time. Let's go back to the markets now, Prashant.
Shireen, 170 lower, which means that, yes, there is slowly a bid emerging at lower levels. It has been there. And we've cut our losses in half. We're down 400 plus actually at the day's low, and we're down a lot lesser. Capital market stocks, etc. After the initial shock, after the initial impact, they're also all coming back. But remember, this is only domestic investors today, right? I mean, there is no FII in the market, no FPI in the market. So will that make a difference? In what way? I think there is one viewpoint, Samir Arora earlier telling us that. And of course, there is the other viewpoint that this is going to be a 48-hour thing, like many budgets have been in the past, and then we kind of sort of start to move away. Just to Mr. Kanabar, if I can ask you to just summarize, to your mind, right? I mean, directionally, what does this budget tell you, and what will stay with us beyond the 48 hours?
From a pure tax perspective, if I may tell you, Prashant, the new bill has just coming into law from 1st April, and we already have 90 amendments to that. Fortunately, all of them are very, very positive. Lot of simplification. So the TCS rate going down from 5 and 20% to just 2%, very, very welcome. Lower TDS rate to be automatic. You don't need to go to a tax officer and apply. One very interesting thing, which was on voluntary disclosure for foreign assets. So most of the software companies have people who go overseas, work there, get ESOPs, come back, and maybe they have not declared those ESOPs inadvertently, whatever. You now have to pay just 30% tax and move on with life. So again, very, very simplification, very welcome.
I mean, this would apply to, say, if you're working in India, say, for example, for a foreign bank, and you get ESOPs of the foreign bank.
No, other way around. Yeah, it could apply to any foreign asset.
But that would be typically declared, right? No, from if you're a working professional.
Okay. That people who go overseas for 2-3 years, and have left something behind. We have seen examples where people have come back and have not declared whatever options they've got overseas. So those are the ones.
Sorry, Prashant, just to clarify.
CDMO, I feel that is important because many of the companies are APIs, you said, are in CDMOs. Ashok, you want to clarify which companies could benefit?
Yeah. So, the legislation that seems to have got announced is that toll manufacturing will now get a 5-year tax exemption. So we have lots of companies in chemical, specialty chemical and pharma sectors that actually are now what we call CDMO producers, where they manufacture or develop products really for global companies, whether it is APIs or other products.
Okay.
Currently, they're doing it as a part of their existing entity. I mean, ACOMS is just one example of that. But there could be other companies like PI Industries.
Many of them.
Many of them, particularly in the chemical sector, specialty chemical sector. Now, ideally, what they would do is set up a separate subsidiary to do their export toll manufacturing. And if they do that, subject to seeing what the fine print says, then that income will be tax exempt for 5 years. Today, they're paying full tax on that. They're paying 25%
It becomes competitive in that.
It becomes a competitive investment. In some sense, it may be coming out of the tariff imposition and saying, you know, what do we need to do to make our local companies competitive? But it's a very smart suggestion.
Actually, I wanted to toss that to Nilesh. Nilesh, you know, we are seeing some of the pharma companies and the CDMO companies doing well. Is this a hidden positive which the market's not noticing and it'll be positive for them?
Undoubtedly. You can always trust Ashok Bhai to bring out hidden gems. And I'm sure this is something market will notice for the pharma and CDMO space. Anyway, they have a positive momentum. And this will increase the post-tax profit in the hands of shareholders.
Okay. Navneet, any gem you noticed on these lines? I mean, pharma is doing well. Some of the CDMO companies could, if they, differentiate their exports and their domestic sales. You see any positives for any companies? I mean, buyback also has been made a little more attractive.
I think it's one balanced, beautiful budget. The big and I mean, global environment doesn't give us the flexibility to be really big and bold. I think we have to navigate the environment cautiously. But at the same time, I think it's been quite bold in terms of continuing the path of reforms. There's a lot of minutes spent on tourism in various ways, whether it's health tourism, medical tourism, whether the cultural and the spiritual tourism. I think we underestimate the potential of that, even from a job creation perspective. And also, I think the data center, it can really be very big. Data centers require power, land.
Navneet, I just have a question there. I mean, this data center, I was just thinking, right? If you are, say, for example, a Meta or a Google, right? Would you, and everybody's careful about data privacy, etc. Would they store their data in India for global customers?
Of course, I think we need that sovereignty and we need that, over a period of time to get these people and compel them for data localization, whether it's the sovereign or even the private sector. Over a period of time, we need sovereignty on this and must ensure that they put up their data centers here and both the public and private sector keep that data inside.
There's another thing, Nilesh, the announcement that there is going to be a high-level committee for banking reforms. We should read a lot into that, isn't it? Ownership and control, maybe the 26% voting rights, all that could be taken off. I mean, it's a high-level committee. They're laying a great store on building on what is now a very healthy banking system. Your thoughts?
Undoubtedly, to grow, you require investment. To make investments, you require a banking system which can channelize savings to investment. We are also seeing transition where savers are becoming investors. And if our banking system is not ready for future, Viksit Bharat can never happen. I hope and pray this high-level committee on banking, which is a standing committee and not a one-time committee, discusses all these aspects with regulators, with participants, and with market. And we truly lay a foundation for Viksit Bharat, which is enabled by its own banking system, its own savers.
Listening in, and when the data center thing was, you want to add something?
No, I think if you were to ask me before the budget, what were the two big opportunities, I would say GCCs and data centers. I've repeatedly said that. And in many ways, the budget has addressed both those quite adequately. The toll manufacturing is actually an add-on because we were all focusing on services. But I think there is recognition that in view of tariff and everything else, India needs to be more competitive.
This 40,000 crore allocation for electronic components, semiconductors, etc., right? That has been announced.
Yes.
Which is components as well. EMS, PCB assembly, box build, etc. I think meaningful increase in allocation?
Yeah, certainly meaningful increase in allocation, particularly because nobody was expecting this to happen.
But how does it come to the listed companies? We have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait and see.
Okay.
What the conditions are. We need to just see the preconditions that they need to satisfy. But I would argue, if I look at the stock market and if some people have read it, then some people like Amber and Keynes seem to have been in the product range where this applies. Dixon had moved up when the initial announcement came and then seems to have corrected downwards. So perhaps their focus on iPhones is not getting the traction.
Mr. Kama, we interrupted you. The last word, quickly, if you want.
Just one other small thing. You know, there has been this whole issue on tax litigation, where if an officer makes an addition, you got to pay 20% tax before you appeal. That's now gone to 10%. Very, very welcome.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for throwing light so quickly on so many things. I just want to add that the math of the budget is perfect. Our poll said 10.1% nominal growth. The budget has come with 10%. Our poll said 4.3% fiscal deficit. It's 4.3. Our poll said net borrowing will be 11.76. It has come at 11.7. So budget is not trying to be aggressive in any of the numbers. Back to you, Shri.
All right, thanks very much. The first reaction now from the CII, CNBC TV18 budget headquarters. Rajiv Memani, what did you like from what the finance minister delivered?
I would say that it's very much in continuation of the earlier budget. So you can see a very clear thrust on manufacturing and, you know, identifying the 7 sectors go after. A lot of thrust on infrastructure, on MSMEs, on tourism, and also a lot of labor-intensive sectors. Yeah. So I think you saw a focus on manufacturing and others, but we also saw a lot of focus on the labor-intensive sectors like tourism, textiles, and areas like that. And what I liked, Shireen, was that in earlier budgets, you always saw a number. This time, I think a lot of it was ecosystem, a lot of it was skilling. So, you know, they're building those big blocks, and then the benefits that they've given to electronics manufacturing, the tax simplification on IT services and data centers, I think those are all very positive.
Positive. Vinayak Chatterjee, you've got a notebook out now. So in terms of numbers, you know, the big takeaway for you on the capex side, high-speed rail, the big announcement coming in there as well, and of course, freight corridors.
So I'm not disappointed on the capex side because, you know, I was looking at a high number, as you well know, and others well know, 14 lakh, and instead of that, we've got 12.2, which is an 11% increase in last year. But I'm not disappointed because as I was walking in, I was briefed that you shouldn't just take 12.2 at face value, add the grant in aid to states, which is that 50-year free money for infrastructure, and add many of the announcements on social infra, like, you know, those 5 university townships and all of that. And you'll possibly come to a figure which might actually exceed my expectation of 3.5%. So let me do the maths and get back to you in the next few days. But what I liked about the budget was 2 very clear dominant themes in infrastructure. The first was a complete focus on rejuvenation of tier 2 and tier 3 cities of India, which are crumbling. And a lot of measures there. I won't take your time outlining them. And the second thing was a very major transformational agenda for Indian Railways, which is now forcing them to actually look and implement 7 high-speed rail corridors across the country. Now, remember, high-speed rail is just a shade lower than the bullet train. So 7 new high-speed rail corridors will be a transformational agenda for the Indian railway traveling public. And very quickly, there are 4 other sub-themes. Social infrastructure, many issues there. Coastal and inland waterways, once again resurrected. Financial restructuring, PFC, REC. And finally, specific tax benefits for nuclear, biogas and CNG.
Also the municipal bond measure.
Big. You know, 100 crore incentive to a city that does 1,000 crore bond issue is a 10% incentive. I mean, it makes the whole bond issue very viable for the financiers. And it says that the scheme for smaller cities continues to exist under the Amrit scheme. So big fillip to municipal financing.
Okay, CB, the big takeaway for you?
So you heard some of that, but to me, I think India has stayed on the course of fiscal and economic prudence. I think the fiscal deficit, the debt to GDP ratio, these are very, very important global signals in today's world. I think I look at it, the macro picture, a good health of the economy and good prudence. That's one. Second, I think, when we talked about boost to the manufacturing and the SME, that was pretty much there, and that was pretty much required. But to look at who will finance it, the banks, and to look at and when we need bank consolidation, etc., etc.
So you believe that is why this committee has been set up, is to essentially look at the whole area of bank consolidation, public sector bank consolidation.
I would imagine so. That was a second big point that I saw. Vinayak spoke about infrastructure, but I see through that infrastructure the cost of doing business, the logistics cost, and therefore our competitiveness to the world getting very well connected. The fourth part is I see sectors called out for which are job creating, and the way the focus on skills and connecting that to tourism, etc. I found that to be good, innovative, and last, I would think it is not forgotten about while it talks about health. Again, you see the connectivity to the future of health.
The medical hubs,
tech, the AI,
and medical
all
tourism.
Of that. I find that to be very, very, quite standing out features.
Okay, Mr. Mukundan, what stood out for you for Budget 26?
So firstly, I think it keeps in what I've been highlighting, that this budget must be build-forward budget, not a big bang budget. And it's been a big build-forward budget, and especially focusing on external challenges on the external front. I think what they've done is to integrate even more tightly with the international market. And for that, what they've done, firstly, give a boost to exports, at the same time, get investments from overseas. When it comes to boost to exports, it is not just signing the FTAs, but also backing that up with custom elements. In addition to also the procedures. They focused a lot on procedures to make sure it is done. At the same time, I think this budget highlights two other areas which are focused, which is greening. If you look at the slew of measures which have been announced, each one of them is towards biogas. When you talk about nuclear power, when you talk about the sodium anti-money for the solar panel, it is so focused on green products that it's very, very sharply towards greening. And lastly, I think Chandrajit already highlighted about skilling. There's a whole...
in different sectors.
Not just different sectors. She's actually linking education, employment and entrepreneurship for the first time and bringing a holistic approach to how do we make this work.
Right. No, absolutely. Rajiv Bhimani, let me, before I know you're tied up, all of you need to be elsewhere, but very quickly on tax, buyback as well as the safe harbor changes that they've made for cloud services, how significant will that be to draw in fresh investment?
No, it's very good. So I think, let me go on the buyback side, it's not so much for
fresh investment, but it's to remove the pain,
Remove the pain, that was a big demand. It was being taxed as dividend. Capital gains tax to promoters. I think they kept somewhere between dividends and capital gains tax. Then you come to IT services. The big thing, and they've widened the definition of IT services. It obviously includes capability center, software development, everything. They never knew what the transfer pricing would be.
Right.
And the earlier safe harbor was restricted to turnover of 300 crores. They've raised that to 2,000 crores. 15.5% is a very fair number. I think they've put that. So I think anyone who sets up a global capability center or anything else, he knows that this is the transfer pricing regime that they're looking at. On data centers, actually, it's not so much safe. I think the entire I don't believe that it will be a 22-year exemption. I find it hard to believe. There must be 15 years within
sure.
Yes,
we'll have to look at the fine print.
That's big.
Yeah, that is big. Well, gentlemen, unfortunately, we are out of time for now, but we'll keep coming back to you for more on the fine print. But let's go across to the big man, Amitabh Kant, with us as well. Mr. Kant, your first read of Budget 2026.
Well, I think it's fiscally a very prudent budget, because these are very complex times. We are in the midst of a huge global disruption. There's a lot of geopolitical fragmentation. And for the finance minister to have kept the fiscal deficit at 4.3%, to have kept brought down the debt to GDP ratio and yet push the capex spend to 12.2 lakh crore, I think to my mind, it's a very, very sensible, rational, and a very progressive budget to my mind. But the important thing is really that she's given a push to both manufacturing, which was critical, and given a huge push to infrastructure in her budget. And, this focus on providing cities with 5,000 crore per city for economic region and the 7 high-speed rail corridor which will link up the growth the growth connectors, as they call it, should eventually give a huge focus to urbanization in many ways. And if you look at what she had announced last year, which should get implemented this year, is the 1 lakh crore schemes for for urban rejuvenation through the challenge route. All that put together should add a big thrust to urbanization as well. So manufacturing, infrastructure, urbanization are really the big focus. But one thing, I think the standout of this entire budget is if you look at investments across the world, 70 to 75% of the investment is getting into artificial intelligence and data centers. So I think the really smart move in this entire budget is the 100% tax exemption to data centers till 2047. It's quite an incredible move to my mind. And this should really push not merely data centers, but AI, the use of Indian data, computing power, all that to India in a very, very big way.
In fact, Rajiv Memani here just commented that he couldn't believe that it is a tax-free period of 22 years, and perhaps there will be something there in the fine print that we'll have to see. But Mr. Kant, you know, the number flashing on our screens is 80,000 crores in disinvestment, and the government is so, you know, the last few years been very measured on its disinvestment target. The question is, are they factoring in IDBI Bank? Fairfax is one of the front runners. What do you think?
No, they should push for, I'm a great believer that the government should push for disinvestment in a very big way, including IDBI. They should also push for two other banks and an insurance company, which was announced a couple of years back. They should push for asset monetization in a very big way. I'm a great believer in free enterprise. India can't grow at rates of 8 to 9% for 3 decades without the private sector accelerating the pace of growth. And the government needs to get out of some of these areas of growth. So pushing this target of 80,000 crores is good. I think it should be, we should push for many more government companies to be privatized and much more of asset monetization to take place.
Well, yes, that is certainly the hope. But, you know, if I were to ask you whether this budget does enough in the near term, Mr. Kant, to try and draw back both portfolio investors as well as strategic investors, FDI, in the medium to long term, yes, many measures that you spoke of, but does it change sentiment in the near term?
Well, the budget talks about, you know, you need predictability and consistency of policies. That's critical from an investor's viewpoint. So when she talks about, when the FM talks about reform of FEMA, the non-debt instrument rules, she talks about customs reforms and making it trust-based. She talks about rationalization of duties there. And she talks about a high-level committee for financial sector reforms. And she talks about the new Income Tax Act being implemented from the 1st April. So if you put all these together, then you're pushing for an easier, you're making for easy, far greater level of easiness and simplicity in the tax regime. I wish she had also announced that the custom slab rates will be brought down to 3 rather than 8 right now. And I wish there was more focus on the cost of competitiveness, because the cost of competitiveness is critical for India in the long run. All these are critical, but she's pushed quite a bit in terms of
we'll chat about some of those. We'll chat about some of those issues left on the agenda. But Ramdev Agarwal waiting by. Prashant, over to you.
Well, okay, I'll take it over from here. Shireen, Ramdev Agarwal, thank you very much for joining us. First thoughts, Ramdev, the market sulking over STT, but after it gets over, are there positives?
Yeah, I think total highlight is the data center tax benefit for next 22 years. That's the key highlight, because data center is the biggest infra build all over the world. Biggest, like running into trillions of dollars. And we were not participating at that force. And now with this, it looks that doors are open for the AI, the impact of AI coming into India. And we want to make India as an AI factory of the world. And hence, this is the first initiative. And I think it's a very laudable one. I remember the software boom happened in India in 90s because of the STP benefit which they gave, where 10 years it was tax-free. So I think it's a very powerful tool to attract the investments. India has the lowest cost of power, lowest cost of infrastructure, and very large AI population. So I think it's a very significant one, and it has a lot of correlations in terms of which are going to be the beneficiary. Because you need a lot of air conditioning, you need a lot of cables, you need a lot of construction, real estate construction. So let's see, I mean, how it happens and what kind of, at what size the data centers start coming up all over the country, wherever there is excess power. So it can it can fire up massive capex because it's very capital intensive. So it can fire up very large capital spending projects if it is handled well.
Mr. Agar, Ramdevji, good afternoon. The only thing is, I was talking to somebody who works in the field who was saying that this is, and the tax experts told us, it's a data center providing cloud services for foreign companies. For local income is taxed. It is foreign companies. So this this consultant who was talking to was saying, how will they, data sovereignty is such a big thing that, like, for example, India wants its own data within its borders. So how is this going to, maybe the policy detail will have something, but Meta is not going to set up a data center to service its American customers, right? Because they want American data in America. So how will this really work or benefit? That's the only question, which was raised to me by somebody.
Yeah, so I think I also don't have any more detail than what I've heard here. But America is not the only country in the world to use AI. I mean, any company, any country, any million. Any country. So we could be supplying to non-American or non-European destinations. For Nepal, Bangladesh, Pakistan, your entire Middle East, I think this is a place where you should have the data center and the services manufactured here. So there are enough geographies where who cannot set up their own data centers would be finding it here to be set up the possibility. But those are different issues, Prashant. Right now, the issue is that this is a very big initiative, and whatever changes are to be made in terms of taxation change, I think that will come through. I mean, I don't see any reason why you tax a data center serving to the foreigners and not to the domestic users.
Yeah, I take your point on that. That is one advantage.
Just one thing, Gokuldas, if we can pull up Gokuldas, I'm not sure there's something, as the day goes by, as always happens, more and more details come through. Gokuldas is up 10%. I mean, it surged to the day's high, above 600 rupees. Just wanted to highlight that. Go on, Lata.
No, I agree with you because she has been speaking about textiles and the advantages they get. So we have to go with a fine-tooth comb to see how Gokuldas may be advantaged. Ramdevji, that's exactly what I wanted to ask you. The companies which do CDMO, kind of completely knocked down and then re-exporting, especially from SEZs, they are getting not a 5-year but a 10-year tax holiday. There are some nuggets like this, and there are companies like Keynes which are doing very well. Likewise, the API companies are doing very well, probably because of this. Can you notice sector-wise any advantages from the budget speech?
No, actually, I got spooked with the capital market proposals, about the STT and the impact of that in the market. So that was one part of it, and the buyback relief for the retail investors.
Yes,
that was one part of it. Third was this. I mean, what I saw about this data center exemption. This is very big, and I think it dwarfs every other proposal of the budget. This itself is a 1,000-pound gorilla.
Okay. What about NRIs allowed to come into PMSs in India? Would that look very big?
Which one?
NRIs used to buy shares directly. Now they can put money in PMSs in India. What they call PROIs. The NRI word is permanent resident outside India. There seems to be a lot of concessions for them to come through PMS companies. Has that been noticed by your team?
Yeah, we saw that, but they're all at the margin. If markets do well, if the earnings come through, I think these things are going to help, but they're marginal in the sense that I don't think that's going to have that much of an impact in the short run.
Okay.
By the way, Ramdevji, from your broking business, broking business head and team, etc., any feedback on this STT?
Yeah, so good. One thing is that today is Sunday, all the institutions are closed, local as well as global. And FIs are definitely out of the market today. So real impact of this will be seen tomorrow in terms of how are they thinking about this particular thing, because a lot of marginal trades will become unviable. So the high frequency traders, for them it will be unviable. A lot of it will be unviable. Second, there are a lot of products, arbitrage products, where a lot of money is there. Those will become unviable, and hence there will be a lot of redemption in those products whenever this new regime comes in. So the market will get less leveraged and less liquid. So the impact on the market will be a little more bearish because of this particular provision. Because the sheer viability of a lot of trades will not be there. So we'll see the full impact of it tomorrow. Good thing is, I think these things are applicable only from 1st April. So we have some time for the market to adjust.
Ramdevji, FIIs, when they come back tomorrow, will they press the buy button or the sell button?
That is for you to decide.
No.
I don't think this is a buy. Yeah. This measure is not a buy measure. So obviously, one has to figure out how much they sell, how furious they are. Basically, it all depends on. In any case, they were on an exit mode. So will it trigger further exits? Because right now the global market has so many stress points. This is not opportune time to actually give one more headache to them. You know,
Okay.
It's a time to keep them at least peaceful at home, and not trouble them, because they are already suffering from.
And you were saying that this at the margin, and Ramdevji, and you're saying at the margin this will trouble them. You're saying how furious they are. We'll have to see. Yeah.
That we'll have to see tomorrow only. I mean, right now, my information is not that much more. I can just speak to some of my traders here, because those guys are actually on holiday. Today is Sunday.
No, I get it. Ramdevji,
so
there's
we'll
one
come
more.
to know only tomorrow. I hope the impact is minimal, because we have still got 2 months' time for it to get implemented. So tomorrow itself, they don't have to do anything. But incrementally, I don't think it's a very positive measure for their activities in India.
Okay, just a final question to you, Ramdevji. Excise duty, union excise duty, according to the budget papers, budget at a glance, is rising by 6%. Now, union excise duty is applied only on oil marketing, right? Oil products. So, do you think this is going to look like OMC negative? Usually, the excise duty in a typical year rises by maybe 3%. This is 6%, the total kitty.
Okay, so they might be expecting 5-6% volume growth during the year. At current prices, they might be expecting 5-6% volume growth. Or maybe some mix change or something like that. So 5-6% doesn't look that alarming.
Okay. Well, we've got some more guests joining us. Rajiv Anand, the Managing Director and CEO at IndusInd Bank. Nirmal Jain, founder of IIFL Group. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. Rajiv, two things for banks. One, the borrowing number, 17.2 lakh crore. First, your thoughts on that.
I think it's a little higher than expected, but one would imagine that RBI will manage as they have every year through a mix of OMOs and switches. So I don't think, yes, the gross borrowing program is a bit of a concern, but I think if you look at it at a net number, the numbers don't look alarming. I think more importantly, the fiscal math at 10% nominal looks, very, very credible. Absolutely. And I think there is a little bit of leeway in terms of non-tax receipts as well. Yes, I think in the very short term, a little negative, but and you will probably see yields going up a little bit on Monday.
Yeah.
But I think that should adjust itself over a period of time.
No, I agree with you completely. The fiscal math is excellent. No aggressive assumptions. And then there is this banking committee they have appointed to suggest reforms ahead. Is that looking like a very big positive? I mean, ownership, voting rights, everything could be up for changes?
I think those are the two big ones, isn't it? I mean, I think there's been a lot of debate around ownership of banks, here in India, and this disconnect between ownership and voting rights. I think that will form the crux of how the banking industry in India will get built over the next 25 years. We've begun to see, the first cut of that. We've seen a couple of transactions where where there's been a fundamental shift in the way that the regulator has thought about the SMBC Yes Bank transaction and the Emirates RBL transaction, is in a sense showing you the way that the regulator is thinking about these issues.
Ramdevji, if I can come to you, there's one specific thing, which is dividends from mutual fund cannot be set off against dividend income cannot be set off against interest paid on borrowings. Is that I was just checking with the tax expert. Is that a big thing? Will that have a big impact
within mutual funds?
Dividend from mutual funds. You could have set off up to 20% against interest paid on borrowings. That has gone away. That is what our tax experts, Dinesh Kanabar and Ashok Wadhwa. So I'm just thinking, will this apply to like leverage trades and all? People borrowing to, and this will be largely for investment companies and HNIs, etc. But could it have a big impact?
I think it will be very individualistic in the sense that who is doing leverage trade and those kind of guys, they will not get the break against the dividend, what interest they are paying. So you have to pay tax on that. So I think it will be very marginal. For most of the guys, overall aggregate, I don't think it's big.
Okay. Nirmal Jain is with us as well. Nirmal, if you can come in on this particular aspect, interest cannot be offset against dividends you get on mutual funds. Any thoughts here?
I mean, it's a little negative because 20% what was allowed earlier, so it might increase tax liability a little. But I mean, the overall scheme of things, this is not a significant mover or shaker in the market.
Okay. You know, what I'll do is, I have more questions for both Nirmal and Rajiv. Ramdevji, thank you very much for joining us right now. So, and you have a busy day ahead, so we'll see you later. We'll just take a very quick break here. Come right back with Rajiv Anand and Nirmal Jain.
महिला वित्त मंत्री के रूप में निर्मला जी ने लगातार 9वीं बार देश का बजट प्रस्तुत करके नया रिकॉर्ड बनाया है। ये बजट अपार अवसरों का राजमार्ग है। ये बजट वर्तमान के सपनों को साकार करता है और भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य की नींव को सशक्त करता है। ये बजट 2047 के विकसित भारत की हमारी ऊंची उड़ान का मजबूत आधार है। साथियों, आज भारत जिस रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस पर सवार है, इस बजट से उसे नई ऊर्जा, नई गति मिलेगी। जो पाथ ब्रेकिंग रिफॉर्म्स किए गए हैं, वो एस्पिरेशन से भरे हुए भारत के साहसिक, टैलेंटेड युवाओं को उड़ने के लिए खुला आसमान देते हैं। ये बजट ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस और ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अर्थरचना के विजन को साकार करता है। एक ऐसा यूनिक बजट है जिसमें फिस्कल डेफिसिट कम करने, इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने पर फोकस है और इसके साथ ही बजट में हाई कैपेक्स और हाई ग्रोथ का भी समन्वय है। साथियों, ये बजट भारत की वैश्विक भूमिका को नए सिरे से सशक्त करता है। भारत के 140 करोड़ नागरिक फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी बनकर ही संतुष्ट नहीं है। हम जल्द से जल्द दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनना चाहते हैं। ये करोड़ों देशवासियों का संकल्प है। दुनिया के एक ट्रस्टेड डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टनर और ट्रस्टेड क्वालिटी सप्लायर के रूप में भारत की भूमिका लगातार बढ़ रही है। हाल में जो बड़ी बड़ी ट्रेड डील्स भारत ने की है, मदर ऑफ ऑल डील्स, उसका मैक्सिमम बेनिफिट भारत के युवाओं को मिले, भारत के लघु और मध्यम उद्योग वालों को मिले। इस दिशा में बजट में बड़े बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं। साथियों, इस बजट में मेक इन इंडिया और आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को नई रफ्तार के लिए महत्वाकांक्षी रोड मैप प्रस्तुत किया गया है। इस बजट में नई उभरती इंडस्ट्रीज यानी सनराइज सेक्टर्स को जिस मजबूती के साथ समर्थन दिया गया है, वह अभूतपूर्व है। बायोफार्मा शक्ति मिशन, सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन 2.0, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कंपोनेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्कीम, रेयर अर्थ कॉरिडोर का निर्माण, क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स पर बल, टेक्सटाइल सेक्टर में नई स्कीम, हाईटेक टूल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बढ़ावा, चैंपियन एमएसएमईज तैयार करना, ये फ्यूचरिस्टिक है, देश की वर्तमान और भविष्य की आवश्यकताओं का ध्यान रखती है। एमएसएमईज को, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योगों को जो समर्थन इस बजट में मिला है, वह उन्हें लोकल से ग्लोबल बनने की नई ताकत देगा। साथियों, बजट में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मजबूत करने के लिए कई बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं। डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर, देश भर में वाटरवेज का विस्तार, हाई स्पीड रेल कॉरिडोर, टियर 2 और टियर 3 शहरों के विकास पर विशेष ध्यान और शहरों को मजबूत आर्थिक आधार देने के लिए म्युनिसिपल बॉन्ड्स को बढ़ावा, ये सारे कदम विकसित भारत की यात्रा की गति को और तेज करेंगे। साथियों, किसी भी देश की सबसे बड़ी पूंजी उसके नागरिक होते हैं। बीते वर्षों में हमारी सरकार ने देश के नागरिकों के सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाने पर अभूतपूर्व निवेश किया है। हमारा प्रयास स्किल, स्केल और सस्टेनेबिलिटी को निरंतर बल देने का रहा है। जैसा कि आज पार्लियामेंट में निर्मला जी ने कहा है, यह युवा शक्ति बजट है। उसमें युवा की सोच भी है, युवा के सपने भी हैं, युवा का संकल्प भी है और साथ साथ युवा की गति भी है। बजट में जो प्रावधान किए गए हैं उससे अलग अलग सेक्टर्स में लीडर्स, इनोवेटर्स और क्रिएटर्स तैयार होंगे। मेडिकल हब्स के निर्माण से, एलाइड हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल्स के माध्यम से, ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी यानी ऑडियो विजुअल गेमिंग को बढ़ावा देकर, पर्यटन को प्रोत्साहन देकर और खेलो इंडिया मिशन के माध्यम से युवाओं के लिए नए अवसरों के द्वार खुलेंगे। भारत को दुनिया का डेटा सेंटर हब बनाने के लिए टैक्स में बड़ी छूट की घोषणा भी की गई है। मैं भारत के युवाओं को विशेष तौर पर इस बजट की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, क्योंकि इससे एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन को बड़ा बूस्ट मिलेगा। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि इस बजट में टूरिज्म और विशेषकर नॉर्थ ईस्ट में टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा देने के लिए भी ठोस कदम उठाए गए हैं। भारत के अलग अलग राज्यों को ताकतवर बनाकर संतुलित विकास की नींव भी इस बजट में मजबूत की गई है। साथियों, हमारे देश में 10 करोड़ से ज्यादा महिलाएं सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप से जुड़ी हैं और बड़ा सफल अभियान रहा है। महिलाओं द्वारा निर्मित, महिलाओं द्वारा संचालित सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स का आधुनिक इकोसिस्टम बने, बजट में इसे प्राथमिकता दी गई है। कोशिश यही है कि हर घर लक्ष्मी जी पधारे। हर जिले में छात्राओं के लिए नए हॉस्टल बनाने का अभियान भी शिक्षा को सुलभ बनाएगा। साथियों, भारत की कृषि, डेयरी सेक्टर, फिशरीज, इन्हें हमारी सरकार ने हमेशा सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता दी है। इस बजट में भी नारियल, काजू, कोको और चंदन की पैदावार से जुड़े किसानों के लिए अनेक अहम कदम उठाए गए हैं। भारत विस्तार एआई, इस टूल से किसानों को उनकी भाषा में जानकारी मिलने से उन्हें बहुत मदद मिलेगी। फिशरीज और पशुपालन में उद्यमिता, उसको बढ़ावा देने से गांव में ही रोजगार और स्वरोजगार के और ज्यादा अवसर बनेंगे। साथियों, ये बजट एम्बिशियस भी है और ये बजट देश की एस्पिरेशन को भी एड्रेस करता है। मैं एक बार फिर निर्मला जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस फ्यूचरिस्टिक बजट के लिए, संवेदनशील बजट के लिए, गांव गरीब किसान का कल्याण करने वाले बजट के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Well, that is the Prime Minister in this, address right after the budget. Every budget, of course, he comes through highlighting what the Finance Minister has announced, and of course, congratulating Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman for presenting her 9th budget. It's a record in terms of, as finance ministers go. Rajiv Anand is, of course, been waiting by. Rajiv, good afternoon. Prashant here, and thank you for waiting patiently. Anything else comes to mind? Lata, of course, asked you a few things, but what do you think the net effect of all of what has been announced is going to be on sort of pushing through high rates of credit into the system? That'll depend on demand for credit. What do you think this does?
Two things, Prashant. One is, apart from everything that's been said about increased capex and data centers, etc., that we've been hearing all afternoon, I think two things. One is the big focus on MSMEs. The fact that the government will now start to provide capital for MSMEs as well. I mean, typically what happens to MSMEs is capital is raised from internal, friends and family. Now there will be a pool that will be available from the government as well, which is certainly positive. A bigger focus on TREDs, I think, is a huge positive. One of the things that MSMEs suffer from somewhat is delayed payments from government entities, and therefore choking working capital. And this will, certainly help that as well. So I think, for banks like us who are looking to build out a large MSME franchise, I think all this is very positive, because I think the underlying pool of available borrowers will only increase going forward. And the second is, I think one of the big issues that the markets have been facing is the higher and higher levels of borrowing from state governments. I think the fact that now 41% of devolution based on the Finance Commission is now going to the states, I think to that extent will certainly assuage some of these concerns. So I think those are the two that I've not heard much about, so which is why I wanted to highlight those.
Rajiv, hi. Do you want to comment on the overall gross borrowing number of more than 17 lakh crore? It may lead to yields remaining high, treasury income gets hit. Do you see this as an issue for a bank?
I think, like I mentioned to Lata as well, that I think the gross borrowing program is slightly higher than market expectations. But I think year on year, every year for the last 3-4 years, the RBI has done a fantastic job in managing, that demand supply situation and yields. So I do expect them to come in with OMOs and switches to be able to manage the volatility as far as yields are concerned as a result of this. Remember that the net borrowing program continues to be well contained as per market expectations.
Rajiv, thank you very much for staying with us on this important day. And I'm sure as budgets go, more details, etc., will come through. But I think the bigger thrust you've given us, directionally speaking. Thank you very much for joining us. Pankaj Tibriwal is with us, founder and CIO at Ikagai Asset Managers. Pankaj, I think there are lots of positives, no doubt. As Rajiv is pointing out, others have pointed out as well. But this STT bid is just, I think more than anything else, it's the timing of the thing, right? Which has taken a bite out of the sentiment at this point. Just your first thoughts, first impressions, and then we'll get down to specifics.
So, Prashant, I think market has overreacted on this because of maybe the prevailing sentiment right now. If you look at the ballpark number, it will get about 20-25,000 crores. So one way you can argue that for that 20-25,000 crore, it was not necessary at this point of time because the sentiments were quite fragile, both domestically and globally. And India has been one of the worst performing markets. But you slightly take a medium-term view and look at the past. I think in the near term, there's some volume reaction which may happen at the exchanges and by speculators. But over a 3, 4, 6 months period, history suggests that things starts to get normalized. So I'm not very concerned.
Who's there?
I think market has been, expecting a little bit of tweaking out on long-term capital gains and short-term capital gains. That has not happened. But overall, if you ask me, it's quite a pragmatic budget. You remember, Prashant, always in the past, the first half an hour, 45 minutes, we used to talk about rural, farm, and that used to take a lot of time. If you notice this time, it was all about manufacturing, manufacturing, manufacturing. And the rural part was just a very small mention in the entire speech. So I think the focus clearly reflects that is moving from farm to what means for the actual economy. And a lot of mention about AI, data centers, new age technology, and manufacturing. So I think it's quite a pragmatic budget, if you ask me. It could have been worse on taxation, but nothing, no bad news is good news in my view. So I would take it saying that markets will digest it over the next couple of days and think that it is not as bad as it is made out to be on the screen today.
Okay, Pankaj, stay with us. In the morning, we promised that we will get you both the two big exchanges, right? NSE, we beamed out of in the morning. We rang the bell from the NSE, and now Mangalam is at the BSC covering the full ground. Vikas Khemani is with him. And there are a few other guests as well, including N. Jaykumar. Mangalam, take it away.
That's correct. So we do have with us the three wise men of the market. We have Rahul, we have Vikas, we have Jakes as well. We come to you from the Bombay Stock Exchange after beaming live from the National Stock Exchange this morning. Gentlemen, the overarching reaction so far has been that it is a balanced budget. The only fly in the ointment was the increase that was there in the STT in futures and options. Now that, there has been some analysis done on some of the fine print of the budget as well, the net borrowings, the gross borrowings, etc. What are the actionable ideas and what are your initial thoughts? Vikas?
I think so. This budget has to be seen in the light of the last year's budget when there was a huge income tax rate cut and GST cut happened during the year. So the maneuverability of the finance minister is kind of limited in that sense from a tax collection perspective. And within that, I think she has done a good job. What I like about this budget is, of course, there's a huge focus on the manufacturing side in the EMS, textiles, semiconductors. So I think entire manufacturing space has been addressed with a reasonably good boost, and it comes also in the context of current FTAs with different countries. So I think it's a very, very good initiative they have taken from a manufacturing side. Secondly, if you see our capital expenditure has gone up. Defense expenditure has been, budgeted more than about 18-19%. Railways is up about 10%. Roads. So I think public capex is also a good increase, which is I think positive. Also, first time I think Minister has talked about a big focus on the services industry, where she has put a vision that how do I attract medical tourism, how do I attract tourists, and overall target 10% of the world services market. That's the kind of vision. So they've kind of given a roadmap in terms of how she wants to achieve that. And few things which have been missed or probably not well appreciated that they've given tax incentives for data center till zero corporate tax for 2040, still 2047 on data centers. Gift city tax holiday has increased from 10 to 20. So a lot of measurements have been done to do improve the ease of the business. Yes, of course, disappointing factor is, in my opinion, STT increase, which was not required. There's a widespread demand of the industry that long-term capital gain tax and STT both should not coexist because they were alternative to each other. But today, in reality, we have both of them, and without getting any credit of STT, which is a very, very big dampener. Something was definitely expected on the lines of liquidity improvement in the system, which probably can come outside budget also. But today we are sitting on a poor sentiment from a FI perspective. Some amount of measurement or initiative or discussion could have been kind of welcome on that. But net I would say it's a good budget, and it's continuation more of same of their past policies, and with a little bit of things which I talked about have been taken care.
Jakes, given the current sentiment, do you think more of the same is good for now, or there could have been a lot more? Do you think it's a missed opportunity?
So I think you could look at it both ways. One is to say that here's a batsman who's got a century there. Can he go for a double 100 by the singles and an occasional boundary, or do you need to be, because you've achieved 100, you've achieved everything? I think the message being given is that there's a long way to go. So all your targets are 2047, 2031, 2035 kind of dates for things to be achieved. I agree with Vikas in that a lot of, should I say, pylons have been put into the ground, to be able to build something on top of it over a period of time. I'm really bullish about this entire digital highway, digital infrastructure that's being sought to be created, which now includes data centers, which includes telecom infrastructure, and the kind of incentives that have been now laid out for people to make investments over a 2-decade period. I think that's the big thing. Two, FIs have been an integral part of the market. So to the extent that their, if you will, grievances have not been addressed, is an ongoing saga. But to my mind, there has to be 1 or 2 areas that you need to, to get up from the table and say has not been addressed, because it might be something for the future. Domestic liquidity improvements, RBI continues to do. The fiscal push is coming from the government in that sense. So I'm reasonably okay with it. A couple of flies in the ointment, if you will, which is things like the STT. Because if the idea was that it should be a deterrent rather than, a revenue-generating tool, which I'm beginning to understand will be the kind of logic that they will give you, then really there needs to be net worth and other criteria to keep people away. You can't make it accessible to one and all and yet say that, you're going to have a continuing increase in STD charge. That doesn't make sense.
It's like the sale of loose cigarettes and then taxing them, as Vikas earlier pointed out.
So I think the narrative there needs to be more clear. It is a deterrent. We don't want people to come in except through mutual funds, and therefore either contract size, etc., can go up. Other than that, I feel the biopharma initiative, for instance, and if you look at overall, some sectors are hugely benefited from a weakening rupee, etc., which is outside the budget, and they continue to get trust, like the biopharma, as I said, is one, or infrastructure, the data centers, etc., and the attraction of services. So all in all, some repetition to what he said, but this is really the take.
Rahul, tomorrow when the market opens full steam, what would be the 2 or 3 things that you would do given the current budget? What sectors would you deploy in, and what sectors would you take the money out of?
So, from a client perspective, correct, like what Vikas also said, like Jex also said, that manufacturing and infra has got a good push. So, those are the sectors which someone should look out for. Pharma and hospitals, because there has been medical tourism which has been announced. And also real estate sectors which support data centers from power, etc. I think these are interesting sectors to which I would look out for. And something which you should get away from, I would say defense versus expectation, which has not been up to the mark, is one thing which you can look out for.
All right, take that point. Thanks a lot, gentlemen, for joining in. Those are the 3 wise men at the BSC. I'll toss it back to you guys in the studio, Nigel, for the markets, with a promise that we'll shortly get the leadership at BSC to join and comment on the increase in STT as well. But for now, it's back to you guys in the studio. Nigel.
Well, thanks a lot for that, Mangalam. We'll wait for that chat with the BSC chairman. But for the timing, let's do a quick market check. Well, I think, the motto of today, or the takeaway today, is keep your expectations low. Because the defense stocks, the expectations are very, very high. To be fair, the sheet actually got what it wanted. But just take a look at the defense index. That's down close to around 4.2%. And whether you're looking at BEL, Bharat Dynamics, HAL, all of them should come up for you on the screen. Well, they are under some pressure in today's trading session. However, the jeweler stocks actually are spiking up because there was a buzz that there could be some duty that will be imposed on gold. So you have Titan that's seeing a bit of a relief rally. Kalyan Jewellers as well, that should come up for you. Expectations were that, maybe we'll see a bit of a hike. That's not come about. So that's why those stocks are seeing a relief rally. The stocks that are getting absolutely hammered is on the back of sentiment getting hit. SGT's hike, that's come out of nowhere. You were hoping for some kind of leeway with regard to capital gains tax. That's not happened. In longer term, you'll say, well, it prevents any kind of futures and options trading, but and it'll help in terms of larger amount of money going to mutual funds, but that for another day. For the time being, whether you look at Angel One, BSC, CDSL, all those marketplaces, they're under pressure. The gross market borrowing number, that came in at more than 17 lakh crore. And that seems to have spooked some of those PSU banking names because you have PNB, SBI, both of them are under some pressure. Remember, the yields could move up. And that's why, in fact, you are seeing some kind of selling pressure on those names as well. Moving to the data center plays, they're really the toast of the day. Whether you look at NetWeb, Orion Pro, that stock is up. You have E2E networks as well. All of them, they are in a world of their own, getting anything between 5 to around 7% in today's trading session. Big move is what we're seeing out there. And the EMS companies, they have seen a sharp correction from the top. But the allocation to the component PLI out there, that's been doubled, nearly 2 times to around 40,000 crores odd, if I remember that number correctly. So you have a few of these stocks. Dixon is under pressure, but Amber you pull up. That stock's doing quite well in today's trading session, and a few of the other names as well. The sector that's, the IT stocks as well. There's a bit of tweaking that's taken place, and you have the rules for buyback as well. that's more or less eased out. So because of that, you have a few of those names that are doing quite well. Wipro is doing pretty well in today's trading session, but let's wind it up with a sector that's losing big today, which has actually rallied big time in this month so far. The metal index and those metal plays, whether you're looking at Hindustan Zinc, Muthoot Finance or MCX, remember that has CTT, not STT, but all those stocks under some pressure. So plenty of movers, guys, from the broader markets. Some of them gaining, most of them losing. That's sort of a day.
And it's a Sunday. So it's red all across. Nigel, thanks very much for that. Very comprehensive. We'll take a quick commercial break here. We'll come back. By the way, the finance minister is also going to be starting to address the press in a bit from now. And some flashes coming in. I think this is clarification. Because the budgeted number for excise collections was much higher in FY27, there was some fear that this is going to be, this is going to happen through an excise hike on petrol and diesel. And for now, what we understand is there is no change in excise duties on petrol and diesel at this point. As I said, take a break. We have Tarun Garg, MD and CEO of Hyundai Motor India, join us on the other side. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. Markets still down, but we've recovered considerably from the lows of the day. And the stocks that have recovered actually are some of those OMCs, where they're looking at, HPCL, BPCL, as well as IOC. post that flash that we're putting up for you on the screen, there's no change in the excise duty. We'll have to check out and see how exactly are they coming up with the math to garner such high excise duty, because we know part of it will come from cigarettes, but otherwise, the street was fearing that the rest of it would come from an excise duty hike. For the time being, they say no. We'll try to understand that in greater detail, but all those stocks have recovered from the day's low. Well, let's welcome on the show, we have Tarun Garg, MD and CEO at Hyundai Motor India, who joins us on the show. Hi, Mr. Garg. Thanks a lot for joining in. Well, the finance minister has said what she has to. The longer-term trajectory is what is laid out with regard to the fiscal deficit numbers as well as the debt to GDP numbers. That's good in the longer term, but how would you rate this budget? And, if you had to put a rating on 10, what would it be?
Oh, budget is definitely a 9 for me, and it's clearly a reform-intensive, investment-led budget. It provides stability, it provides structural reforms, of course, fiscal discipline as well. And we have to understand that we have to look at this budget along with the GST 2.0 reforms which had come in. Today, you saw the automobile numbers coming in. All of us are showing record growth. And I think this budget will really position India as a global manufacturing hub and ensure a 7% GDP growth in the long term.
Well, Mr. Garg, some were hoping that there'll be a bigger push. We know the uncertainty in the globe, and there was a hope that maybe, in fact, some kind of slip on the deficit number would be okay, but a greater push to growth. Do you think something more could have been done on that front? Because that push, I think, is lacking a little bit.
Absolutely not. If you see manufacturing, we have all said that manufacturing has to have 25% of the GDP, and I think a clear direction has been set. You can see the electronic manufacturing, semiconductor manufacturing, 40,000 crore outlay has been increased. So this is very good. Tourism, I think we all know that India probably there is a long way to go before we can actually utilize and leverage India's such great tourist spots. I think that has really given a lot of hope to tourism, but to mobility as well, focus on logistics sector. So I think, yes, it provides continuity, it provides stability. Of course, everybody is always expecting more, but I'm sure one thing which is very important is also the fiscal discipline. 4.3% fiscal deficit really gave me a lot of hope that, yes, not only will we grow, but we will also grow, responsibly.
Sir, specific to your company, to Hyundai India, can you tell us, is there anything in the budget which is very positive for you? Big picture you spoke about. If India grows, Hyundai does well, etc. But just specific, any nuances that you can share in the budget which is beneficial or something you were hoping for didn't come through?
Look, one thing which is very important is supply chain stability. We all know that what happens when rare earth material shortage to the auto industry. I think that has been really given a lot of focus here. Electronics, we all know that next 5 years probably electronics is going to be a key component, and manufacturing focus on electronics is very important. And then ease of doing business, ease of living. Please understand, as car makers, we want citizens to be happy, and you can see that a lot of efforts has been done for that ease of living, ease of taxation. I think all in all, generally people are going to be very happy. Plus, like I said, it's only 4 months since the major reform of GST 2.0 happened. So for us, we are, frankly speaking, very happy. And we believe that this year we could see the car industry coming back to the mid 7-8% growth levels, which we had been clocking. But before the GST 2.0, we had kind of slipped off the radar.
Tarun, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much for joining us. Good speaking with you, and really appreciate your time here on CNBC TV 18. Well, I think 274 points lower is what we have, and there is some pressure. If you can line up, I think we have the BSE MD and CEO, Mr. Ramamurthy, who's going to be speaking with Mangalam. And we'd like to play that out for you. BSE is, of course, down sharply on the back of the STT hike of about 7.25% or so. Market breadth is 1,200 up and about 1,800, 1,900 lower. So it is a wide difference in terms of number of stocks up and down. I mean, in the midst of all of this, what has happened, of course, is what we started with, which is the big correction on underlying commodities. So there is that factor also at play. which was there before 11 o'clock, before the speech began. And then, of course, I mean, the entire commodity pack was selling off before the budget, and after the budget, I think, you've got capital market plays, et cetera, which are selling off as well. And of course, at the margin, the STT hike, I think, has soured the mood a little bit. We'll take a quick commercial break here. We'll come back, as I said, the BSE MD CEO perhaps with us, hopefully, and the finance minister is going to be addressing a post-budget press conference, so we'll go across to that as well. Okay, welcome back. 270 points lower on the Nifty. Wix is jumping, right? Wix is up about 7% or so. Small cap index, mid cap index, Bank Nifty down. So there is, I mean, lots of clarification. Sovereign gold bonds, for example, right? I mean, okay. I'm being told that Mangalam has the BSE MD and CEO, Mr. Ramamurthy, with him. Mangalam, over to you.
Well, thanks a lot for that. Yes, we do have the first reaction coming in from the MD CEO of the Bombay Stock Exchange, Mr. Ramamurthy. Thank you so much for joining in. You know, the street is a little worried about the imposition or increase of STT on futures and options. Now, you get a significant chunk of your revenue from that product. So what kind of impact do you think will happen on your business and on the capital market stage at large?
Thank you for having me. And before I start replying to your question, let me congratulate the Honorable Minister for Finance and Corporate Affairs for another successful budget proposal to the House of Parliament today. The budget clearly is one another step towards Viksit Bharat by concentrating on capital formation and fiscal discipline,
right,
and main sectors of the economy like manufacturing, services, semiconductors, SMEs,
right,
all have been covered. On the specific question on STT that you have asked, the increase on STT on derivatives, I look at it as a move from the government to oriental and align people towards trading and investing long term in equities.
Got it.
Today, the equity STT will be lower than F&O STT, which encourages them to get into the equities market. That is totally in alignment with the capital formation requirement of Viksit Bharat. The STT increase, this is not the first time it has happened. Every time when it happens, the reaction is exactly like what you said. The market feels worried and concerned whether it will impact volumes, will impact revenues, etc. India is a growing economy and fast growing in a big way. And in that process, what we have always seen is the market growth is so much and the depth of the market grows so much. The initial concerns go away soon, so the market starts developing.
What you're saying is that the medium to long term, this is a step in the right direction towards deploying money into long-term equity investing as against near-term trading. But for businesses like yours, and there are investors that are watching as well, the stock's lower, what could the near-term impact be if you could quantify that?
I don't think it will be possible to quantify. I'll tell you the reason. We are presuming a static thing of a change will have an impact on a dynamic thing. When the market is dynamic and growing, and as you also said, in the mid and long term, it looks like being a good thing to happen. So it will not be possible for us to say that, first of all, there will be a dip, and if there is a dip, it will be so much.
But you do have the benefit of experience, right? You said it's not the first time something like this has happened. The last time this happened, what was the initial impact?
I don't think there has been any dip. The market has taken it and in its stride, and it has grown. So I feel that the same thing will happen. Please understand, India is a growing economy, and in a big way growing economy. And this type of stuff will immediately have some dip to start with as a thought process. And in the coming days, it will go, and people will understand the impact of investing in equities market, and therefore there will be larger scale capital formation.
What do you think the government could have done in this union budget to, attract the FIIs back into the market?
I think there has been already a move in respect of PROIs. And there has been a lot of efforts put on addressing the tariffs, tariffs affected areas, for example, textile, chips, etc. I think that these are all positive things to be looked into.
All right, and we're also speaking at a time when there has been an approval for the NSE's IPO. And typically when a leader lists in the market, we do see a rub-off on all the others as well. So what are your initial reactions on that?
Initial reaction is congratulations NSE, and this has been a great thing. And SEBI, as promised, has delivered within the stipulated time, this NOC. I have shared this even before in CNBC. We are extremely glad and happy, and we are very happy, and we wish all the best to NSE.
All right, and we wish all the best to you, your volumes, and your market share going forward as well. Thank you so much for joining us on this occasion. With that, it's back to you guys in the studio.
Well, thanks very much, Mangalam. For that, 7% lower on BSE, though, for now. There is that impact which is coming through. Mr. Ramurthy was confident that markets will look through this in terms of increases. This increase itself is significant, right? 50% on options and 150% on futures. Yash is here with some numbers in terms of what this translates into. Yash, run us through that math.
Well, Prashant, if you remember, just yesterday, there was this slight bit of conversation from market participants about, STT on derivatives going up. Of course, yesterday it was only chatter, but today it certainly came through as far as that budget document is concerned. STT on equity options to be hiked to 0.15% from the current 0.1%. That's a 50% hike. And STT on equity futures hiked to 0.15% from 0.05%. That's about 150% hike on equity futures. Just one important clarification, because this was a bit of confusion amongst market participants, that this STT hike or the securities transaction tax hike only applies on equity transactions and not on commodity transactions. There has been no change as far as commodity transactions are concerned. But as far as numbers are concerned, and the numbers are today reflecting as far as stock prices of the market, capital market companies are concerned, Angel One, as per FY25 revenue, it contributed 44%. This is the contribution of equity derivatives transaction to the revenue. Angel One, it was 44%, BSE, it was 55%, and the National Stock Exchange or NSE, it was 70%. Just yesterday, there was also a tweet from Nitin Kamath on the same issue, saying that the projected STT collection for FY25-26 was about 78,000 crore rupees for the government. The government till January had collected about 45,000 crore rupees. An estimated another 12,000 crore rupees by March would take the government to about 57,000 crore rupees, still giving a shortfall of about 25% to that projected number of 78,000 crore rupees. It wasn't unlikely to be met in the current financial year, and hence that shortfall somehow trying to be made up for as far as the coming financial year with that increase in STT is concerned.
All right, Yash, thank you very much for that. You know, Ramdev Agarwal earlier telling us that, I mean, where this makes a difference is basically HFTs, high-frequency traders, etc., who are trading in and out, I mean, 1 million times a day. Then that starts to incrementally hurt. You know, the dampening effect on volumes, etc., and things like market depth. I mean, you know, we'll have to see if all that comes through, but these are big increases. With the government, of course, with an eye on the revenue. Data centers, we've heard unambiguously from everyone we've spoken to so far, as the absolute big one. Vinny is here with, and of course, with feedback from companies that she's spoken with in terms of what this would mean and how large this could be. Vinny, take it away.
Hi, so yes, an important announcement that's coming for data centers. Obviously, Nirmala Sitharaman announced that major tax holiday till 2047 for foreign companies, cloud service companies that are providing and using India data centers to serve globally, but they'll also have to provide their Indian entity or any tie-up that they have would have to provide to Indian customers as well. Now, why does this become important? It's because do not forget, in 2025, we've seen many big players actually come into data centers, whether you look at Reliance, AWS, Adani, Google. We have all these making a total investments, including some other companies, of $63 billion. So obviously these tie-ups become important. They push the data center infrastructure in the country as well. And obviously today we saw all those stocks buzzing in trade, whether you look at an Anant Raj. Now that is a company that is into data center for a mainly increasing their capacity. They are into the real estate side. So infrastructure boxes that are made, that is from Anant Raj. Then there's E2E Networks, that's a cloud infra company, Netweb Technologies, Orient Pro, all of these are into AI and data center technologies. Now, obviously, the whole value chain will start benefiting, and we've spoken about this before as well, that value chains, like whether you look at something like these capital good companies or even cable wire companies, all of them come into use. The whole value chain will start seeing benefits coming in. ABB, Siemens, Hitachi Energy, some of the other names, as well as Voltas, are some of the names that would start seeing a benefit, and that's why these stocks become important in the trading session as well.
Okay, all right, Vinny, thank you very much for that. You can see visuals coming through from New Delhi, the finance minister. As always, the post-budget conference, typically the post-budget conference happens after market hours and kicks off, I think, used to be at about 4 o'clock or so. And of course, she's flanked by her secretaries on both sides, Revenue Secretary, Finance Secretary, and I think the other top secretaries of the Government of India very much part on the dais. So there will be, of course, you know, the Finance Minister who will sort of, you know, lay out what the highlights of what was laid out in the budget, kind of sort of give an overview. Perhaps a secretary or two also chips in, and then there'll be a Q&A session. That's how typically the post-budget press conference will proceed. Our colleague Sapna Das is with us, and we have other colleagues there as well. So that is the post-budget press conference coming through right now. Let's cut across.
The secretaries.
You've heard the entire budget being presented in the Parliament. So as opening remarks, I'll just highlight some of the points which we want to draw your attention to. But subsequently, of course, we'll answer all your questions. All the secretaries are here with me. So this budget being the first one, as the Honorable Prime Minister said 2 days ago, this being the first one for the second quarter of this century, also leading towards Vikasit Bharat 2047. We are laying the path and giving a push to the economy to maintain the growth momentum. And for that growth momentum or sustained economic growth, which we want to ensure, primarily we are looking at building the ecosystem with structural reforms which will go on. Reforms have been carried out. We are continuing to do the reform activities. It will continue with an aim to make sure that we create enough environment for improving productivity and making sure employment is generated. Driven by technology. So we will ensure that technology is brought in to benefit the common man, to make sure common man benefits in the sense of ease of doing living, or for his business to prosper, or for farmers for greater productivity or better logistics, whatever. So technology for benefiting every common man. And above all, with all this, inclusive development. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and that is why you heard me bringing in schemes which have good allocations for bringing better health facilities, creating a cadre of people, not cadre in that sense, but a bulk of people who can come in as health workers, paramedics, and so on, and also making sure we are able to provide dignified opportunities for Divyangjan. Mental health has also received a lot of attention. So these are the side for Vikasit Bharat and making sure Sabka Vikas hoega. But the idea is the advantage and the momentum that we gained since after COVID by increasing public capital expenditure will continue. We've announced that 12.2 lakh crores are coming through public expenditure this time. It is 4.4% of the GDP. I'd like you all to please notice that, which is the highest, at least in the last 10 years. It could even be highest if you were to take data earlier. No increment in capital expenditure, sustained fashion, has happened ever before. This one marking 4.4% of the GDP. Then what are the kind of things which will happen through it? You will have dedicated freight corridors. I've named Dankuni in the east, Surat in the west. Then I've also highlighted that 20 new national waterways, not national highways, national waterways are being planned. And again there, those are going to pass through some of the critical mineral areas. Orissa, where the mineral-rich state, you have the waterways taking it to the port, and the two ports have been identified, Paradip and Dhamra. Similarly, we are also making sure that the coastal cargo movements will be enabled through a cargo route, so that through the coastal area we are able to cut down on cost of movement of goods. City economic regions, developing them is a very big new measure that we're coming up with. And for that, an allocation of 5,000 crore per city economic region. Imagine the amount, 5,000 crores in 5 years, 1,000 crore per year per city is being given, and the emphasis is going to be largely on tier 2, tier 3 cities. And then talking of infrastructure further, with the capital expenditure coming with the big number, you're having also the high-speed rail corridors. 7 of them announced, the destinations are clear, so that they become the bridge for all these economical robust centers. So those are for making sure that the infrastructure and the capital expenditure are getting tied up, and the country benefits from the ripple effects that these can bring in. The 7 strategic and frontier sectors in which we've highlighted that will increase productivity and also have new investments come in and give emphasis for India's own brand on those things is on the biopharma sector. I think that's going to be a big change in the way in which we are looking at giving capacity for those who are able to research, who are able to undertake research and development. So 10,000 crore initiative again over five years for domestic biologics and biosimilar production. This is a clear message and backed with enough substance that India's lead in the pharmaceutical sector should be kept intact, but at the same time bring in newer ways of helping the pharma sector, and also because it has an impact on human health. Semiconductor mission had two major announcements that will improve the India stack and also the IP related matters. Electronic components manufacturing scheme for 40,000 crores is a major encouragement for electronics to become self-sufficient. We have also announced establishing rare earth corridors so that India can face and be able to meet its own requirements with its materials. So once we identify and are able to explore these minerals and process them, make them available for us, our dependency on external sources for bringing in the rare earths will be lesser. And we've identified the states where we want to establish this rare earth corridors. They are going to be in Orissa, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu. So these are very important developments, and they are going to have multiple decadal impact on the Indian economy. Our dependence on magnets and rare earths will be brought down. 3 dedicated chemical parks, again for reducing our import dependence. High-tech tool rooms for research. That will be set up in 2 locations. Very important thing is about the construction equipment being imported. That could be for building tunnels or metros or high energy and also heavy duty equipments which we are relying on imports. We want to manufacture them in India. And that is why I said, how does it affect a common man? It affects because firefighters today have novel, new, big ticket and small, very small firefighting tools and weapons or equipments. We don't have them in this country. That's why if there is a fire accident in some very congested area, our equipments are not able to reach those points. Whereas there are equipments which today are produced abroad, which can navigate those small corridors and go save people's lives. Whether they or huge ones, all of which we want to make sure that we will have production in this country itself, whether they are tunnel boring or anything else, from small to big, we want to bring in those very impactful infrastructure into India. So we'll support domestic manufacturing. Then container manufacturing is another, which we'll support. I think I've gone in detail talking about the textile support in various forms. One very important announcement was made, Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative, which will make sure khadi, handloom, handicrafts will all be brought in, and one district, one product will all be brought in this initiative, and we'll be able to support rural artisans, rural workers, and handloom weavers in those areas. Legacy industrial corridors have got saturated. Manufacturing happening there is now very constricted because they are not able to bring in newer robotics and others. So we want to upgrade these legacy industrial clusters so that they become cost competitive and efficiency comes into these places. Even more important is the champion MSMEs, small and medium industries, entrepreneurs, MSMEs, who are going to be given all the support, and 3-pronged approach is being taken up there. We are giving equity support, we are giving also liquidity support, above all professional support for them, so that MSMEs, the equity support is supported by a 10,000 crore SME fund, growth fund. Above all, we are also topping up the Self-Reliant India Fund with 2,000 crores. So MSMEs should not feel any dearth of resources for equity. Similarly, they shouldn't feel any difficulty for liquidity in their hands, because the TREDS platform will now be treated almost as a backed up, security backed up instrument with which they'll be able to discount and get their monies. For professional support, we're working with the chartered accountant and cost accountant institutes so that they can create corporate mitras who can help these MSMEs in filing their returns, doing their accounts, and so on. Above all, for youth and training, there's so much. You've heard the speech, so I won't want to take your time on it. High-powered education to employment enterprise, standing committees being formed so that they can recommend measures for service sector as a core driver of Vikasit Bharat. Part B concentrated a lot on tax and related concessions that are being offered. More importantly is the process simplification which has been announced. So elaborate measures have been taken. You will be able to also seek clarification if you want. New export opportunities for fishermen who can go into the economic India's zones, high seas, and also assess and access the global markets. The one very touching, and I really was moved by this proposal, is where we have identified 17 drugs or medicines which are going to be basic custom duty exempt, which are important for cancer patients. Similarly, 7 more rare diseases are added to the import exemption list of the import duties. Baggage clearance and personal items which you bring in when you travel are all being given enhanced duty-free allowance. Besides that, there are quite a few direct tax and indirect tax proposals. Decriminalizing the penalty proceedings and support to the IT sector are some of the high points. As an opening remark, I'll conclude here. I'm sure you'll be able to ask questions and seek clarification. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll start this question, taking the questions. First question is 17.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Shishir here from Hindu Business Line. Ma'am, my question is that under the miscellaneous capital receipt, the provision is 80,000 crore rupees. And last year, the provision was 47,000 crore, which has been reduced to 37,000 crore rupees now. Does this mean that there will be more equity monetization this year, or there will be more focus on the asset monetization of CPSEs?
So you've got it rightly. The intent is that we will have a very strong asset monetization plan in place. Last year, ma'am had announced in the budget that there will be a pipeline prepared, which is being done. So we hope to reap the dividends from that.
238.
Ma'am, Timsi Jaipuria, this side from CNBC TV 18. I just wanted to know the rationale behind the hike in STT in futures and options.
So, first of all, I believe some confusion. In fact, the question that you have asked rightly reflects the announcement itself, that the only change made in STT is in the future and options. All the other STT rates remain the same. The primary objective of raising the tax rates on STT has been that it is felt that when you look at the volume of transactions in futures and options, whether you compare it to the size of GDP or size of the underlying securities market, it is largely in the realm of heavy speculation, which results in losses to small, retail, unsophisticated investors. And the government's intention is to discourage speculative tendencies, and the increase in rate is essentially in that direction. So it is meant to essentially handle the systemic risk in derivative markets. Even after this increase, however, the rates of STT will remain modest compared to the volume of the transactions that is happening there. This is the reason.
54.
मैम तरुण शर्मा फ्रॉम जी बिजनेस। मैम आपने पूरा बजट जो है वो न्यू एमर्जिंग सेक्टर पे बड़ा फोकस रखा है। मैम मेरा सवाल आपसे दो हैं यदि आप अलाउ करें। एक मैम आपने जो एक्साइज ड्यूटी का कैलकुलेशन किया है वो पिछले बजट एस्टिमेट से इस बजट एस्टिमेट में तकरीबन 22% की ग्रोथ देखने को मिली है। दूसरा मैम जो आपने एमएसएमई के लिए कहा कि जो ट्रांजैक्शंस होंगे उसके लिए आप एक्सचेंज प्लेटफॉर्म का यूज़ करना होगा, तो क्या मैम ये सीपीएसईज के लिए कंपलसरी होगा जो डिस्काउंट ट्रेडिंग की जो बात है? थैंक यू।
I'll take the second question, ma'am. So, हाँ, ये CPSEs के लिए मैंडेटरी होगा कि डिस्काउंटिंग एज वेल एज नॉन डिस्काउंटेड बिल्स दोनों को ही ट्रेड्स पे करना होगा ताकि वो 45 दिन में भुगतान MSME को कर पाएँ, और ये हर तरह से चेक कर लिया गया है कि ये हो सकता है। So, we want to make CPSEs as pioneers. We hope, like ma'am has said in her speech also, that other corporates will also follow.
On excise?
Increased by 22%, sir, from last year B to this year.
Because there is from 1st of February, all the tobacco products have come back into excise, and all those revenues will account for the increase of the next year.
209.
Ma'am, Prakash Predashi from ET Now. The budget has announced restructuring of PFC and REC. What will this restructuring look like? And does this also mean that these NBFC will be merged going forward?
What is the later part of your question? That these NBFCs are not going to?
Will be merged going forward?
Yeah, I've said we are rationalizing it. You'll get to know as we go forward. We want to streamline it, and therefore we'll be taking some steps. We'll let you know the moment we decide how to go about it.
234.
Hello, ma'am. Harsh Kumar from Business Standard. Ma'am, two questions. One is, you said that a high-level committee will be formed on the banking reforms in order to 2047. Are we going further for any kind of merger or something? Since government is continuously saying that we need at least two of the big banks, at least of the top 20 banks. So are we going towards that?
No, first of all, when I say that it's going to be a high-level committee which is going to look into it, the terms of reference will be prepared, and we are looking at committee to go into the entire expanse of the banking sector so that they come up with recommendations which help us to plan for banking for 2047. We need, by the time we become a Vikasit Bharat, 2047 is our goal. We need to understand what are the other steps that we need to take in the banking area, and based on the recommendations, we'll go forward. But we have the Secretary, Department of Financial Services. We'll ask him to also give us, please.
Ma'am, I think you have rightly responded. There are a large number of aspects relating to the banking requirement. For example, the credit to the GDP, commercial credit to the GDP ratio low, and the expansion of the banking network, and what kind of procedures currently we have that is impeding both the deposits as well as credit. All those aspects will be looked at by an expert panel, a committee, and well, we will definitely have TOR, and then also consult the all the stakeholders, and the government will take a view on how to lay strong foundation for 2047 Viksit Bharat.
Ma'am, one more question.
229.
Okay, well, that is the finance minister and the secretaries with her in terms of the press conference which is underway. We'll go back to it and get you more. 400 lower on the Nifty now. Amit Jeswani is with us to run us through what he made of things. Amit, You know, there are, good afternoon, there are positives and allocations, data center, and there is buyback taxation, and there is stuff there, right? But this STT thing has kind of thrown cold water. And it's only local investors today. Foreigners will come back tomorrow. I spoke to Ramdev Agarwal. He said, well, we'll have to, and I'm quoting him, he said, we'll have to see how furious FIRs are when they come. Now, I don't know. What's your sense, Amit?
Hi, Prashant. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me on your show. Prashant, it's a tough budget, to be honest, and it's a tough day on the street as well. Let's be honest, this hike in STT was not expected. And we are seeing our portfolios being down 2%, and that's the case with Nifty as well. So broadly, it's a tough budget. There was no green shoots in this budget, nothing to write back home. See, the small 2-3% here and there moves is good for newspapers, but it doesn't move the markets, right? We are stock market people. And the thing is that there are no trends. That's the problem right now, because gold and silver volatility has increased a lot. And now you have a budget STT hike. So we need to find newer trends. That's the whole game. That once your risk management phase ends this time, we will have to see where can we allocate the incremental capital, and which are the trends. See, it's earnings season. We will get good opportunities. For us, it's all about where do we see incremental growth, and that's where we'll keep adding our weights.
Okay, all right. Hi, Amit. Good to see you in. Well, market's a shade of red itself. The last time around, you were talking about MEGA. Make India great again. The markets have underperformed actually in the last 1 year. Do you think there's no reason for us to actually outperform from here on? Earnings growth could come about. We're not cheap. And this budget, at least for the equity markets, has been a bit of a dampener. Go ahead.
So Nigel, even before the budget, the stocks that were doing well were basically commodities and somewhat gold-related counters, and some PSU banks, because of value being the theme. If commodities have already fallen 20-30% from stocks have fallen 20-30% from last time I came here, that was like a week ago. Of course, even gold-related stocks have fallen 10-12%. So that trade is right now is going to consolidate. That's what you need. If you're going to sell these things now, you need somewhere to put in your capital. And the markets are going to stay flat till we don't have a new leader. See, every bull market needs a leader. 78% of global returns in the last 1 year have come in AI or semicon related stocks in the world. So market needs a bull market leader. There's no leader. Where do we go? That's a problem that most portfolio managers will face.
Amit, I'm trying to clutch on for some kind of positives for the equity market. Do you think the kind of meltdown that we saw in precious metals, gold, silver, that actually could be some kind of a blessing for equity investors? Because otherwise there was some money that was moving towards those asset classes. Now there's a shakeout over there after a while. Everyone's woken up again. You'd rather allocate a higher proportion equities. Do you think that's the way to go? Could that be a bit of a blessing that precious metals actually have seen some kind of a jitter or some kind of a shakeout?
Actually, the guys who are putting money in precious metals were stock market investors only.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So now they come back, right?
They will come back. They've lost money. Actually, they've lost confidence. And see, losing capital is okay. Losing confidence is not okay at all. In bear markets, bull markets, do not lose capital. Even if you've lost some money in gold, silver, I think gold will make a comeback once it stabilizes. Silver, God knows, but don't worry. Gold will, till Trump is there, you have a hedge. Gold is a great hedge. Not that I have positions, but gold is a great hedge. And in this dip, maybe a good buying opportunity. It's a Trump put, right? You always had Fed puts, but gold will act as a Trump put all the time. And at lower levels, at $4,500 or lower, I would say gold becomes super interesting because it will act like an uncorrelated asset to equities, and it will hedge your, you don't have to look at Truth Social every morning.
Yeah. The market, the old joke, right? Not an old joke, new. Market falls 2%, the truth will change. That is also true. But anyway, we should put this out. The DEA secretary, the pain point for market is STT. The DEA secretary has said STT increased because of high speculation in the F&O market. High speculation in F&O market resulting in losses for retail investors. And despite increase in F&O STT rates, the hike is modest, and this is modest as compared to volumes which are traded. We should actually put this out at the bottom of the screen in terms of those flashes. We were talking about commodities, right? Now, Amit, STT on equity has been increased, but CTT on commodities has not been increased. Now, that is another googly.
So it's only God and Nirmala ji can tell you. I don't know what logics work out there. So I don't know what to say.
No, actually, it is a signal that aap equity mein dekhe, commodity, So all these high frequency chaps will move to commodity now. I don't know. There are options in commodities.
See, commodity, actually, there's no open interest. Even if you look at silver open interest, yesterday I was looking at silver open interest. Silver open interest was 8,000 lots. That was worth 2,000 crores. So actually in MCX, there's no large open interest that happens. It's just a lot of speculation that happens, and a lot of guys who want to hedge between this and COMEX, and dwellers who are there, they keep hedging. That's the only kind of there is no open.
But Amit, total open interest in options in M6 is quite large, isn't it?
No, I was speaking about futures, not options.
No, I'm talking about options.
Futures was 8,000 lots.
I see. No, I'm talking, okay. Okay.
That's not a lot, that's 2,000 crores. So that's not a large number that people got disrupted, etc. Just look at open interest of FNO. That is how I look at it.
Okay. Now,
so it's not like, sorry.
You own MCX, Amit, I know. So, you still own it?
See, I would be buying or selling MCX today, so I can't speak about MCX today. I can't say what I'm doing.
Okay, all right, no problem. I won't press you. Anything else you've done today? You've been net reduction, net addition to put.
There's no addition to the portfolio today. Mostly it's just managing risk. See, we have to manage risk. We're risk managers. So we have to manage some risk on the portfolio, but no large addition today. We need to rethink, it's been a long day, to be honest, and our portfolios are down 2% today. So we need to rethink what the next strategy will be. But rethink will happen once 3:30 happens. I'm waiting for 3:30 on a Sunday.
All right, just one final question then. Any new trends? You said that you're waiting for the new trend to emerge, what the next leader of the market could be. Do you want to give us some ideas here?
No, so we don't know new trends yet. There has to be earnings growth. See, auto numbers today were really good. All auto numbers are good in general. M&M was 25%, TVS was 29%. I'm just giving you random names. Some we may have vested interest. Me, my clients, my family have vested interest in whatever I speak. But auto numbers look okay. GST collection looks okay. See, there are no new trends right now. Right now, the whole game is how to protect my portfolio. That's the only thing which is going on in my mind.
Okay. Amit, a couple of sectors, though, are in the green. The EMS space, those stocks have got hit. There's been an allocation increase out there, so those stocks in the green. Data centers as well, that's another theme that's playing out today. Anything you like from there?
So there is no stock to buy in the data center space. What they did is very good till 2047, no taxes. But in India, there are no listed plays. A real estate company saying it's a data center company doesn't make it a data center company, right? And the other companies are just too expensive. So there are only 2 plays or 3 plays here. And none of them are like, see, you get Microsoft or, those kind of names at 30p. And here we're paying a lot higher for not great growth. So I wouldn't, there are no places to play. I love the theme. I wish I could, but there is no place to play there. There's no place to play in the data center.
Data center and EMS? EMS?
EMS, no, we don't have any exposure towards EMS right now. We cut all our positions in EMS before this, not before, I would say during the meltdown that happened. Right now, growth expectations for all EMS, while a few numbers were good, but growth expectations and valuations have corrected across, and it will take some time for EMS companies to go back to new highs. I don't think, see, they were the leaders of the previous bull market. Let the consolidation happen and then they'll lead the next bull market. I'm not bearish right now on these levels because they've already fallen like 40%. But I'm not hyper bullish. I don't think they will lead the bull market. A bull market needs a surprise, something that people are not expecting, and starts growing at 50%, 40%, 60%. Actually, numbers were very good for the second largest exchange. They were looking super good. The month of Jan has been super good for option volumes, etc. But this is going to be a sentiment change. I don't think the long-term trend changes.
Okay.
for options.
So
but we still have to think again. Like, it's just 2 hours to this news, and we will have to rethink how we look about our portfolio.
Okay, Amit, we request you to join again. For the time being, you're waiting for 3:30, but sounding a little bit cautious. And that pleasant surprise really eluded us today. If at all, someone was hoping that Finance Minister will deliver that for the equity markets in particular. Thanks a lot, Amit, for joining in. Enjoy the rest of the day. Let's welcome Gurmeet Chadda back on the show. Gurmeet, good afternoon. We spoke this morning. You were gunning for some kind of positive news. Doesn't seem to be the case. Finance Minister has gone ahead and increased STT, which may not be a very, very big factor, but for sentiment, it's definitely dented sentiment. Forget about any kind of leeway on STCG or LTCG. What have you all done today?
So haven't done much, Nigel. We've added a little bit in BFSI because the credit growth continues to be strong. Some of the names have really become cheap, like some of the HFCs like Bajaj Housing. The bank credit growth has been pretty solid at almost 14.5%. So added some names there. We are now, just dissecting more on this data center tax holiday. We are also looking at the ISM 2.0. And one of the big beneficiaries of data center is also the ancillaries and the ecosystem around it, which is, let's say, specialized battery makers, the energy players and the energy ancillary players. Also, defense capital outlay has gone up. So while the defense budget overall may look optically, a certain modest increase, but within the budget, the capital outlay part is the highest. And anyways, government has been doing emergency purchase there as well. So any weakness there, we'll probably see if we can do some funding. But overall, I think the sentiment needed a bit of an uplift, and it's just worked the other way. I think somewhere we are missing the point on interlinkage between capital markets, currency, sentiment, and investments. So I think that interlinkage is missing. We are taking ad hoc decisions, and somewhere, every year some change in taxation, STT or buyback or something or the other is hurting it. And I think we need more stability, we need more predictability, we need more simplicity. Too many changes almost every year.
And even in the buyback, there are different rates for a minority shareholder who will be now taxed at the LTCG, for promoters, for corporates, etc. So there is a tiered system now which comes into play for buyback. But it's been a tough day, no doubt, Gurmeet. This is the biggest budget day fall that we've seen in the last 6 years. Specifically about data centers, since you said that you are analyzing it, while you like the ancillary play here, but what about the stocks which are reacting now? E2E, Orion Pro, and Anantraj. Does it really move the needle for these stocks?
A little early to say, Rima, but as I said, something like, let's say, an HBL, which is into specialized batteries for data center, also into Railway Kavach, which is the security program. We are looking at that. It had a bit of a knock because, one of the order got cancelled, and then another one came yesterday. Something related to energy, because the overall big beneficiary of this entire data center AI play is energy. It needs tons of energy. So that's something we are looking at, both in terms of power equipments, PCB makers, other power equipments as well. And something I think which I found interesting was, these chemical parks and textile stuff. I think these two spaces have been very badly beaten down, especially chemicals. And we need to probably analyze and see. A lot of them are available at 8, 9, 10 times earnings. Some of them are actually available at 6, 7 times free cash flow. So lot of price damage there. And not today. I mean, I'm talking about last 2-3 years. So we are dissecting that. So it's very focused, this budget, semiconductors, EMS, chemical parks, textiles. So you got to then, analyze more details and blueprint. But overall, I think, as I said, if you are discouraging short-term speculation, you need to encourage long-term investing also. That is how the balancing act is done. I think that the budget has missed the trick.
Gurmeet, that we were just wondering why STT on equity derivatives are higher and not on commodity derivatives. Any thoughts? Any reason?
Don't know, Prashant. Maybe it will come next. Once the volume pick up, so if you see, there is a pattern here. They went after Dream 11, online.
मैं viewers को बता दूं, हम लोग हंस रहे हैं, but अभी जो क्या बोलते हैं?
Government is sending a clear signal.
नहीं, there is a, what is that song? जो मुस्कुरा रहे हो, क्या गम है जो छुपा रहे हो? हाँ, Gurmeet?
हाँ. So I was telling somebody कि भगवान का दिया सब कुछ है, बस equity taxation नहीं है. So
No, the government wants everyone to focus on productive things. Cigarettes, the duty has gone up 40%. Dream 11, all those real-time games, that's stopped. No FNO trading. Reformation.
Look at the market, guys, by the way.
Yeah, days low.
Wow, it's a plunge which has happened, and there's no other way to put it. 550 points down. So there is a swift kind of fall which is taking place. By the way, the day's low is 24,571, and we are at 750. Basically, we are about. The fall was so sharp in the morning. How much would we fall, guys, in the morning? 700 points?
Yes, 750 points.
Wow, 750 points at the day's low, which means that's the reason. That's the only reason why we are still about 200 points off the day's lowest level at this stage. But this is a very sharp cut, which is materializing once again.
And without the full participation of the foreign investors.
Nigel, my sense is at some level, this could be, people could be, preempting, shorting, thinking tomorrow FIs are going to come. As Ramdeshi said, how furious will they be?
Yeah.
Right? How angry will they be? Will they be sellers? So, I mean, it's possible people are kind of trying to preempt that move. The positioning data, etc., will tell us that a little later. Nifty Bank maybe as well.
It's down
Nifty,
1,300 points.
Wow.
Smash.
So 2% lower, and I think the Nifty mid-cap and small-cap indices is also selling off hard. 2.4. I mean, the low was so, the intraday sell-off was so large that on all these indices, they're still 1.5% away from the day's low. But these are large enough cuts in any case. Almost 600 gone now on the Nifty. So it's a poor Sunday for equity markets.
Not such a special super Sunday, right?
Who said in the morning? Somebody said the color. Also, there was a guest who said that. At the NSE, you were at the NSE, and someone said that I hope it's not going to be.
And today's low actually is coinciding with the September 30th low. We went down on September 30th to 24,587, and from there we did see a bit of a bounce. The problem is now there's no real trigger, to get very, very excited about the markets. Hopefully earnings pick up, but otherwise that that important trigger is missing. That reason to go ahead and buy. And just one more point, Prashant, you're making with regard to positioning. The factor that we track in terms of technicals is also the PCR. That's come down to 0.61. So normally we've seen it base out. Yeah, but we'll have to see. Tomorrow's going to be a rough morning, and then maybe some kind of stability is what we're looking forward to. But the PCR is moving towards that oversold level at around 0.61 as we speak.
Yeah. Mitesh is with us. Mitesh, sorry, you've been hearing and I didn't come to you earlier, but anything you'd recommend viewers do? Anything out there? Trades?
Couple of things, Prashant. One, I think, 24,950, 25,000 zone is taken out. But what is remaining is the Bank Nifty 58,200, 58,100 zone. If that goes, I would expect the Bank Nifty to head further lower, possibly till about 57,600 to begin with, and then 57,000, which means that in turn could put further pressure on the Nifty. So I think for the time being, the directional bias remains on the downside. We have maintained that we have had some put option spreads on the Nifty. I think we're holding on to them. And that apart, on the stock side, I have a sell on KFin Tech with a stop at about 910 for targets of 940. That's one trading call. And the other one is also a sell call, which is on MCX. It's come off the base low, but the structure is extremely weak. So if you want to sell now, keep a stop at about 2270. Look for targets of around 2120.
6 Nifty stocks which are managing to close up in the green: Max Healthcare, TCS, Wipro, Kotak Mahindra Bank and Sun Pharma. That's the only space where you can see green on the screen. Mitesh, any trades here? There seems to be a flight to safety when it comes to IT this morning, this trade.
So, IT, I still don't want to, look into it, but I was listening to the conversation which you had earlier, and a couple of these data center names, are showing some signs of reversal. I was looking at the charts of E2E, that's looking very good in the short term. I think, the stock declined from 3,800 all the way down to about sub 2,000 and is now giving you first signs of reversals. I think it could possibly, if you can keep a stop just below 2,200, maybe about 10-15 points further lower, I think the first target could be around 2,600, and in a good case scenario, even 2,800 on the upside could happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Gurmeet, anything else you want to add? It's a poor day, what can one say? But 600 points now.
So we wait for tomorrow now, Prashant, because the full FI participation would probably come in tomorrow. Let's see. I think there will be very sharp moves, and I think till such time, I think it's good to preserve some cash Fortunately, we have some. But let's see, we were hoping to deploy today, but the market has taken all of us by surprise. But as I said, few things will stand out eventually once things settle, because there's not much incremental damage as far as things at the economy or market level is concerned. So maybe BFSI, auto, wherever the trends are positive, economic momentum is good, might present some opportunities, but good to wait for some time. Also, this metal meltdown, margin calls getting triggered will have some impact. So that may actually work to your favor in some time. May not be immediately, but maybe with a lag.
Market breadth is completely swung, 2:1 on the other side. So 1,000 stocks are higher, some 2,100 stocks on the NSE are lower right now. And it's, Hindustan Copper, just the big volume-led losers, right? I mean, I think I can count at least, it's a long list of 10% losers today. Hindustan Copper, MCX, BSE, Hindustan Zinc, Nalco, Garden Reach, Mazgaon, BDL, that big rally in defense, all sold into. And this is something we were talking about earlier as well. Angel One, the gold ETFs, Muthoot Finance, Silver Bees, Bank of India, Nuvama, Paras Defense, Indian Bank, IIFL down 10. And that's just, I guess, half the list, because it's a really long list of just severe amount of selling pressure which came through and showed up in terms of trade today, guys.
Well, that's right. A lot of selling is what we've seen across the board actually in today's trading session. Rima, you want to highlight a few more names?
Well, on the way down, it's mostly related to the commodity names. Hindustan Copper, MCX, many of the ETFs, Nippon India Silver ETF. Defense stocks corrected sharply. There was anticipation of a bigger increase, but there was disappointment visible on Bharat Dynamics, BEL, PSU banks under pressure, Bank of India. In the frontline pack, we had Hindalco, ONGC, SBI. These are stocks with cuts in excess of more than 5%. On the way up, I think IT goes home as the only sectoral index which managed to close in the green.
Well, on that note, though, we'll wrap up on our special coverage. More news and updates continue right here on CNBC TV 18. Stay with us.
Hello and welcome to this budget special. I am Rima. With me is Nigel, and markets crashed on budget day. The key indices were down 2%. The Nifty at that 24,800 mark. The Sensex selling off nearly 1,500 points. And of course, the biggest culprit was the sentiment dampener was the increase in STT on the derivatives market.
Well, that's right, Rima. Let's do a quick wrap, though, of what took place in today's trading session. Yes, as you said, the Nifty was down, and you did have the Nifty Bank as well that was under pressure in today's trading session. A very, very difficult day of trade. As you can see, all the indices, the Nifty ending down close to around 500 points. At one point of time, we were down close to around 700 points. The biggest hit really today came in terms of sentiment. No one was factoring in, or at least the buzz was not very, very loud, that an STT hike could come about. That's precisely what the finance minister did announce. And because of that, you had all these market players, whether you're looking at Angel One, BSE, CDSL, all of them took a sharp knock in today's trading session. There was an expectation that the defense-related names, they'll see a higher allocation. To be fair, actually, the allocation is quite high. However, those stocks had already run up in anticipation, and that's why those stocks had come in for profit-taking. BEL, Bharat Dynamics, as well as HAL, all of them sharply lower in today's trading session. Bharat Dynamics, in fact, had put on a good amount of weight getting into this event, and all that got sold into, so those stocks were under pressure. The other problem was the gross market borrowing. That number came higher than expected at around 17 lakh crore, or the street was bracing for a number of around 16 to around 16.5 lakh crore. And because of that, the PSU banking names, after seeing a good run up in the last few trading sessions, they did come in for profit taking. Even Big Boy, SBI did see some selling. PNB as well did end lower in today's trade. The other couple of names, though, did pretty well. So let's highlight a couple of winners. Data center plays. There was a bit of a booster shot that came in for them. So Anantraj, E2E Networks. Remember, these are stocks that have already seen a sharp correction. You have NetWeb Technologies as well. That was higher. Let's get some of those stocks running for you on the screen. And Orient Pro, some kind of play with regard to data center. We'll have to see how it actually plays out. For the time being, though, these stocks did pretty well. Precious metal stocks, though, they did correct over the weekend. And today, some of those stocks that are direct play in terms of precious metals, they came in for profit taking. MCX was down close to around 10% in trade. You had Muthoot Finance as well. That was lower because, that in the entire up move that we saw on gold, Muthoot Finance as well did play out. And Hindustan Zinc, Vedanta just sold a % stake in the company at much higher levels. And today, post that correction that we saw on silver, well, those stocks, in fact, were lower. The AMS companies, though, there was a hike in terms of the PLI component. And because of that, those stocks did well. So Amber, Keynes, both of them, they outperformed in today's trading session. Moving to some of those IT sector names, there was some kind of relief that came because of the harbor turnover threshold for IT services. That was increased. Some kind of booster shot coming in with simplification of buyback rules as well. That's what pushed these stocks up. So you had Wipro that was higher in today's trading session. Finally, there was a fear that there's going to be a hike in gold import duty. Didn't come about, so you had the jewelers that actually did pretty well. Titan came off the highs, so that stock was trading in the green. And in today's market, a stock trading in the green actually was a bit of a rarity. And Kalyan Jewelers as well, after the kind of selling that we've seen, that stock as well moved up. The other space that actually did see some kind of a bounce from the lows was the OMCs, because the excise duty hike on oil hasn't really been announced. We'll have to see how the arithmetic works. But HPCL, after CNBC TV 18, got some clarification on that front. That stock as well ended higher. But Rima, what a day of trade, right? No one would have thought. Came in with some optimism that maybe there'll be something that'll be done to spur sentiment, to get the FIs back. That didn't come about. The STT hike, that's something that's prolonged the pain, actually, from an equity market perspective.
Completely spooked the market, and this is the biggest single-day fall that we've seen on a budget day in the last 6 years. In fact, let's go across to Yash to talk about what is the biggest overhang on the market, this increase in the STT on derivatives. Yash.
Well, Rima, just yesterday there were certain counters from where there was a very faint noise around STT increase which was being heard. Of course, yesterday it was only a chatter. And today it played out exactly as per the script. The government, through its budget, hiking the securities transaction tax or STT on equity options to 0.15% from 0.1%. That's a hike of about 50% in STT on equity options, and on equity futures, STT being hiked from 0.15% to 0.15% from 0.05%. That's a 150% hike in STT on equity futures. Now, an important clarification where the market was into some bit of confusion in the early announcement time, and that was that this STT is only on equity options and futures and not on commodity transactions. So that is an important clarification which came about from experts as the day went, but indeed a very steep hike when it comes to the securities transaction tax, which is expected to hit very hard as far as those high frequency trade, those multiple transactions are concerned as far as futures and options is concerned. From the listed player point of view, of course, there are certain players on the market which are severely impacted, and that showed in the stock price as well. For Angel One, FNO transactions contribute about 44% of their revenue. BSE, it contributes about 55% of their revenue. NSE, it contributes about 70% of their revenue. These numbers are as on FY25, and the change in taxation is expected to impact this side of the revenue directly. There was a very interesting tweet which came from Nitin Kamath, I'm sorry, and that was projected STT collection for FY25-26 was 78,000 crores. The government was falling short by about 25%. This coming about will take care of that deficit, hopefully, in the coming financial year.
Okay, all right. Thanks a lot for that. Yash, well, let's focus on the other sector, defense. That was on the offense over the last few trading sessions. Today, they actually got what they wanted, but the stocks did sell off. Ria joins in to break down the numbers for us. Ria, take it away.
Well, yes, the government this time around has announced a total defense budget of 7.85 lakh crores. Now compare this to last year's budget of 6.81 lakh crores. It's an increase of roughly 15%. So the expectations on this front range from 10 to 15%. So this is at the top end of the expectations. The defense expenditure has been announced at 5.95 lakh crore rupees for the year, up 21% compared to last year's budget. Defense capital allocation has also been announced at 2.31 lakh crores versus 1.92 lakh crores in FY26, and this is also an increase of roughly 20% compared to last year, also in line with the expectations that the street was working with. There has also been a 24% increase in the budget for defense modernization, which is a big positive. Apart from this, they have also allocated roughly rupees 63,734 crores for aircraft and aero engines for defense, which is a 31% increase compared to last year's outlay. Now, in terms of the market reaction, the Nifty Defense Index ended roughly 5.4% lower today, recovering from its lows of 7 to 8%. And in fact, at one point of the trading session earlier before the budget was announced, it was up by roughly 2% earlier in the session. Now, the street seems to be disappointed by the fact that there were no separate announcements or schemes that were announced for certain segments like drones, UAVs, electronic warfare, defense electronics, missiles, even for arms and ammunition or for indigenization as a whole. So that is where the street seems to be disappointed. But overall, this was a very healthy increase in the capital allocation as well as for the overall defense budget.
Thank you very much for that. It's over to Ekta now for more on what came out on the biopharma.
Well, yes, I'll start with, Biopharma Shakti, which was announced. So it's around a 10,000 crore biopharma scheme which was launched, which is aimed to make India a biopharma hub, build domestic biologics manufacturing. So there are 3 new NIPER institutes which are planned, 7 existing NIPER institutes which will be upgraded, and 1,000+ accredited clinical trial sites which are proposed as well. It is a sentiment positive for the sector. Biocon, Dr. Reddy, Sun Pharma, Lupin, Glenmark, just to name a few. In terms of hospitals and diagnostics, medical tourism push, so 5 regional medical hubs are planned. It will be a public-private partnership model. Integrated healthcare complexes are proposed as well. Listed beneficiaries include the likes of Apollo, Fortis, Max Healthcare, Dr. Lal's, Metropolis, all of these stocks in focus. But remember, while this is a positive, the execution will be something that the street will be watching for in terms of all of these announcements and the material impact eventually on the earnings as well.
Okay, got it. Thanks, Ekta, for that. Hopping across to Upasana, she brings us some good news with regard to a few of those companies from the EMS space that actually did well. Upasana, tell us.
Well, under the ECMS scheme, the investment outlay has been increased from 22,919 crore to 40,000 crore. Mind you that the ECMS scheme was first notified in April 2025 with a budget outlay of 22,919 crore for a period of 6 years, with the aim to build $500 billion electronic manufacturing ecosystem by 2030-31. Now, we are assessing a positive impact on EMS players given the high allocation, which means more approvals for the companies. Now, if you look at the latest development in October 2025, MEIT has approved the first batch of 7 projects under ECMS involving manufacturing of copper-clad PCBs and even camera modules. Now, the approved players so far include Keynes Tech, which has received approvals in all the categories that they have applied. Syrma SGS and Amber have also got approvals for multi-layer board. And now lastly, coming to Dixon, the approvals for display application and even optical transceiver is awaited in the upcoming tranches of ECMS approvals. So all in all, certainly a positive news for EMS space.
Thank you very much for that. And on that note, we'll slip into a short break. On the other side, Feroz Aziz of Anand Rathi Wealth and Rajashri Sabnavis of Grant Thornton Advisory will be joining in.
But
Hello and welcome. You're still tuned into this special budget programming on CNBC TV 18. A lot of announcements and taxation, of course, that is one important aspect to discuss. What it means for you as an investor, how does it impact your profits, how does it impact you on a daily basis? Let's get to that and understand more on the impact. Joining us today are Feroz Aziz of Anand Rathi Wealth, and we also have Rajshri Sabnavis joining us. She's from Grant Thornton, Bharat. Feroz and Rajshri, thank you so much for joining in. Of course, we've been talking about that hike in securities transaction tax, the change in buyback taxes. Before we discuss those in greater detail, what stood out for you in the budget when it comes to personal finance and personal taxes? Rajshri, let me begin with you, and then I'll come across to you, Feroz.
Sure. Thanks. Thanks for having me on this panel. I think if one were to look at from a market standpoint, I would segregate into small investors, small and retail investors, and large corporates and the traders. Every effort has been made in this budget to essentially protect the small shareholders, and you've seen some of the announcements. In fact, are they go to the fundamental. The second is, when we talk about investors, I think the serious investors would clearly look at the actual fundamental growth and the growth trajectory that we as a country are at. And some of the announcement that has been made, keeping in mind the global uncertainty and the headwind, tailwind, whatever you may refer to, I think that's something which we should be considering. And from a tax standpoint, the promise was made in terms of not too many changes, simplifying and ensuring that the smaller taxpayers face less compliance burden. I think every effort has been made in this budget to walk the talk.
Okay, take that
point.
point.
So if you want examples, I can quickly touch upon it, but I guess it's up to you.
No, of course. I'll come back to you on that example quickly. Rajshri, let me go across to Feroz. Feroz, what stood out for you in the budget from a personal tax perspective? We did see securities transaction tax on F&O getting hiked. Do you think that would impact arbitrage funds and ultimately the returns for an investor there?
Yes, Sonal. First, let me touch upon the direct tax. I think one thing, if you're a viewer and if you're watching, if you're in the old tax regime, it is apparent to naked eye that you should not swim against the tide. There are about 74%, 73% of them have now moved to the new tax regime. If you are a part of the 26%, I think this budget is the last nail in the coffin for the old tax regime. And you should try and move to the new one at ASAP and not get into these small deductions, because there was no tampering there. And the new tax regime is so lucrative that you shouldn't miss it out. That's point one. Point two, when it comes to STT, I think there are large implications, different kinds of implication of the STT. One is there's a key message. That's not just an STT change. If you read the para in the proposed bill, you will see it as we are trying to discourage the futures and options trading platform and the higher volumes which are there. It's not just about tax collection. How much tax do we collect in STD? 48,000 crores, if I'm not wrong. That will not materially change because of this tax change. It is a message that we don't want trading mindset capital market like the US. We want a more investor-friendly market than a trader-friendly market. That's why you see the traders are spoofed and they want to quit today and bring down Nifty by about 600 points. So it is investor-friendly, trader-unfriendly. That's one message. The second thing, if you see the nuance or the fine print, says that interest expense will not be allowed to set off against the dividend if you have borrowed to invest in the market. Again, leveraged market positions are also discouraged. So that's where I would like to stop. But there are larger implications to the futures and options on the derivative side. Since I manage a derivative treasury for a couple of decades, I probably touch upon a little in greater detail at that point.
Okay, I'll come to you on that in just a bit. Rajshri, you wanted to give an example on how smaller changes have been made that could have a bigger impact. If you can touch upon that in a greater detail, and the buyback tax that has been changed. Can you explain that to us? How does it change for retail investors? Because for corporate promoters and non-corporate promoters, we have different rates. What does it mean for a retail investor?
Sure. I guess, okay, until last year, what they had said is when buyback tax was introduced, of course, and when the change was brought in, they had said it would be taxed as dividend income. okay, in the hands of the investor. They have in fact cleared that, and they made it uniform and said everything will now be subject to tax as capital gains. The only differentiation that they made is because the promoters are in a position to influence these decisions, there is an attempt, and there is clearly, that's what the announcement is, which says that the promoters will not only, there is an additional tax that is applicable to promoters as well. Now, of course, the rate of tax would differ depending on whether the promoter is an individual or corporate, and accordingly, there is an additional tax that has been imposed. That's one. Second, if you see, for the first time, if you see again the small shareholders. So here again, my smaller shareholders, very clear, it's capital gains. Second attempt has been made in terms of filing of these Form 15F and 15G. This is again small shareholders, mind you. Earlier, you would have to run to every bank, every company and submit these forms. Now what they're saying is all these smaller shareholders have to do is submit it to the depository, and the depository will then in turn submit it to the company. So here, cost of compliance and the headache of going across to so many companies is kind of cut down to a large extent. So that is a second move. Third, again, there is an attempt to, from a tax standpoint, if you are a small shareholder, again, there are certain filings which you can make. They have kind of made changes to the timelines within which you can actually go and revise a return. If you want to declare certain foreign assets, again, there is a revision that's been made. So all in all, it is more bringing in stability and also looking at the small retail shareholders and trying to protect, in a way, from the market vagaries, which if a few months ago, the entire STT, I'm not surprised, with the rate increase, because there was data that was available in the public domain, which showed how much of money retail investors had lost on account of trading in futures and options.
9 out of 10 investors, or traders, I would say the word, had lost money in F&O trading. Take that point, and that is something that the ministry had also alluded to, the particular study. Feroz, you wanted to touch upon the derivatives bit, also wanted to understand some of the exemptions or the TCS rate cuts which have come by on LRS payments that are made. I just wanted to understand how are some of these factors going to affect your personal finances. You did mention it's time to move to new tax regime. Anything else that you think was a big takeaway from the budget this time?
Yes, so let's see. First, let me touch upon that 15H and 15G submission to depositories. Is of course something which is very good, but I was surprised when I read the fine print that it's applicable from financial year 27-28 and not the one which is coming by. So that's one thing which you should keep a note of. The relief to small shareholders and senior citizens with that form submitting to depositories is not applicable for the subsequent financial year, but 1 year later. That was surprising. That's one thing I thought fine print should be highlighted. Coming to the question of, from a personal tax standpoint, what stands out is certainly the fact that the buyback tax, I personally think it is beyond the point which I'm going to make is a nuanced point and not visible to naked eye. It is not about tax coming down for a retail shareholder alone. If the tax comes down from dividend tax, which was a flat rate, to 12.5% in the hands of the tax owner, there are two things which happen. One is the frequency with which buybacks were happening had become near zero. Now, when buybacks happen in the market, there's a kind of a market buoyancy which happens. Now, for example, if I'm a listed company, if I'm making profits like if my company's profits projected are 375 crores for this year, and if with God's grace, if I'm able to meet that guidance, the first question which the board will ask is how much to be paid back and by what form. If it is dividend, it does not impact market prices, but if it is buyback, it creates a buoyancy to the price. That company is extinguishing their shares by buying it back, increasing the promoter stake if it does not participate. So it is a great, positive, buoyant sentiment for the NSE small cap 250 companies, especially because today the balance sheets are reasonably large. The reserves are too many. And that's why I think is the most important impact. Not the tax, but the frequency of buybacks, creating market liquidity for an FII, for a retail guy, tax efficiently.
Got it. I take that point. I have a lot more questions. We are completely out of time, so we'll take this forward some other day, I would say tomorrow, because we have a working day, a Monday tomorrow. But thank you so much for your initial thoughts, Feroz and Rajshri. It was a pleasure speaking with you. And with that, we'll take your leave on this edition of Budget Programming. But of course, more will continue on the other side.
माननीय वित्त मंत्री श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमन जी.
We are inspired by three kartavya. Our first kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas.
Good evening and thank you for joining this CNBC TV 18 special broadcast on Budget Day. I'm Ritu Singh and here are the headlines. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's 9th budget keeps an eye on the fiscal deficit glide path, even as it focuses on driving growth by increasing exports and attracting stable long-term investments. Promises to sustain the momentum of structural reforms, strengthen the financial sector and support building cutting-edge technologies at home. In a surprise move, the finance minister proposes hiking securities transaction taxes on equity futures and options contracts. STT on futures is to be hiked by 150% and by 50% on options. The move rattles the stock markets. The Sensex and Nifty reverse early gains to post the biggest budget day decline in 6 years. Finance Minister projects nominal GDP to grow at 10% in the next fiscal, hikes capital expenditure outlay by 9% to 12.2 lakh crore rupees. Documents show the government missed last year's target by 3%. Finance Minister looks to spend more to shore up India's defence capabilities. The budget proposes hiking defence capex outlay by 21% to 5.9 lakh crore rupees. The budget for defence modernisation is up 24%. The government sticks to the path of fiscal consolidation. Fiscal deficit target for the fiscal is projected at 4.4%. The FY27 target stands at 4.3%. The debt to GDP ratio is projected to decline from 56.1% to 55.6%. A sharp hike in government borrowing. The budget projects gross borrowing of 17.2 lakh crore rupees. This is 18% higher than the current fiscal year's estimate of 14.6 lakh crore rupees. The government projects net tax collections at 28.6 lakh crore rupees. This is slightly lower than budget estimates last year. Collections in FY26 missed the budget estimate by 1.6 lakh crore rupees. The government accepts the recommendations of the 16th Finance Commission. States will continue to get a 41% share of overall tax revenues. As expected, there are no changes to personal income tax, but the budget proposes measures to ease compliance and cut down on litigation, like more time to revise tax returns without penalties. Also proposes lowering tax collected as source on foreign travel to a flat 2%, TCS on money sent abroad for educational or medical expenses to also be at 2%. The Finance Minister moves to further curtail any improper use of buybacks, proposes to tax buyback for all types of shareholders as capital gains, also proposes introducing an additional buyback tax on promoters to disincentivize the misuse of tax arbitrage, says the tax will make the effective tax rate 22% for corporate promoters and 30% for non-corporate promoters. Finance Minister looks to help the government companies raise funds. Budget proposes accelerating the recycling of significant real estate assets of CPSEs through dedicated REITs. The Finance Minister moves to offset the impact of 50% US tariffs, allocates 40,000 crore rupees to boost electronic manufacturing, announces 10,000 crores dedicated fund for MSMEs, and also plans to set up mega textile parks, eases export norms for seafood and leather sectors. The Finance Minister looks to tap more foreign investment for India's AI ecosystem. The budget proposes a 20-year tax holiday to any foreign company that provides cloud services using data centers in India, but the holiday can be availed only if this is done through an Indian reseller entity. Also proposes providing a safe harbor of 15% on the cost of the company providing the service is a related entity. The Finance Minister acknowledges the role of emerging orange economy in nation building. Budget 2026 proposes supporting the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies in Mumbai to nurture talent in India's fast-growing animation, visual effects, and gaming comics industries. Also proposes setting up content creator labs across 15,000 secondary schools and 500 colleges. A modest capex hike, more firepower for India's defence arsenal, and a tax shocker for the stock markets. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's 9th consecutive budget is aimed at providing a thrust to manufacturing and offset the impact of 50% US tariffs. Let's quickly take you through some of the top highlights. First of all, the stock markets were rattled after the Finance Minister proposed hiking the Securities Transaction Tax or STT on equity futures and option contracts. The market saw their biggest budget day fall in 6 years. The Finance Minister added more firepower to India's defence arsenal. Defence allocation has been hiked by 21% to 5.9 lakh crore rupees. The budget for defence modernisation is up 24% overall. Capex also saw a modest growth of 9%. As expected, there are no changes to personal income tax, but the budget did propose measures to ease compliance and cut down on litigation, like more time to revise tax returns without penalties. Here are the key snippets of the Finance Minister's minute budget speech.
In the interest of minority shareholders, I propose to tax buyback for all types of shareholders as capital gains. However, to disincentivize misuse of tax arbitrage, promoters will pay an additional buyback tax. This will make effective tax 22% for corporate promoters. For non-corporate promoters, the effective tax will be 30%. I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%. STT on options premium and exercise of options are both proposed to be raised to 0.15% from the present rate of 0.1% and 0.125% respectively.
ये बजट भारत की वैश्विक भूमिका को नए सिरे से सशक्त करता है। भारत के 140 करोड़ नागरिक फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी बनकर ही संतुष्ट नहीं है। हम जल्द से जल्द दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनना चाहते हैं।
All right, let's go across to Shireen Bhan, who is in conversation with some special guests to decode Budget 2026. Shireen, over to you.
Well, thanks very much. Yes, those are some of the key budget highlights that we're presenting to you here on CNBC TV 18, your budget headquarters. Let's bring in more big voices. As we've been pointing out, while the focus and the attention has been on the union budget, another very important document being tabled today, and that is the report of the 16th Finance Commission. Joining us now is a member of the 16th Finance Commission, Mr. Manoj Panda. The chairman, of course, of the Finance Commission is Dr. Arvind Panagaria. Also with us, former member of the CBDT, Akhilesh Ranjan. Mr. Panda and Mr. Ranjan, many thanks for joining us. Mr. Panda, to you first. The big headline, of course, is that devolution number, status quo there, 41%, as was expected. But take us through the rationale behind that and some of the other important measures that the Finance Commission has proposed in its recommendations. Mr. Panda, can you hear? Well, we'll come to that in just a second, but let's go across to Jyotiraditya Scindia in conversation with my colleague Ashpit Kumar. Here's the Minister of Telecom.
To get an understanding to help us unpack what that translates into, I have with me the Honourable Minister, Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia. Mr. Scindia, thank you so much for taking out time. Firstly, the big message that the Finance Minister is looking to send out via this message, there was a very clear thrust towards infrastructure spend. There was a very clear thrust towards newer technologies. Your key takeaways?
So, the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister both have set the tone for Viksit Bharat 2047. There has been a tremendous amount of momentum over the last 12 years from 2014-15 till date. The economy is on a very, very strong footing. With that in mind, setting ourselves up for ensuring greater momentum on our route to 2047. The years that we're talking about, talking about sustained economic growth. We're talking about a Vikas model that looks at assimilation of every single citizen and unlocks their potential to contribute to that growth, and a concept of fulfilling aspirations of people. And if you look at the sustained thrust on capital expenditure as well as infrastructure, in addition to that, a couple of the main themes that are coming out. The first, ease of doing business for every single person across this country. Second, to be able to unlock new potential sectors for India, whether that's the orange economy, whether that is AI, whether that is urbanization, whether that is tourism, across the board. And I'm very glad to note that there has been a very important stress on fiscal performance. Fiscal deficit is now under control. We are looking at 4.4% for this year, 4.3% for the next year. We have maintained a very tight grip on inflation. For the 3 quarters, it's at only 1.7%. And along with that, for my 2 ministries, both for telecom and for donor, a very healthy increase in capex capability, both for telecom and for donor. The Northeast has got special emphasis in this budget, both from a urbanization point of view and the 4,000 e-buses to the...
Well, that is the Telecom Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia in conversation with Ashmit Kumar. Let's go across to the former CBDT member Akhilesh Ranjan. Mr. Ranjan, many thanks for joining us here. As expected, no changes on personal income tax, but what was not expected was that STT hike. What you had said very clearly was you didn't anticipate any changes on LTCG, none of that coming through. Changes on safe harbor, specifically for IT services. On balance, on the tax side, Mr. Ranjan, how would you rate the budget and the measures taken?
Shri, thanks for having me here. The STT was a bit of a shocker. There are some very good things which have been announced. You remember I was talking about preventing litigation from happening. And I think the measures that have been announced for safe harbor and transfer pricing, various other things on the APA program, advanced pricing agreement, these are steps which are very, very, very welcome. I'm sure they will cut down on the litigation to a large extent. There are also a host of measures which are building trust and confidence in the taxpayers, the decriminalizing provisions, the provisions where where tax defaults are now not criminal really offenses in that sense. I think that's a very, very good move. So those are very well received. The only thing is, I'm a bit surprised at the STT increase. As I had said on that day, I think the STT is no longer a legitimate tax. So, and then to increase it is a bit of very strange. I'm told that the reason is to curb excessive speculation. I'm not so sure whether this sort of an increase in STT does anything to curb speculation amongst the investors. It might just hit the margins of large players who are active in the futures and options market. But let's see, I'm not an expert on this, so it doesn't really impact the market to that extent.
Yes, the market is going to have to live with that. But Mr. Ranjan, a couple of other issues that I want to point out to you. And we've seen a lot of actually in the fine print, a lot of retrospective a lot of amendments coming in to retrospectively react to court orders, especially when it comes to the Din Amendment and so on and so forth. What do you make of that?
Well, actually, I think we should view that in a positive light. I think there are attempts to try and resolve issues which are creating a lot of uncertainty in the minds of taxpayers. Both of these major retrospective amendments you're talking about, they concern an issue which is going on in the courts for a very long time. And it's not a very substantive issue. It's a technical issue, but it is throwing the whole system into confusion. So I think it's good that that the view has been made clear, that the law has been resolved, clarified, and resolved. And I think we should be viewed in that light, not as a retrospective, as something coming as a surprise, but something done to really remove ambiguities and to prevent litigation from happening or stop the litigation from happening. So I think that we should look at it that way.
That's a welcome move, you're saying. I'll come back to you in just a second, but let me get Mr. Manoj Panda in, member of the 16th Finance Commission. As I was pointing out, the budget, of course, in itself a big event, but it's also the 16th Finance Commission's recommendations that have been tabled today and accepted by the government. Mr. Panda, many thanks for joining us. The headline that we've got, of course, is on the devolution, which stays at 41%, and that is the formula that the Finance Commission has stuck with. But if I could ask you to explain to us the rationale behind sticking with that number and some of the key recommendations that the Finance Commission has made this time around.
Yeah, thank you. Basically, the
41-42% has continued for the last two commissions. And particularly during the 14th commission, there was a big rise in the devolution from 32 to 42. 15th broadly continued that, except for some adjustment for Jammu and Kashmir being made union territories. So, and our overall assessment is that the central financial position is as good or as bad as that of those of the states. And when we talk of a developed India or movement towards that, the center cannot be made fiscally weak. They have to be fiscally as strong as those of the states. The responsibility of a developed India contributing more towards GDP lies both with the center as well as with the states. So because of that, we decided that it is not the time to change the 41%. We should stick to it, and center should feel as much comfortable as in the past couple of years.
Right. Mr. Panda, some of the other key recommendations, to do with grants, to do perhaps with centrally sponsored schemes, etc. We haven't been able to go through the fine print of the Finance Commission's recommendations yet. We've been busy with the budget. If you can take us through some of the key recommendations you've made.
Yeah, no, the centrally sponsored schemes, that doesn't come under the purview of the Finance Commission. But what also comes apart from the 41% is how the 41% will be divided among each of the states. And that's a major part of the recommendation. What we have done this time is basically introduce a new variable called contribution to GDP. And it is given 10% weight by taking out some weight from area, some from the forest, and also tax effort. Now, the rationale for that is the states must be nudged towards their own contributions to GDP. If we see the states' developments, some of them are developing fairly well, but some of them are not able to catch up. They must be nudged to catch up with the rest, at least to some minimum level. And that is the major reason why we have gone for contributions to GDP. Along with that,
which means what? Mr. Panda, just for the benefit of all our viewers, which means that the states that are doing better, what is the impact on them, and the states that are contributing less to GDP, what is the impact on them?
Oh, I think the overall impact will be, as a percentage of devolution, it will not be large. It will be only 0.2, 0.3% of the total. For most of the states, for one or two states, it might go to 0.4%. But the developed states were always complaining that they are being penalized for their contributions to national growth, contributions to national revenue. And that is the reason why we thought it is time to change the direction, at least nominally, so that even if there is a small change, that will send a message. The other major...
So the finance... yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, the other major recommendation is, earlier where states were being given quite large revenue deficit grants to begin with, and they were being asked to reduce it substantially or even eliminate by the end of the Finance Commission's recommendation period at the end of the 5th year. Now, our analysis says that the normative assessment that the Finance Commissions used to do and the actual revenue deficit that actually took place, they are very widely different. And a cycle of high deficit slowly going down to low deficit by the 5th year and again coming back to high deficit, that cycle continued for the last 3-4 commissions. And last year, the 15th Finance Commission's last year recommendation, it brought it down to as low as 13,000 crores only for 6 or 7 states. All other states, they did not get any revenue deficit. We have decided to recommend that no state should get any revenue deficit during our award period. Now it is for the government to take a decision on that. I think two other recommendations
measure that no state should have a revenue deficit. What does that mean, sir?
No, we didn't. We recommended that no states should get it.
Okay.
The 15th Finance Commission, they had awarded to 6 states 13,000 crores, bringing it down from more than 1 lakh crores. Then we thought it is almost negligible now. It is time to eliminate the deficit altogether. And revenue deficit, if it is eliminated, then that will give incentive for investment. And in the process, again, states can contribute towards GDP.
Well, Mr. Panda, you know, we will have to go through the fine print of your recommendations and then perhaps have a more nuanced conversation with you. But thanks so much for joining us with your first take on the recommendations made by the Finance Commission. Mr. Ranjan, a quick final word from you on the proposal for that tax-free proposal that the Finance Minister has announced for data centers to be able to service foreign companies out of India. 22-year tax-free period. What do you make of that?
Yes, actually, you know, this is in view of the new data center policy which is coming out from the Ministry of Information Technology. It is an attempt really to assuage the apprehensions of the foreign companies which are going to spend billions of dollars in setting up these data centers. One apprehension of these companies was that since they are using a server installed in India, their income that they earn overseas might become taxable in India to some extent, and I think this exemption, this outright exemption, of course, it is not something that would have been very clear in the law. The taxability itself was in doubt, but then there was an apprehension, and I think the government has tried to just remove that apprehension very clearly by giving a very blanket sort of exemption. The only condition being that if you are earning income by providing services to Indian residents, then that must go through an Indian company, and the server must be under the control of the Indian company. I think it's a measure which is trying to give tax certainty again. So one more measure in the area of certainty, which I think is quite welcome.
A welcome move there, Mr. Ranjan. We will, of course, continue to speak with you through the course of the next few days as we unravel more of the fine print. But don't go anywhere, sir. Don't go anywhere to our viewers. So thank you, Mr. Ranjan, for joining us. We're going to take a quick break and return with a lot more. Stay tuned to CNBC TV 18. We're back in a moment. Reform, not rhetoric. Ambition, not ambivalence. With that, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman rose to present her record-breaking 9th budget, holding out hope for India in the medium to long term and ensuring that some of the pain points, some of the friction areas are addressed, be it on taxation or predictability and certainty. What didn't go down well was the hike as far as the STT on options and futures were concerned. That weighed on market sentiment, but that apart, there is plenty of continuity that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has stuck to, whether it is on the fiscal glide path or it is on the reform agenda. Joining me now is the top team from FICCI to take us through what they make of Budget 2026. With us, Anand Goenka, Puneet Dalmia, Harshpati Singhania, Shubhrakant Panda and Sandeep Samani. Gentlemen, many thanks for joining us. Ananta, I'll start by talking to you. The big focus you expected was manufacturing. There's plenty there for manufacturing, but equally, there is plenty there for services. In fact, the Niti Aayog CEO BVR Subramaniam telling me this is a services budget. Your take on Budget 2026?
Right. I think the budget focuses on growth, inclusivity and youth. I think the most exciting part is that it is a budget of continuity and stability, and the focus on Reform Express continues, focus on infrastructure has continued and only increased, and finally on the manufacturing side, a very good balance of future industries where we need to be indispensable and present industries which are very employment focused, such as textiles, leather, apparel. So a very well balanced budget which takes into account a macroeconomic or a macro view into the future, as well as the micros of taking care of the initial challenges that we are seeing.
Puneet Dalmia, CapEx number is now out, 12.2 lakh crore rupees, and it goes in line with what the government has been saying, that look, we can't keep doing, double-digit kind of CapEx numbers year after year. On balance, what do you take away from what the government has said on CapEx, the larger infrastructure thrust in the budget?
Well, I think I think India is the most credible large economy growth story in the world today, and it is because it offers certainty in an era of unprecedented global chaos and uncertainty. I think this is driven by the fact that there is continuity on infrastructure spend, as you said, 12 lakh crores. I think there is also a very stable tax regime, and there is also more ease of compliance on regulation. So I think we are seeing all of this play out as a larger vision of how to create a Viksit Bharat by 2047 and an Atmanirbhar Bharat. So I think the building blocks keep getting put in place every year, and it strengthens the foundation to create a vision, and we move forward one step every year. So there's a 9th budget for the Honorable Finance Minister, which is a record, and it's the first budget from the Kartavya Bhavan. And as I was saying, that it's from a bhav of kartavya, which is good intentions, lead to good policies, will lead to good outcomes. And I think they've also said that it will be a budget which will continue growth, 7% GDP growth, build capacity for the future to fulfill aspirations of India. And also, finally, it is Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, for all families, for all communities and for all regions. So apart from the big picture, there is a lot of micro detailing on which sectors, which areas, what is their strengths, and it allocates capital very thoughtfully to ensure that we can leverage strengths of each area and each community to further the vision that the Honorable Prime Minister has created.
Yes, absolutely. To take forward the point that you were making, whether it was MSMEs, whether it's a 10,000 crore rupee outlay, the electronic component manufacturing scheme, where the outlay has now been enhanced to 40,000 crores, or it is benefits, basic customs duty benefits to the nuclear power sector, and so on and so forth. Mr. Singhania, if you were to look at the fine print and the minutiae, what stands out for you in terms of impact?
I think it's a very important budget from the point of view that we are operating from a space where our debt to GDP ratio is coming down continuously. So there is certainty, there is clarity in the direction, and that is very important. In today's turmoil globally, there are very few large economies and those particularly, I mean, nobody is growing at the rate that we are growing, which have these kinds of numbers. So this is very important, and as the finance minister herself said, this provides fiscal space. So this is extremely important to look at. Along with this, the finance minister has also talked about trying to invite foreign investments into India, be they through the data centers, be they through even people of Indian origin living overseas, because I think the rupee depreciation is also predicated on the fact that we are seeing large capital outflows. So besides looking at the domestic side growth alone, we are trying to invite foreign capital, which to me is a welcome move.
Shubhakant Panda, plenty there for the medical space, medical hubs for high-speed rail, defense corridors, and of course tourism as well. But on balance, what do you believe the budget is likely to deliver on in the near term? The medium to long term is a different story altogether.
Well, I would expect that, the focus as always has to be on execution because announcements are great, but in all fairness, I must also mention that this government and this finance minister has had a sharp focus on execution, as has been seen from previous budgets. Shireen, the point I wanted to add here is I think what stood out for me was the multiple references to ease of living and many proposals which were connected, to that concept. So I think it's a citizen-centric budget which is very welcome. And also from an inclusivity point of view, not just as Puneet mentioned about, opportunities and resources for all sections of society, but the fact that, even within the emphasis on manufacturing, there is also, specific schemes and support for MSMEs, which is very important because that's the real job creation machine in the country, in any economy for that matter. And I think that focus will stand us in very good stead.
Okay, yes, whole bunch of sectors there being mentioned by the finance minister. And the defense, while she didn't talk about it in her speech, the defense allocation has seen an increase B2B of about 21%. So that's been a significant change there and a significant capital allocation for the government as well. But Anand Goenka, coming back to you now, specifically, for the electronic manufacturing sector, because that was something that you had spoken about. She didn't announce a park, but, the component manufacturing scheme has got a significant uptick. There was a park announcement, but that was more to do with textiles and technical textiles to be specific. But, the point that you were making that continue to accelerate growth for that sector, enough done?
Yes, so on the electronic manufacturing scheme, she has only increased the outlay, which is exemplifies enough focus on EMS. She has also added the semiconductor mission to continue with ISM 2.0. So both put together, there's a fair amount of focus on semiconductor sector.
Yes, and ISM 2.0, the allocation was not provided in the budget, and that's probably because it is waiting for cabinet approval, so we'll probably see an allocation coming in for ISM 2.0 later. But Puneet, coming back to you, high-speed rail, freight corridors, container shipping, an allocation for that as well, ship repair, civil aviation sector, components being exempt from basic customs duty. So a lot in the infrastructure and allied infrastructure spaces linked to manufacturing also being mentioned there by the finance minister.
Look, India is building massive physical infrastructure and digital infrastructure, and this is intended to create inclusion and to boost productivity. And I think we are moving from just a domestic growth economy to being globally more competitive as an economy. I think this will ensure all this investment in infrastructure will ensure that our logistics costs come down, mobility increases, people are more connected, and it just unlocks productivity across the people across various segments of society. So I think this is a very welcome move, and the beauty is it's done with a long-term vision. And the execution momentum just continues every year. So, and it's also done very thoughtfully. So the capital allocation is not, done, it's done with a lot of micro detailing which cities should be connected where, what hubs should be created depending upon the strength of that area. So I think the capital allocation is also very thoughtful. And lastly, some of the investments in softer aspects of infrastructure like healthcare, education, tourism, etc. is being done on a challenge basis. So they are also very mindful of, getting states to compete with each other so that efficiencies can be unlocked. So I think I really like the fact that this will create global competitiveness for India and create inclusion because more people can get connected and be more mobile.
Right. Sandeep Samani, let me get your take on what you liked in the budget, the big highlights for you.
So I think for industry, the downside is always when there is a policy change suddenly. And I think this finance minister laid out a roadmap a few years ago, and she has stuck to the roadmap, improving on the roadmap year on year. So there is no unpleasant surprise. Focus continues to be on making India more competitive, which was one of her opening statements. And also I think the important thing is continued focus on infrastructure. Infrastructure will help us, better infrastructure will always help India improve its logistics costs, where we are higher than the rest of the world, therefore improving competitiveness. Also a lot of focus on capital goods, SOPs being given to various industries to promote capital goods manufacturing in India. Labor-intensive industries being given SOPs, textiles, fisheries, shoes, leather. So I think focus in the right areas to use the money in a more efficient manner that the government has allocated. I was pleased to see the disinvestment budget being significantly raised to some 80,000 crores. So all the right focuses, including MSMEs, which are job creating. First time the government has said that they will create a 10,000 crore fund to actually invest equity in MSMEs, and I think that's a very bold step and a very good step. It improves in scaling up and giving the financial muscle to MSMEs that can really grow into larger companies. So overall, I think a good, directionally very good budget in terms of hitting all the sweet spots and making sure that we continue to focus on growth in India in a very volatile environment. Global environment is extremely volatile and uncertain. So India is the, I would say an island of paradise in a very turbulent world.
It is a turbulent world, and it's turbulent for our stock markets today as well. We've seen the markets being very volatile through the course of the budget day. But gentlemen, we will of course continue to speak with you over the course of the next few weeks and months as many of these announcements come to fruition by way of execution. But today, for your first reactions post the Finance Minister's budget, thanks very much for joining us here on CNBC TV 18. We're going to take a quick break. There's plenty more that's coming up as we highlight the fine print of Budget 2026. Stay with us.
Welcome back to this special broadcast on Budget 2026. Now, markets reversed their early gains to post the biggest budget day decline that we've seen in 6 years. Nigel D'Souza has all the market action and is joining in now. Nigel, what a tough Saturday or Sunday for the markets it's been.
A very, very difficult day of trade. As you can see, all the indices, the Nifty ending down close to around 500 points. At one point of time, we were down close to around 700 points. The biggest hit really today came in terms of sentiment. No one was factoring in, or at least the buzz was not very, very loud, that an STT hike could come about. That's precisely what the finance minister did announce. And because of that, you had all these market players, whether you're looking at Angel One, BSE, CDSL, all of them took a sharp knock in today's trading session. There was an expectation that the defense-related names, they'll see a higher allocation. To be fair, actually, the allocation is quite high. However, those stocks had already run up in anticipation, and that's why those stocks did come in for profit-taking. BEL, Bharat Dynamics, as well as HAL, all of them sharply lower in today's trading session. Bharat Dynamics, in fact, had put on a good amount of weight getting into this event, and all that got sold into, so those stocks were under pressure. The other problem was the gross market borrowing. That number came higher than expected at around 17 lakh crore, or the street was bracing for a number of around 16 to around 16.5 lakh crore. And because of that, the PSU banking names, after seeing a good run-up in the last few trading sessions, they did come in for profit-taking. Even Big Boy, SBI did see some selling. PNB as well did end lower in today's trade. The other couple of names, though, did pretty well. So let's highlight a couple of winners. Data center players. There was a bit of a booster shot that came in for them. So Anant Raj, E2E Networks. Remember, these are stocks that have already seen a sharp correction. You have NetWeb Technologies as well. That was higher. Let's get some of those stocks running for you on the screen. And Orient Pro, some kind of play with regard to data center. We'll have to see how it actually plays out. For the time being, though, these stocks did pretty well. Precious metal stocks, though, they did correct over the weekend. And today, some of those stocks that are direct play in terms of precious metals, they came in for profit-taking. MCX was down close to around 10% in trade. You had Muthoot Finance as well. That was lower because, that in the entire up move that we saw on gold, Muthoot Finance as well did play out. And Hindustan Zinc, Vedanta just sold a % stake in the company at much higher levels. And today, post that correction that we saw on silver, well, those stocks, in fact, were lower. The AMS companies, though, there was a hike in terms of the PLI component, and because of that, those stocks did well. So Amber, Keynes, both of them, they outperformed in today's trading session. Moving to some of those IT sector names, there was some kind of relief that came because of the harbor turnover threshold for IT services. That was increased. Some kind of booster shot coming in with simplification of buyback rules as well. That's what pushed these stocks up. So you had Wipro that was higher in today's trading session.
Nigel, thanks very much for taking us through that action. Now, in what was a surprise move, the finance minister proposed hiking the securities transaction tax, or STT, on equity futures and option contracts. Now, the STT on futures will be hiked by 150% and by 50% on options. Here's what market experts made of that surprising move.
STT increases beyond expectations of the market. But in some sense, it is the Sensex of the market. 9 out of 10 retail investors were losing money. The benefits was mostly going to the HFTs. Undoubtedly, government had to take some step. We can only pay that STT and capital gain. STT was introduced in lieu of capital gain. With increased STT, the Honorable Finance Minister may look to reconsider capital gains taxation.
Don't go by the immediate reaction. Markets are spooked because of the STT, but I think overall, what she mentioned in the first paragraph, reform over rhetoric, action over ambivalence, and people over populism, I think I would have summarized in a similar manner, but she herself said before presenting the budget. So I mean, a glide path towards lower debt to GDP, continued focus on infrastructure, which includes digital, physical, social, continue to, the ease of doing business, improving the quality of life to make the most of the demographic dividend. I think all of them are structurally positive, and particularly on the buyback, because all of us, we have been discussing that the cash is getting piled up in the corporate balance sheet. So either they do the capex, which I think some of the tax incentives on data center and few other things should spur that.
FIs are definitely out of the market today. So real impact of this will be seen tomorrow in terms of how are they thinking about this particular thing, because a lot of marginal trades will become unviable. So the high frequency traders, for them it will be unviable, a lot of it will be unviable. Second, there are a lot of products, arbitrage products, where a lot of money is there. Those will become unviable, and hence there will be a lot of redemption in those products whenever this new regime comes in. So the market will get less leveraged and less liquid. So the impact on the market will be a little more bearish because of this particular provision.
The increase on STT on derivatives, I look at it as a move from the government to oriental and align people towards trading and investing long term in equities. Today, the equity STT will be lower than F&O STT, which encourages them to get into the equities market. That is totally in alignment with the capital formation requirement of Viksit Bharat. The STT increase, this is not the first time it has happened. Every time when it happens, the reaction is exactly like what you said. The market feels worried and concerned whether it will impact volumes, will impact revenues, etc. India is a growing economy and fast growing in a big way. And in that process, what we have always seen is the market growth is so much, and the depth of the market grows so much. The initial concerns go away soon, and the market starts developing.
Now, Budget 2026 has also proposed a 20-year tax holiday to any foreign company that is providing cloud services using data centers in India. Rachna Dhanrajani is here with the details of that and the significance of this move. Rachna?
That's right. Budget 2026 puts data centers firmly in focus with clear tax incentives aimed at pulling global cloud companies into India. The finance minister has announced a tax holiday till 2047 for foreign companies offering global cloud services from data centers located in India. Any services sold to Indian businesses, however, will be routed through an Indian reseller and they will be taxed locally. But to reduce tax uncertainty, the government has fixed a 15% safe harbor margin for related party data center services. This is a move aimed at cutting long-running transfer pricing disputes for global cloud firms. But there's also a supply chain push. Non-residents warehousing electronic components in bonded warehouses will be taxed on a 2% profit margin, translating into an effective tax of about 0.7%. So who benefits globally? Well, large cloud providers running global workloads from India stand to gain definitely. This includes Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud. Now, global electronics manufacturers using bonded warehousing in India also benefit, as do the multinational tech firms looking for long-term tax certainty till 2047. On the Indian side, however, several companies are positioned as key partners given that they have a joint venture. First up is Adani Enterprises, who's in a joint venture with EdgeConneX under Adani Connex. There's Reliance Industries, who's building large hyperscale data centers, campuses in partnership with Brookfield and Digital Realty. Then there's Bharti Airtel. Through Nextra Data, this works with global cloud and enterprise clients. Then there's also Tata Communications that's providing data centers and cloud infrastructure to global enterprises while being located in India. And then there's ST Telemedia Global Data Centers that runs a large India presence and is backed by the parent company that also has ownership from KKR. So put together, these measures show how the budget is using tax certainty, lower logistics costs and clear rules to position India as a base for global cloud and data center operations. Back to you.
All right, Rachna, thanks very much for taking us through that. Now we'll move on because the budget also saw a slew of initiatives to boost the textile and the seafood industries. But are these measures going to help offset the impact of US tariffs? That's the question we're asking, and Shilpa Ranipeta has the answer. Shilpa, are these measures enough to offset a 50% potential tariff hike?
Well, you know, that's the hope. But let's look at what the announcements were. Now, the government has announced a series of relief measures for India's textile, leather and seafood industries. All labor-intensive sectors, all currently under pressure due to high US tariffs and weak global demand. Now, starting with seafood. Now, seafood, the duty-free import limit for inputs used in seafood processing, that's been raised from 1% to 3% of last year's export value. This means that exporters can now import more essential materials without paying customs duty, helping them cut costs. Now, in another big move, fish caught by Indian vessels in India's EEZ and on high seas will now be duty-free. And if that fish is landed at a foreign port, that will be treated as an export, allowing fishermen and companies to legally sell abroad and access export benefits. Now, the government also says that safeguards will be put in place to prevent misuse of this. Next, leather and footwear exporters. Now, the duty-free import benefit, earlier available only for full footwear exports, has now also been extended to the shoe upper exports. That's the upper layer of the shoe as well, and this lowers costs for a key segment of the supply chain. Also, exporters of leather goods, garments and footwear will now get 1 full year to ship their products, up from earlier 6-month deadline, and that gives them more breathing room as orders slow down amid delays because of the entire tariff situation. Now, on the textile front, the government has announced an integrated push. This includes new schemes covering fiber, self-reliance, cluster modernization, job creation, handlooms and handicrafts, sustainable textiles, and a lot more, including mega textile parks and a new initiative that aims to strengthen khadi, handloom and village industries. Now, with a focus on branded training and global market access is also there. Now, why this support now? Because US tariff shock has been hitting these sectors hard. The US accounts for nearly 30% of India's apparel and textile exports, and these after a 50% tariff, have been in a difficult place, especially places like Tirupur. They have been warning of factory shutdowns as shipments to the US have fallen by over 50% in Q3. CRISIL, in fact, has also said that it expects the US tariffs to result in India's leather industry's revenue falling by about 10 to 12% in FY26. And in the seafood industry, US makes up about 35% of exports, and shipments have already fallen 25%, with new orders in the future completely drying up. In short, the government is trying to ease costs, extend timelines and protect jobs as export-heavy sectors navigate one of their toughest global trade environments in years. Back to you.
All right, Shilpa, thanks very much. Plenty in the budget to tackle that 50% potential tariff. Thanks very much for that. Now, the budget also had some announcements for the states that are heading to elections this year. Sandhya Gora has more on that. Sandhya, from Assam to West Bengal, Tamil Nadu to Kerala, all of them found a mention in the budget.
Yes, and as anticipated by political experts, like past instances, this year's budget also focused on poll-bound states. Like earlier years, the budget combined both symbolism and policy announcements. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented her 9th union budget today. This time, she wore a traditional Kanjivaram sari. In 2021, when West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Assam and Kerala along with Puducherry went to the polls, the Finance Minister quoted Rabindranath Tagore in her budget speech and wore West Bengal's Lal Pad sari. In 2025, the Bihar election year, she wore a Madhubani sari from the state, and this time a Kanjivaram sari from Tamil Nadu. Like 2021, 2023, 2024, 2025, this year too is electorally crucial, with assembly elections due in West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Assam and Puducherry. The BJP has been keen to expand its footprint in these states, particularly West Bengal, Tamil Nadu and Kerala. Against this backdrop, FM Nirmala Sitharaman made multiple announcements today, ranging from special infrastructure development in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, including temple towns, to a tourism push and a strong focus on the textile sector. In her 9th budget speech today, the Finance Minister proposed support for mineral-rich states such as Odisha, Kerala and Tamil Nadu to promote the mining of rare earths and to develop the dedicated rare earth corridor in these states. She laid particular emphasis on the textile sector, announcing Samarth 2.0 to upgrade textile skilling. She also proposed an integrated program for textile sector, including a national fiber scheme, a textile employment scheme, a national handloom and handicraft scheme, and the setting up of mega textile parks. Tamil Nadu contributes over 26% to India's overall textile exports, while West Bengal exports around 12% of its handloom and textile products. The Finance Minister also announced an outlay of 20,000 crore rupees for urban infrastructure development in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, including temple towns. Poll-bound Tamil Nadu and Assam, both known for their historic and culturally significant temples, are expected to benefit from this push. She further announced trekking and hiking trails, bird watching and turtle trails, as well as special wildlife tourism trails in multiple states, including Assam, Tamil Nadu and Kerala. The Finance Minister also announced high-speed train corridors on 7 routes, including Hyderabad to Chennai, Chennai to Bengaluru and Varanasi to Siliguri.
All right, interesting there. Kanjivaram finds, to be the pick of the finance minister over a Mekla, over a Kasaf. Thanks very much, Sandhya, for putting that interesting thought into perspective. On that note, we're going to wrap up this special broadcast. But stay with us. More news and updates will continue right here on CNBC TV 18.
माननीय वित्त मंत्री श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमन जी।
We are inspired by three kartavya. Our first kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas.
Good evening and thanks for joining CNBC TV 18's special broadcast on Budget Day. I am Archana Solanki. Here are the headlines we're tracking. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's ninth budget keeps an eye on the fiscal deficit glide path, even as it focuses on driving growth by increasing exports and attracting stable long-term investments. Promises to sustain the momentum of structural reforms, strengthen the financial sector and support building cutting-edge technology at home. In a surprise move, the finance minister proposes hiking securities transaction taxes on equity futures and options contracts. STT on futures is to be hiked by 150% and by 50% on options. The move rattles the stock market. Sensex and Nifty reverse early gains to post the biggest budget day decline in 6 years. Finance Minister projects a nominal GDP to grow at 10% in the next fiscal, hikes capital expenditure outlay by 9% to 12.2 lakh crore rupees. Documents show the government missed last year's target by 3%. Finance Minister looks to spend more to shore up India's defence capabilities. Budget proposes hiking defence capex outlay by 21% to 5.9 lakh crore rupees. The budget for defence modernisation is up 24%. Government sticks to the path of fiscal consolidation. Fiscal deficit target for this fiscal projected at 4.4%. FY27 target stands at 4.3%. The debt to GDP ratio projected to decline from 56.1% to 55.6%. A sharp hike in government borrowing. Budget projects gross borrowing of 17.2 lakh crore rupees. This is 18% higher the current fiscal year's estimate of 14.6 lakh crores. Government projects a net tax collections at 28.6 lakh crore rupees. This is slightly lower than the budget estimates last year. Collections in FY26 missed the budget estimate by 1.6 lakh crore rupees. Government accepts the recommendation of the 16th Finance Commission. States will continue to get a 41% share of overall tax revenues. As expected, there are no changes to personal income tax, but the budget proposes measures to ease compliance and cut down on litigation, like more time to revise tax returns without penalties. Also proposes lowering tax collected at source on foreign travel to a flat 2%, TCS on money sent abroad for education or medical expenses to be also cut to 2%. The Finance Minister moves to further curtail any improper use of buybacks, proposes to tax buyback for all types of shareholders as capital gains, also proposes introducing an additional buyback tax on promoters to disincentivize the misuse of tax arbitrage. Says the tax will make the effective tax rate 22% for corporate promoters and 30% for non-corporate promoters. All right, a modest capex hike, more firepower for India's defence arsenal and a tax shocker for the stock markets. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's ninth consecutive budget is aimed at providing a thrust to manufacturing and offset the impact of the 50% US tariffs. Let's quickly take you through the top highlights. First, the stock markets were rattled after the finance minister proposed hiking securities transaction taxes on equity futures and options contracts. The market saw its biggest budget day fall in 6 years. The finance minister also added more firepower to India's defence arsenal. Defence allocation has been hiked by 21% to 5.9 lakh crores. Overall capex saw a modest growth of 9%. As expected, there are no changes to personal income tax, but the budget proposed measures to ease compliance and cut down on litigation, like more time to revise tax returns without penalties. Here are the key snippets of the finance minister's 85-minute long budget speech.
I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%. STT on options premium and exercise of options are both proposed to be raised to 0.15% from the present rate of 0.1% and 0.125% respectively. I propose interventions in 6 areas. 1. Scaling up manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. 2. Rejuvenating legacy industrial sectors. 3. Creating champion MSMEs. 4. Delivering a powerful push for infrastructure. 5. Ensuring long-term security and stability. And 6. Developing city economic regions.
ये बजट भारत की वैश्विक भूमिका को नए सिरे से सशक्त करता है। भारत के 140 करोड़ नागरिक फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी बनकर ही संतुष्ट नहीं है। हम जल्द से जल्द दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनना चाहते हैं।
Well, the budget also announced a slew of tax changes. Sonal Bhutra is here with more.
Basically, if you're going abroad to study for medical purposes or for leisure travel, you will have to deduct less TCS on the amount that you're paying there. It has been reduced from 5 to 2% for education and medical purposes, and reduced from 5 and 20% to 2% if you are taking a group package for traveling abroad. Of course, this amount can be set off while you're filing your return, but it created liquidity issues for investors or individuals, and that is something which seems to be getting solved by this particular change. On sovereign gold bonds, now remember, after the rally that we saw in gold, a lot of people were buying sovereign gold bonds in secondary market. There is a clarification which has come in that from April 2026, the gains on this will not be exempt from capital gains tax. Only people who have bought it from the primary market from the start to the end will not have to pay capital gains tax, but if you bought it from the secondary market, there will be no exemption that will be available. Now, the fifth one is that if you are paying interest, basically borrowing money to buy mutual funds, this interest that you pay will not be allowed as a deduction from any of the dividends that you are earning from mutual funds. So this provision is done away with. There are a lot of relaxations in terms of compliances as well for return filing. Let's now talk about the 6-month foreign asset disclosure scheme for 2 categories. First is those who have not disclosed the foreign income or assets, and those who have actually disclosed it, but they have not declared the asset which was acquired. So there are some provisions for that as well. Now let's talk about the corporate taxes, because there are changes in safe harbor rules, because this was a long ask from the industry as well. The threshold for availing safe harbor rules for the IT industry has been increased from 300 crore rupees to 2,000 crore rupees. So that's a positive which has come by. There are some exemptions on data centers as well. There is also exemption for income for a period of 5 years to any non-resident who is providing capital goods, equipment or tooling in a bonded zone. So basically the Make in India factor is working in case of a lot of tax exemptions which have been provided to some of these industries. The last one is now MAT, the minimum alternate tax is proposed to be made final tax. No further credit accumulation from 1st April of 2026, and the rate has been reduced from 15% to 14%. The brought forward MAT credit that is available in your books as on 31st March 2026 will be available to set it off against any other liabilities that you have. But these are some of the major changes which have been announced in the budget this time around.
Right, thank you Sonal for that. Shifting focus now, the budget also announced an initiative aimed at positioning India as a global biopharma hub with a proposed outlay of 10,000 crore rupees over 5 years. The finance minister also announced a slew of measures to boost medical tourism. Ekta Batra is standing by with the details. Ekta.
Well, yes, I'll start with, Biopharma Shakti, which was announced. So it's around a 10,000 crore biopharma scheme which was launched, which is aimed to make India a biopharma hub, build domestic biologics manufacturing. So there are 3 new NIPER institutes which are planned, 7 existing NIPER institutes which will be upgraded, and 1,000 plus accredited clinical trial sites which are proposed as well. It is a sentiment positive for the sector. Biocon, Dr. Reddy, Sun Pharma, Lupin, Glenmark, just to name a few. In terms of hospitals and diagnostics, medical tourism push, so 5 regional medical hubs are planned. It will be a public-private partnership model. Integrated healthcare complexes are proposed as well. Listed beneficiaries include the likes of Apollo, Fortis, Max Healthcare, Dr. Lal's, Metropolis, all of these stocks in focus. But remember, while this is a positive, the execution will be something that the street will be watching for in terms of all of these announcements and the material impact eventually on the earnings as well.
All right, thank you, Ekta. Now, the budget also proposed hiking defence capex outlay by 21% to 5.9 lakh crore rupees. Riya Bhatia has more. Riya.
Well, yes, the government this time around has announced a total defence budget of 7.85 lakh crores. Now, compare this to last year's budget of 6.81 lakh crores. It's an increase of roughly 15%. So, the expectations on this front range from 10 to 15%. So, this is at the top end of the expectations. The defence expenditure has been announced at 5.95 lakh crore rupees for the year, up 21% compared to last year's budget. Defence capital allocation has also been announced at 2.31 lakh crores. Versus 1.92 lakh crores in FY26, and this is also an increase of roughly 20% compared to last year, also in line with the expectations that the street was working with. There has also been a 24% increase in the budget for defence modernisation, which is a bit positive. Apart from this, they have also allocated roughly rupees 63,734 crores for aircraft and aero engines for defence, which is a 31% increase compared to last year's outlay. Now, in terms of the market reaction, the Nifty Defence Index ended roughly 5.4% lower today, recovering from its lows of 7 to 8%. And in fact, at one point of the trading session earlier before the budget was announced, it was up by roughly 2% earlier in the session. Now, the street seems to be disappointed by the fact that there were no separate announcements or schemes that were announced for certain segments like drones, UAVs, electronic warfare, defense electronics, missiles, even for arms and ammunition or for indigenization as a whole. So that is where the street seems to be disappointed. But overall, this was a very healthy increase in the capital allocation as well as for the overall defense budget.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की ऐतिहासिक सफलता के बाद आए इस बजट ने देश की रक्षा व्यवस्था को और मजबूत बनाने की हमारे संकल्प को सुदृढ़ किया है। यह आवंटन पिछले वर्ष की तुलना में 15% से भी अधिक है, यानी इस बार भी केंद्रीय बजट का सबसे बड़ा हिस्सा रक्षा मंत्रालय को मिला है।
All right, so what did the budget have for the startup ecosystem? My colleague Shruti is joining us on the broadcast. Shruti, over to you.
Well, thanks for that. Budget 2026 sends a clear signal to India's startup ecosystem. This is no longer just about creating startups, it's about helping them scale. Here are the key takeaways. First, deep tech and manufacturing. The launch of India Semiconductor Mission 2.0 is a major push for hardware, chip design and advanced manufacturing startups. The focus is on building full-stack domestic capabilities, from equipment and materials to design and supply chains. This is backed by a 40,000 crore rupee allocation for electronic components aimed at easing supply bottlenecks. Alongside this, the development of critical mineral and rare earth value chains brings deep tech startups in electronics, EVs, defense, and clean energy into focus. Second takeaway is growth capital for MSMEs and scaling startups. The government has announced a 10,000 crore rupee SME growth fund, along with a 2,000 crore rupee top-up to the Self-Reliant India Fund. The emphasis is on patient capital to help small businesses and startups scale. Liquidity support through mechanisms like TREDS and credit guarantees is expected to ease cash flow pressures. Third, easing operational friction. Budget 2026 addresses a key pain point with the rollout of corporate mitras in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, aimed at providing affordable compliance and professional support, helping startups scale beyond metros. Fourth is women-led entrepreneurship. The proposal to set up self-help entrepreneurs or she-marts is a significant step. These community-owned retail outlets are designed to help women move from credit-linked livelihoods to enterprise ownership. And finally, AI and innovation. Fresh allocations for AI capacity, building missions, and the operationalization of the Anusandhan National Research Fund underline a push towards indigenous research, workforce readiness, and long-term innovation, critical enablers for India's startup ecosystem. Overall, Budget 2026 lays out a clear framework, capital support, manufacturing depth, and technology capability. The real test now will be execution. Back to you.
Right, thank you, Shruti, for that. The budget also saw a slew of initiatives to boost the textile and seafood industries. So, will these measures help offset the impact of America's tariffs? Shilpa Ranipeta has more. Shilpa.
Well, that's the hope. But let's look at what the announcements were. Now, the government has announced a series of relief measures for India's textile, leather and seafood industries. All labor-intensive sectors, all currently under pressure due to high US tariffs and weak global demand. Now, starting with seafood. Now, seafood, the duty-free import limit for inputs used in seafood processing, that's been raised from 1% to 3% of last year's export value. This means that exporters can now import more essential materials without paying customs duty, helping them cut costs. Now, in another big move, fish caught by Indian vessels in India's EEZ and on high seas will now be duty-free. And if that fish is landed at a foreign port, that will be treated as an export, allowing fishermen and companies to legally sell abroad and access export benefits. Now, the government also says that safeguards will be put in place to prevent misuse of this. Next, leather and footwear exporters. Now, the duty-free import benefit, earlier available only for full footwear exports, has now also been extended to the shoe upper exports. That's the upper layer of the shoe as well, and this lowers costs for a key segment of the supply chain. Also, exporters of leather goods, garments and footwear will now get 1 full year to ship their products, up from earlier 6-month deadline, and that gives them more breathing room as orders slow down amid delays because of the entire tariff situation. Now, on the textile front, the government has announced an integrated push. This includes new schemes covering fiber, self-reliance, cluster modernization, job creation, handlooms and handicrafts, sustainable textiles, and a lot more, including mega textile parks and a new initiative that aims to strengthen khadi, handloom, and village industries. Now, with a focus on branded training and global market access is also there. Now, why this support now? Because US tariff shock has been hitting these sectors hard. The US accounts for nearly 30% of India's apparel and textile exports, and these after a 50% tariff, have been in a difficult place, especially places like Tirupur. They have been warning of factory shutdowns as shipments to the US have fallen by over 50% in Q3. CRISIL, in fact, has also said that it expects the US tariffs to result in India's leather industry's revenue falling by about 10 to 12% in FY26. And in the seafood industry, US makes up about 35% of exports, and shipments have already fallen 25%, with new orders in the future completely drying up. In short, the government is trying to ease costs, extend timelines, and protect jobs as export-heavy sectors navigate one of their toughest global trade environments in years. Back to you.
Right, thank you, Shilpa. Now, Budget 2026 has also proposed a 20-year tax holiday to any foreign company that provides cloud services using data centers in India. Rachna Dhanrajani is here with the details. The government giving tax incentives. Rachna, over to you.
That's right. Budget 2026 puts data centers firmly in focus with clear tax incentives aimed at pulling global cloud companies into India. The finance minister has announced a tax holiday till 2047 for foreign companies offering global cloud services from data centers located in India. Any services sold to Indian businesses, however, will be routed through an Indian reseller and they will be taxed locally. But to reduce tax uncertainty, the government has fixed a 15% safe harbor margin for related party data center services. This is a move aimed at cutting long-running transfer pricing disputes for global cloud firms. But there's also a supply chain push. Non-residents warehousing electronic components in bonded warehouses will be taxed on a 2% profit margin, translating into an effective tax of about 0.7%. So who benefits globally? Well, large cloud providers running global workloads from India stand to gain definitely. This includes Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud. Now, global electronics manufacturers using bonded warehousing in India also benefit, as do the multinational tech firms looking for long-term tax certainty till 2047. On the Indian side, however, several companies are positioned as key partners given that they have a joint venture. First up is Adani Enterprises, who's in a joint venture with EdgeConneX under Adani Connex. There's Reliance Industries, who's building large hyperscale data centers, campuses in partnership with Brookfield and Digital Realty. Then there's Bharti Airtel. Through Nextra Data, this works with global cloud and enterprise clients. Then there's also Tata Communications that's providing data centers and cloud infrastructure to global enterprises while being located in India. And then there's ST Telemedia Global Data Centers that runs a large India presence and is backed by the parent company that also has ownership from KKR. So put together, these measures show how the budget is using tax certainty, lower logistics costs and clear rules to position India as a base for global cloud and data center operations. Back to you.
Right. Thank you, Rachna, for that. Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal is in conversation with Parikshit Luthra. Let's cut across.
Safeguarding Indian exports amid global uncertainties was a key theme of the Union Budget 2026. Joining us right now is Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal. Minister Goyal, thank you very much for joining us. You're just emerging from successfully concluding talks with the European Union. How does the FTA push that we see from the Commerce Ministry and now the Union Budget complement each other in supporting India's export story?
Well, I think this is a fabulous budget. It's a budget which reflects a future-ready Bharat. It takes forward Honorable Prime Minister's Reform Express full stream ahead, covers a very wide span of businesses and sections of society, women, youth, MSMEs, the manufacturing sector, equally the services sector. Technology has been given a big thrust. We see education and skilling getting a focused attention. So much so that a new National Institute of Design has also been proposed to be set up. Inland waterways being expanded, 7 high-speed rail corridors coming up, 12,20,000 crores being invested in infrastructure. And the speed at which we are developing infrastructure has become a surprise for the entire world today. If one looks carefully at this budget, it's very holistic, very forward-looking, preparing 140 crore Indians to speed up our journey towards Viksit Bharat.
Let me ask you about one major measure that has been taken by the Commerce Ministry, and that is for SEZs, one-time relief for manufacturing units in SEZs to sell a limited portion of their output in domestic markets at concessional rates. This was important because of the strain on manufacturers right now. Could you give us the contours of this scheme?
Broadly, the idea is that existing units in SEZs are today required to pay duty as if the goods are being imported into India if they supply to the domestic market. Many of them have surplus capacities, and the same goods are being imported duty-free from other geographies. The idea is that these existing units can use their surplus capacity and some proportion of their production, obviously less than what they are exporting, may be allowed to be sold in the domestic market in such manner that it doesn't hurt other domestic manufacturers. So we equalize or make a common level playing field for both by reducing the duty burden on the SEZ unit, but reduce it to such an extent that they are at the same level as other domestic manufacturers.
So what will be the duty level? What sectors
It
will
will
it apply
depend
to?
on sector to sector. There would be some sectors where we may not give this benefit, things like refining crude, petrol and diesel. Probably there it may not be proper to allow this. It may be to a big disadvantage to the other refiners. So it will have to be seen sectorally, and we will have to calibrate the approach so that SEZs also benefit, SEZ units get an opportunity to serve Indian needs, and we save foreign exchange.
Right. There's been a lot of focus also on labor-intensive exports from India, textiles, leather, footwear, especially rationalizing customs duty on the import costs. give us a sense of the targeted measures that you've taken and the kind of sectors you want to support with the budget.
Well, if you look at the budget, it is looking at labor-intensive sectors, it is looking at technology-intensive sectors, it is looking at traditional sectors, it is looking at futuristic sectors. I mean, the expanse is phenomenal. Textiles. It adds new textile parks, mega parks. At the same time, the thrust is on man-made textiles, because 2/3 of global trade today is on man-made textiles. It gives a thrust to the leather industry and sports goods and sportswear and sports shoes. Idea being that there's a large market out there which we can service very, very well, because we have low labor costs. Marine fishing, it opens up avenues in the EEZ so that we can expand our marine exports also. It'll also help us provide nutritious foodstuff for our domestic consumption. Animal husbandry and poultry has also been given a thrust. So wherever there is farmer or animal husbandry or fishery involved, we continue to support them to increase their incomes. All labor-oriented sectors, and for that matter, infrastructure also is a highly labor-intensive sector, are being given a thrust. Look at the data centers. Duty tax-free until 2047, 22 years from now. Can you imagine the huge thrust that this will give foreign companies who wish to invest in India to set up data centers and provide cloud services internationally? And look at the benefits for India. We get the material, we get investment into India. We sell material for construction, provide jobs to people to set up these data centers in terms of the infrastructure required. It needs tons and lots of power and lots of power redundancy. So it will promote investment in energy sector. By and large, these data centers prefer renewable energy. So it will give a thrust for nuclear energy, for green hydrogen, green ammonia. It will give a thrust for solar, hydro, battery storage, pump storage. It opens up avenues in a very holistic way, all of which lead to jobs, all of it lead to investment, all of it lead to economic activity, taxes. So the budget, I find, is an economically and fundamentally very strong budget, which gives an impetus to our growth story.
Are there certain sectors which are going to get more relief in the coming days, maybe leather for that matter?
We are looking at a scheme which may help to promote the leather industry in a big way, and are trying to draw up the contours of that.
On services exports, there was a substantial amount of time spent by the finance minister on boosting the services industry, including the IT industry. How does this safeguard the interests of our services sector, services exports?
We have tried to simplify processes and improvise on the safe harbor rules on most of the services, also clubbing all the IT-related services into one. There's a committee going to be set up to look at the services sector holistically, because we find that's an area of strength of our country. It's an area where we are growing already very rapidly, and we see tremendous potential to increase our share in global trade and services to at least 10% of the global trade. And by the way, that is a big amount. Just the European Union alone, with which we've opened up 144 services subsectors through the free trade agreement, imports 2.7 or 2.8 trillion worth of services every year. Currently, we export only 46 billion. If we can target at 10% over there, we're looking at nearly a $270 to $300 billion services export to European Union. That's the potential. So I think this is a budget which meets the aspirations of new India, which meets the aspirations of young India, which provides wings to the dreams of new India.
Speaking about the FTA with the European Union, give us a sense of how this is going to safeguard our export growth story, and what kind of growth numbers do you expect once this FTA comes into effect, and possibly even a timeline if you could share with us. Your colleague Your counterpart, Maros Sefcovic, said hopefully early next year.
Probably even earlier. Subsequent to that, we've had discussions at the highest level. We are looking at speeding up the legal scrub. We are looking at using artificial intelligence to get us the first cut of the 24 languages it needs to be translated into. And then, of course, the human beings can look at it. We are looking at the European Parliament fast-tracking approval, particularly since this is one agreement where no sensitive sector has been touched. So unlike the other agreement, Mercosur agreement, which from 19 to 26 took 6 years to approve, in this sector, all the 27 member states have welcomed it and are actually requesting that this should be fast-tracked. The German Chancellor yesterday said that this agreement, the India FTA, should be fast-tracked and implemented at the earliest.
So how much do you expect it to add to our growth story?
Our guess estimate or first cut estimate, both on the European side and Indian side, reflects that we should be able to double our bilateral trade in the next 5 to 6 years, after it comes into effect.
What about the situation with the United States? Are there certain differences right now in trade talks? Have some new issues come up? Any sense on the timeline?
You heard the Honorable President of the United States of America this morning aboard Air Force One. And I think we are making good progress and working in the spirit of friendship.
Right. Just a word on what Jamieson Greer had to say. Just last year, he had said that India has given the best possible deal ever. Now, in his latest remarks, he said that India needs to do more when it comes to reducing Russian oil purchase.
We are in regular touch. My good friend Jamieson and I, we've known each other since Trump won. And I have absolutely no doubt that between him and me, or between both our teams, the synergy is very good. The understanding is very positive, and we'll be able to finalize very quickly.
So would it be a matter of a few weeks or months?
That we will have to wait and see. You know, we never do any trade deal with deadlines.
To what extent have you tried to address global uncertainties, the trade volatility with the US in the budget to safeguard India's interests?
I think this is a budget for the next 25 years. This is a budget for the future of India. It's a budget which prepares India to take rapid strides towards Viksit Bharat 2047. So I don't think the budget is ever formulated based on just a particular situation or a particular uncertainty. Budgets are always made for a long-term vision of the country.
Right. On quality control orders, you've done a lot in terms of eliminating QCOs. The survey said that more can be done. Are we looking at a greater review of QCOs?
It'll be a calibrated approach. If we find that the QCO can be deferred or might be even eliminated, and that it is, we already are producing good quality production in India, and even the imports into India are of good quality. We are not getting substandard goods. We will always be open to amending or even eliminating QCOs. Right. We are a listening government. This government is open to inputs and open to ideas. At the same time, we have to make sure that vested interests may not try to once again bring in substandard quality production in India. As you're aware, the Honorable Prime Minister has focused very strongly on quality since 2014, when he introduced the concept of zero effect, zero defect, Z. He spoke about it in his Mann Ki Baat last Sunday. He spoke about it on the first day of Parliament. He spoke about it today when reflecting on the budget. So I think this is very dear to the Honorable Prime Minister. It's very important when India plans to become a developed nation to also focus on quality in a big way.
Right. What is the message that you'd like to send out to global investors with the budget, sir? FI outflows have been a concern. It's been about $23 billion. The drop in FDI has been questioned by experts as well. So what do you think is the message that India is trying to send out with this budget to both domestic investors and global investors?
Well, I think being the fastest growing large economy with fiscal prudence at the core of our thinking, you can continue to see fiscal consolidation in this budget also. With the fact that massive investments are going into infrastructure, and new opportunities are being created for investments in manufacturing and promoting services. We have set the roadmap for the next 2 decades, powering the economy on towards Viksit Bharat, a developed and prosperous India by 2047. I think those who will miss the bus today will regret it.
Any rethink on the press note 3 on China?
We have been receiving requests from many quarters that there could be a de minimis so that the larger funds, which may have a very small element of some 1 or 2 Chinese investors having 1 or 2, 5% Chinese investment in a larger pooled capital or a fund, may be considered for exemption, because that's not really an opportunistic takeover that could be planned. It's just a financial investment which comes in through the form of funds. It is certainly something which has been brought to our notice and is under consideration.
Mr. Goyal, thank you very much for joining us to give us the sum and substance of the union budget and the message it sends out to our exporters and the global investor community. Thank you so much.
Parikshit.
Thank you. I'll just do a quick Hindi one.
All right, thank you, Parikshit, for that conversation with the Commerce Minister. On that note, what we'll do is we'll take a short break, but don't go away. News and updates continue right here on CNBC TV 18.
Go. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has delivered the budget 2026 with an eye on resilience, with an eye on future technologies, with an eye on ease of compliance. Also, we've seen a high capex allocation for infrastructure and the defense. These are all-time high allocations that we're looking at. Joining us right now to break down the budget maths is Cyril Shroff, Chair of the FICCI Corporate Governance and Corporate Laws Committee and Managing Partner Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. We also have Nirmal Jain, Chair of the FICCI NBFC Committee and Founder IFL Group and Managing Director IFL. We're also joined by Rashesh Shah, Past President FICCI and Chairman Edelweiss Group. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us. Mr. Shroff, how do you think this budget delivers in terms of making India more attractive for a place which can attract durable FDI and foreign institutional investors?
So, whilst this is not a big bang budget in that sense, there are a lot of solid pieces in it. And when you look at it in the context of continuity of number of policies that were announced in the last 2 years and see this as a continuum, there is a lot of good stuff there. And there are a lot of hidden gems also inside the budget as well. So I think it has got a lot of solidity in it in terms of infrastructure, defense, financial services as well. There's a new committee that has been announced. So I think the overall impact in terms of driving growth creating stability, especially in this very uncertain geopolitical environment. It has got a lot of solid pieces about it, and I am quite hopeful. One should not get influenced by some temporary reactions on a Sunday from the stock market. I think it will take a couple of days for it to settle. But I'm quite hopeful, and I think that there are significant pieces of reform that have been put in, including, say, for example, on technology, data centers. These are not insignificant at all. So I'll stop there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Let me also get in Nirmal Jain at this point. Mr. Jain, we saw the finance minister announcing a high-level committee on the banking sector. This was to suggest recommendations for a Viksit Bharat. How do you see the developments, announcements in the union budget from the purview of the NBFC sector?
I think it's a very significant development because government is committed to make sure that our financial sector comes to the global level. I mean, it becomes the world class. And if you really look at it, Indian banks' asset quality has been best in, if you compare with any other country, even developed countries is far better. And coming to NBFC, to your specific question, if you would have noted in last 1 year, I think finance minister as well as the RBI, they recognize that NBFCs are essentially complement the work being done by banks because India is a very vast country and there are large sections of population and geographies which are unbanked and underbanked, and they need to be done in a manner which is cost effective and also certain skill set which NBFCs develop for underwriting in niche segments. And I think the new co-lending guidelines are also an impetus to banks and NBFCs working together. So for Viksit Bharat, I don't have any doubt that banks and NBFCs are, they complement and they'll have to work together, and there's a lot of work to be done. And I think that policymakers also recognize that.
Right. Let me go across to Mr. Rashesh Shah. Mr. Shah, how do you see announcements in the union budget? Let me begin by what's happened at Gift City. The tax holiday period has been increased from 10 years to 20 years. We've also seen the investment limit for PROIs being increased. So how do the budget announcements augur well for the stock markets, for the mutual fund sector?
See, overall, I think, as you said, Gift City is a very important, institution in India because it is the hub where capital will flow into India and capital will flow out of India. We have Indian capital which also needs to be invested outside. There is a lot of outward FDI now happening. We have international capital which will keep on coming to India, and the Gift City will become a hub. So I think this growth of the Gift City as an institution which is part of Indian economy and part of Indian capital market is actually very important, and I'm very happy to see all the announcements on that. But I think overall, if you see a lot of the focus, as you know, we spoke earlier, it has a lot of small things for a wide sector of the economy, which is a good thing. There is no one big bang. It's more business as usual on the fiscal consolidation, everything else. The one thing that I'm very encouraged by is the bond market. The entire credit flow in the economy needs to be smoothened out. Because, for an economy to do well, we need equity flow and credit flow. Equity flow has been going very well. We had almost, 8 lakh crore from household savings coming into equity markets onshore in the last year. We need credit market from banks, NBFCs, AIFs, InvITs, REITs, bond market, all of that to start coming of age also, the way our equity markets are there. So I think the announcements on that, the focus on that, including state bonds and municipal bonds, all these are good ones. I'm actually pretty encouraged by that.
Right. Do you feel, even though there was a lot of expectation on STT and LTCG, that has not happened? STT has been hiked marginally. Would you call that a dampener?
Yeah, I think the market is not prepared for that. And you know how the stock market is, it always has a knee-jerk reaction. And I think every year it happens that, people build expectation. There are rumors on the WhatsApp that they're going to cut because the market has been more consolidating. It's not been a market that has been going up. So a lot of the equity market thought it is very important for the government that the equity markets go up. So there will be some immediate short-term reforms. But that is not how government, actually the entire process works. I think STT on FNO is, to me, it is a non-issue for the equity markets as a whole, because we have seen last couple of years, the rampant growth in FNO has also been a concerning area for Reserve Bank, for SEBI, for government. So we should expect that curbing FNO will be an ongoing effort, increasing cost in FNO will be an ongoing effort. I don't think the equity markets do get affected by what happens in the FNO market. The equity markets currently are waiting for growth. And I think corporate earnings growth, corporate capex, credit growth to pick up, all those are the real growth indicators that we would want to look at. And only when that starts, I hope that some growth has started in the last quarter, green shoots have happened. I think we are maybe a couple of quarters away from corporate earnings growth becoming really visible to all of us. And when that happens, I think the equity markets will start becoming optimistic again.
Okay, let me now go back to Mr. Cyril Shroff. Mr. Shroff, we have always seen that India has not been able to significantly increase manufacturing as a share of GDP. How does this budget do in terms of increasing India's manufacturing capacity, increasing our manufacturing exports to the world, investments in key areas such as electronic components, biopharma, container manufacturing, and even rare earths? So how does this do in terms of increasing manufacturing as a percentage of GDP, and also manufacturing of critical components, including rare earth, in India?
No, absolutely, and I think your question kind of answers itself in terms of the focus on all these sectors, whether it's on biopharma, biologics, rare earths. I think this continues a pre-existing theme of focusing on manufacturing, and this is what India needs for creating jobs. But the other thing which might have been missed out in terms of the narrative is services. I think this is also a very big services budget in terms of tourism, in terms of medical tourism, in terms of education, the six university centers that have been created. So you add all of that, I think it's a good balance between manufacturing and services as well. In fact, I thought the services exposure was even more so as well, which will create both jobs and prosperity. So I think it has been a very smart move in terms of balancing both. So manufacturing is a pre-existing theme, and it got stronger with a special focus. But the new addition at scale is is services.
Right. Do you feel that the kind of announcements we've seen on services, that is going to really complement the FTAs that will come into effect this year? EFTA is already in effect. We will see the UK and the European Union FTAs coming into effect later this year, early next year. So combined with the FTA push and the push for services, do you think services exports could see a good increase in calendar year 2027?
I think so, because I think we've moved away, thanks to everything that's happening outside, from a multilateral system, and it's now, I think India has also chosen to have many FTAs individually with major economies as well. So I think that is the modus operandi that India has chosen, and it's quite powerful. I think services will be a very important part of it. So for example, let's take the EU, which has been recently signed. I think the services and movement of personnel is going to be a very big part of it, and I think it's going to help both markets significantly after we go through the process. So I think that's a big one.
one theme that everybody was looking out for was resilience amid turbulent times. And that's what Nirmala Sitharaman also referred to, that we're looking at a lot of global volatility. And therefore, the concentration, the emphasis on manufacturing and also customs duty reduction, an extension of customs duty exemption on several critical areas, including capital goods in certain sectors. How do you see that push? And do you think this focus on exports and FTAs while rejigging customs duties, extending customs duty exemptions, that's going to help the export growth?
Yeah, these are very positive steps. And at this point in time, India needs to narrow the trade deficit and focus on currency. So, and also capital goods and infrastructure, they always need support. They will create jobs, they will create long-term growth, they will sustain long-term growth. And I think there's a very welcome focus on semiconductors, for which 40,000 crore rupees have been allocated, the 20,000 crores for carbon-free and tourism. So these are very positive steps from the economy's point of view. I think, and as you said, customs duty exemption time extension, I mean, this is also very positive, very welcome, and was expected by the industry. So from the manufacturing point of view, although see, today manufacturing contributes a relatively small part of the economy. So I think 2/3 of the economy is now services, and manufacturing is just about 1/6. But it's still important to create jobs, that is one. And more importantly, we really can't compete in manufacturing of the traditional goods like, say, durables or, the household things. But the manufacturing focus now has to shift to semiconductors and also services as important, including tourism, data center. So all these policy initiatives are, I think, they are steps in the right direction, and they will help the economic growth to sustain. As you know that we are the fastest growing economy among the large economies in the world. And I think in that sweet spot, we need these kind of impetus to sustain the growth and also the jobs.
Right. Mr. Rashesh Shah, we've seen how the market's sentiment over the last few months, as a result of not having certainty or clarity over the US trade deal, that has been a little low. The sentiment has been a little low. Do you think this budget addresses certain fundamentals of the economy very well, which will perhaps maybe nullify or address the sentiment, maybe not today, but over the next few months?
I would think so. In India, there are 1,000 things to do because we are a very broad, very complex, very heterogeneous economy. So we need to do things on manufacturing, on services, on agriculture. We need to do things for MSME, for exporters, in the new age economy, data center, AI investment. So India, there are so many needs and so much to be done, like in the bond market, municipal bond, state bond. So I think the FM has picked as wide a range of things that she can do that is possible, and actually done incremental improvement, ensured that the right focus is given to the right for MSMEs, for exporters, for everybody. So in a way, it's a very broad swath of things that she has attempted to do and announce in this, which is in a way a good thing. It's very balanced in that sense. There is no hyper focus on only one particular part of the economy because we can't afford that. We are not a small Asian country which can do only exports and do well, and you can only focus on export sector and do well. We have to do hundreds of things for the economy to really go along in a balanced manner. And I think that is what she has achieved. I do think that honestly, having seen how the actual policy making works, I don't think the immediate need for them is to have a stock market on steroids or to say, what can we do in the budget to make the stock market feel good? I think the stock market is an animal by itself. There are knee-jerk reaction. It's also Sunday where a lot of the institutional investors are not very active. So the real impact on how the stock market assesses the impact of this on the economy as a whole, on the growth as a whole, on not just on the stock market itself, will take at least another couple of weeks. And that is how it has been. So we'll all read, we'll study, we'll speak to our clients and see how it impacts them. But I do think on the whole, from what we see now, she has tried a wide swath of things to do to make sure there was enough focus on everything.
Right. Let me go across to Mr. Nirmal Jain. Mr. Jain, in terms of ease of banking, ease of doing business, we've seen how many of the prosecutions and penalties related to taxation, they've either been combined together or they have been reduced or scrapped. How do you see these moves from a point of view of investor confidence?
No, they are very positive steps, and I think the intent and efforts have been in the right direction over the last few years. But what this government has inherited and the legacy of the tax structure that has evolved over the last 7-8 decades is fairly complex and a long way to go still. And I'm sure Mr. Sroff probably is a practitioner and can comment more on this. But there are many steps taken, and there's an intent which is absolutely in the right direction, that we need to remove prosecution, we need to do a lot of things to make sure that there's ease of doing business. And in fact, the business has become a lot easier in the last 10, 12 years. There's no doubt about it. But if we compare with global peers, we compare with the best in the world, then there's still a long way to go.
Right. Mr. Shah, one point that we missed was about the defense sector. Highest ever allocation, 21% increase in overall capex, 24% allocated for defense modernization. I saw almost a 30% increase in allocation for defense aero engines and aircraft engines as well. So possibly we're going to look at some big orders in this calendar year and next financial year as well. But how do you see this major push for the defense sector, and how will this translate into the performance of defense stocks, PSUs, some of our major defense listed companies in the private sector over the next few years?
Yeah.
The reasons...
Good.
Oh, sorry. The reasons for this allocation, I think, is obvious. We had Operation Sindoor last year, and I think we are living in a very uncertain world. So I think the short answer to your question on how do you see the impact of this on defense stocks and just the defense industry, I think the answer is very positive. It was a need of the hour. Just the entire security environment around the world is becoming fairly uncertain, and we have no choice but to be Atmanirbhar. But Rasesh Bhai, over to you.
No, I was just going to add that absolutely it was expected, because the way all the things in the world are, the way the geopolitics is after Operation Sindoor, so this was expected. I don't think the Indian defense industry currently is starved for business. I think there is a lot of business, more business will come. In fact, I believe that India will become an exporter of arms and armament in the next 5 to 10 years. I think it is moving at a fairly rapid pace, and every government in the world is actually arming itself up, and there'll be all kinds of equipment that India can make where we can cater to the world at large. So I do think defense is a big theme for a lot of investors. That will continue to be. The budget has only highlighted that, has only underscored that. But I think whether it's defense or whether it's MSME or services, I think the one big focus required, as Nirmal was saying, was ease of doing business. But it's not just the central government or the finance minister can do that. Ease of doing business is all the ministries in the government. Ease of doing business is also at the state government level, at the municipal level. And that is one thing. I mean, reducing bureaucracy, reducing regulation, that will be a big impact. The government has set up a commission to deregulate. I think if that can move fast enough, that will have a very, very deep impact, even beyond anything else, on the economic growth.
All right, we've run out of time, but thank you very much, Mr. Rasesh Shah, Mr. Nirmal Jain, and Cyril Shroff for joining us with your outlook on Budget 2026 and how this will impact the financial sector, the stock markets, infrastructure, and investor mood towards India.
Well, you've heard many big voices, but I think the biggest among them all is the country's biggest banker. Joining me now is Mr. C.S. Sethi, Chairman, State Bank of India. Mr. Sethi, thank you very much. You've had some time to ruminate over the budget. It has been put forth as a services budget and as one to encourage manufacturing. Are you more confident about your credit growth after looking at it, more confident of the rate of growth of GDP after listening to the budget?
Absolutely, Lata. First of all, thank you very much for having me on your show. I think this budget, I've been, off and on listening to the conversations on your channel. I think most of you have brought out the essence of this budget, and it was very clearly presented by several people that is services and manufacturing, which are focus areas, and rightly so. And services, both in terms of contributing to the domestic economy as well as contributing to the exports, have been playing a very significant role. And manufacturing, both from the Atmanirbhar point of view as well as job creation point of view. I think this manufacturing also has been very critical. So these two are critically focused in the budget. And what we have seen is that overall, as we have given the guidance earlier also, there have been an uptick on the corporate credit. And I assume that the announcements the next fiscal also will contribute to significant addition in the credit growth, both in terms of the large corporate, because most of the sunrise sectors which have been focused attract capital from the large corporates. And the projects will be mostly taken up by them. And MSME, growth fund and micro fund, which have been announced, would spur the growth of MSME credit too.
Okay. No, there's no taking away from the fact that the government has touched all the right sectors which need a push, even the advanced cutting edge ones and the bottom of the pyramid where vulnerability is high. There's no taking away from that. So, but there is, there are those small fears, or some of them even large. For instance, cost of credit, 17.2 trillion gross borrowing, the market was not prepared for that. My poll threw up 16.2 trillion as a likely expectation. Some went up to 16.5, but 17.2 is an outlier number. That will push the cost of credit for everyone. Is that a worry?
So my information from my team says that we need to wait for the buyback, which is outside the budget announcement. If you see last year also, we almost had 80,000 crores buyback, which is outside the budget announcement. So I think the number need to be adjusted for potential buybacks, and that could be a modest number. And the another thing, what we have also seen that most of the numbers, both on the revenue side and as also the borrowing side, seem to be conservative. That means on the revenue side, the estimates seem to be conservative. On the borrowing side, on the higher side, the conservatism is shown. So the uptick is also coming from the T-bill. And we have seen many a time T-bill announcements are made, but T-bill was not actually utilized. So it is too early. I think let us digest these numbers and also hear from the policymakers tomorrow. I think most of them will come back onto the public forum, and we will hear more details on them. I'm not rushing towards any conclusion in terms of either yields moving up or in terms of the crowding out impact of the public debt.
No, you're absolutely right, sir. It's quite possible on February 6th, the RBI comes and says that they're going to be more generous with OMOs, or, they could even announce, as you say, about switches and buybacks. That is there. But our bond market participants who came on the channel are expecting yields to go up by about 5 basis points tomorrow, from 6.7 to 6.75.
Yes, in the near term, till we get the clarity, probably there would be some moment on the yield side. Yes.
Would you worry, therefore, that Q4 results can be kind of burnt by, frayed by, mark-to-market losses?
I don't think so. I don't think so, unless there's a very high unusual moment in the bond yields.
Okay.
If it is only 4 to 5 basis points, what you are mentioning, the bond experts are mentioning, there need not be any real worry on the MTM losses.
Okay. I want to ask you about the mother of all questions, the banking committee. But before that, a word on the rupee. I mean, because of the incessant fall, there were expectations that the FPIs would be given some let-off on taxes. There were various things expected. What has come are for data centers. That doesn't come today. That's a longer-term thing. So would you worry about the currency?
So the near term, there could be some additional pressure on rupee. But we believe that, as you mentioned again, a lot of measures starting with your permanent residents outside India.
Yes.
To the various fiscal incentives which are given for the infrastructure investments by data centers and all, would attract, I think, the flows. They are medium to long term. That also, the outlook for the rupee shifts from completely negative to neutral to positive, in my view.
Fair point. Sir, now that big question. The banking committee, it's called a high-level committee. So what are you expecting? That the PSU banking law, what is it called? Nationalization and Takeover of Banking Companies Act, under which banks were nationalized, that itself will be recast? Are you, is it a big, brave thing that you can expect from this recast in terms of ownership, control, etc.?
No, currently we have no clue what exactly this high-level committee is going to look at. But if I read from the FM's announcement, it was mainly in terms of preparing the banking sector, predominantly the public banking sector, of course, is for next. Today, if you see the robustness of public sector banks, both in terms of the profitability or in terms of the asset quality, calls for, how do we prepare the next stage of the public sector banks?
Okay.
Without losing the focus on the customer protection, financial inclusion, and stability. And I think somewhere she also mentioned in terms of technology development in the public sector banks. My view is that it would be more in terms of the structural reforms encompassing some of these areas. I don't know whether this committee also will look into mergers or the potential consolidation in the public sector banks.
Okay.
I think we need to wait for the terms of reference, Lata. I think it's too early to rush into,
No, I agree with you. We don't have the terms of reference. We don't have the members of the committee. But I'm sure whoever are the members, you will be one of the persons called in terms of consultation and Q&A by that group. We will touch base with you on that issue sometime later. Thank you very much, Mr. Sethi, for sparing time for us today.
Thank you, Lata. Thank you.
Okay, now with that, let's go across to Shireen Bhan, who has one of the biggest and most important ministers, Ashwini Vaishnav, with her.
The prioritization of AI, of IT services, of global capability centers. I mean, never before have we heard of a 22-year tax holiday. In fact, most people believe it's too good to be true. Mr. Vaishnav, can you outline for us what we should now realistically expect on that front? What will the next steps be, sir?
In the last decade, electronics manufacturing, IT services, AI today, it has become a major employment generator. If you look at it, electronics manufacturing is today employing about 25 lakh people. GCCs are employing about 15 lakh people. And the IT services are employing more than 55 lakh people. Together, the IT and electronics sector is employing more than 1 crore people. If you look at the other sectors which are connected to it. With this kind of growth and with this kind of employment potential, the budget today has brought a major boost to this sector through 4 major announcements. First announcement is electronics component manufacturing program will now be expanded to 40,000 crore rupees. Second, the Semicon 2.0 will be set up very soon after the great success of the first version of Semicon mission. And third, the IT services will get a safe harbor. They'll get a defined margin of 15.5%. There will be accelerated APAs and a very clear roadmap on the tax front. And the biggest announcement is regarding the data centers, a 22-year tax holiday till 2047. This means the 70 billion or $90 billion investment which we have seen already in the country till now will probably go to $200 billion investment in the coming days and months. So this will create huge amount of employment for youth, and this will make India one of the largest AI services hub for the entire world. This will also bring huge productivity gains for every sector in our economy, whether it is agriculture, healthcare, education, manufacturing, transportation, everywhere. Technology and especially AI-enabled solutions will be used to bring about productivity gains.
Right, Mr. Vaishnav, you comprehensively articulated for us the 4 measures that have been taken for IT services and for the electronic manufacturing sector. Let me pick up on that 22-year window that you spoke about that's been given to investors who want to set up data centers in India. Now, how should we understand this to be operationalized? Are there any caveats or conditionalities that will be linked to being able to avail of that 22-year tax-free period, sir?
Already we are seeing huge investment and very significant interest from every global major as well as Indian corporates. If you look at all the IT services providers, whether the big 4, Infy, TCS, Wipro, Tech Mahindra, whether it's them or whether it's the infra service providers, all of them are making plans for investments on a very large scale in the data center economy. And the way the talent pool in India is available, we are the 2nd largest AI talent pool in the world as far as the Stanford study and Stanford index goes. So this kind of talent pool can provide AI services to the entire world. So that's why this huge interest in setting up data centers. I would also like to point out the multiplier impact of these data centers. Already with the announcement of about $90 billion investments in data centers, we are seeing huge interest in manufacturing data center servers and the ATMP services for the chips and customizing silicon for utilizing in our data centers. That also is coming as a real possibility now with the Semicon 2.0. That will also become a major part of our growth. So you can very clearly see the country, our country, India, emerging as a major electronics, IT, AI services, data center and semiconductor hub in the coming times.
So, you know, you talked about Semicon 2.0, as did the finance minister in her speech. There isn't an allocation that has been provided for it yet. If you can lay out for us how much we should realistically expect over Semicon 1, what the needs will be, what the needs are likely to be, sir.
See, the semiconductor industry will be developed over a period of 20 years. It's a long-term growth plan that we have with us. And the first version made sure that we get some key marquee investors and we start developing the ecosystem. The second version of Semicon will be putting a huge focus on capital equipment which go into manufacturing semiconductors. And these are very, very complex equipment. I recently visited the ASML plant in Netherlands and requested them to look at India as a hub for the manufacturing. They haven't gone anywhere outside the Netherlands and they showed huge interest. They are sending a large delegation to India very shortly. Applied Materials, Lam Research, Tokyo Electron, Nikon, they are all looking at setting up their bases in India because of the large talent pool available and the clear policy framework of our government. So all these things combined will lead us to become a major semiconductor nation. In the Semicon 2.0, we'll also have a major focus on developing a design ecosystem which will set up the potential for large fabless companies coming out of India, large design companies coming out of India. We will be focusing on 6 major systems: the compute system, the RF system, the power management system, the network system, and the way the entire system on chip can be put in a complete package. So that kind of philosophy will help us create the building blocks by which any system, any electronics board, any electronics module, whether it goes into a missile or it goes into a ship or it goes into a train or in a refrigerator, all that can be manufactured in India. That's a very comprehensive thought process that we have.
Okay. You know, you talked about that allocation of 40,000 crores for the electronic component scheme, sir, and I wanted to understand what that money is likely to now be used for. We already have the scheme in place. How do you intend to now deploy this capital for larger returns?
The response to the electronics component manufacturing scheme is huge. We were anticipating just about 50 or 55 applications to come. We have 149 applications and we are seeing many of the components, India will not only meet its entire demand, it will also become a major global producer for these components. For example, PCB assembly, for example, capacitors, for example, the connectors, for example, photoelectronics. For many of the components, India will become a global supplier, and a large investment is coming in the components which go into mobile manufacturing, laptop manufacturing, server manufacturing, for example, battery packs. Battery packs, with the manufacturing that we already have received the applications, we'll be doing about 60% of our demand will be met out of India only. So with this kind of response and this huge response, humongous response we have received, it's time to match the funds with the response that we have. That's why the allocation has been increased from 22,000 crore rupees to 40,000 crore rupees, so that the 25 lakh employment that we have in electronics manufacturing can substantially grow in the coming days.
Okay, let me now move to railways, Mr. Vaishnav, because that was another area the finance minister prioritized. 7 high-speed railway routes identified and presented to the public today by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Again, I want to understand from you if you can give us a roadmap of what the next steps will be to operationalize this announcement, sir.
Absolutely. The success of Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed corridor is evident. The progress is very good. Next year we'll start the commercial operation. With this progress, the Chennai-Bangalore, Bangalore-Hyderabad and Chennai-Hyderabad, this southern triangle will create a huge economic impetus in the South Indian states of Karnataka, Telangana, Andhra, Tamil Nadu, Puducherry and Kerala. So this will be a major boost. Chennai-Bangalore will become 1 hour and 13 minutes only. Bangalore-Hyderabad will become 2 hours only. Chennai-Hyderabad will become a journey of just 2 hours and 55 minutes. So this will be substantial change in the transportation, in people's lives and in the economic activity in the South Indian states. Then comes the Mumbai-Pune corridor. That will merge the two cities practically. It will be a 48 minutes journey between Mumbai and Pune. And from Pune to Hyderabad, it will be a journey of mere 1 hour and 55 minutes. So that means Mumbai, Pune, Hyderabad will become another hugely successful economic corridor. And in North India, Delhi, Varanasi will be just 3 hours and 50 minutes. So that means entire Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, cities like Lucknow, Agra, they'll all basically become one major economy in the coming years, and people will be able to seamlessly travel. Then Varanasi, Patna, Siliguri, that will be just 2 hours and 55 minutes. So that means the entire northern corridor from Delhi to Varanasi to Siliguri via Patna, Lucknow and many major cities, this will give a huge economic, tourism, education, healthcare boost to the entire citizens living in these areas. And overall, these 7 corridors will basically attract about 16 lakh crore rupees of investment in 4,000 kilometers of high-speed corridors. So this is going to be a major game changer for our economy. Our Prime Minister has
But when will it become a game changer, sir? When will we start to see the execution? Sir, when will we start to see the execution on this front, sir?
We are already seeing the execution today itself. When we see the progress of the Mumbai-Ahmedabad, the trains are getting designed, the signaling system is getting rolled out, the entire construction is moving at a fast pace. So DPRs of all these projects will immediately start, and we'll see the progress at the same pace, at a very rapid pace that we have seen in the Mumbai-Ahmedabad corridor. Today our industry is also getting ready for this kind of large-scale projects, and the quality systems, the new construction methodologies, all these are getting set in our country with the progress of the first corridor.
Sir, one quick question on the railway capex, higher 10% in this budget over the previous one. If you can also lay out for us what the operating ratios look like as far as the railways are concerned, and what the expectation is on that front.
So the railway budget is one of the actually the record number now, 2,78,000 crore rupees, and there will be a substantial amount going on to safety, where we have so far, with all the efforts that have been put in, we have been able to increase safety by 95%, and This will significantly improve the safety, comfort. New generation of trains will come with about 160 Vande Bharat services already in place. That will substantially increase now with about 35,000 kilometers tracks constructed in the last decade. That will substantially increase with this capex budget. And a new dedicated freight corridor will be started between Bengal and Gujarat. Dankuni and Bengal will be the point where the corridor starts. Dankuni, so Bengal, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra and Gujarat, that will be the path of this 2,052 kilometer long new freight corridor, dedicated freight corridor. Both the eastern and the western freight corridors are already saturated. They are running at full capacity now. 400 trains per day they are taking, and India has become already the second largest freight carrying railway in the entire world, surpassing US at 1.6 billion tons per annum. So all these factors, and we are now bringing the railways back to profitability. So last 4 years we have had consistent, very small but consistent profit, and that kind of thing should continue going forward with a healthy operating ratio and healthy capex and huge focus on safety and maintenance. Very, very significant focus on safety and maintenance. That will bring about a major change in the lives of the people who use railways, especially the middle classes and the low-income families.
Mr. Vaishnav, let me end by asking you. I would have continued, sir, but I know that we're short on time today and you have a lot more to do. But let me end by asking you about the data center issue. One of the concerns that's being raised is that since this involves foreign companies getting, companies getting tax breaks to be able to service foreign companies, data localization norms across different jurisdictions differ and vary, and in some cases are quite stringent. Do you see that as being a deterrent?
Absolutely not. Our DPDP Act is appreciated throughout the world. In fact, so many people in Davos have already said it so many times that this should be. No, I'm saying.
No, I'm not talking about our localization norms.
Because of this. No, Shireen, your question is about the trust in our data policy, right?
No, I'm saying the data policies of other nations, will that perhaps come in the way of foreign companies wanting to set up data centers to do business for foreign companies out of India?
Precisely, that is why I was answering that our DPDP has set up a very, very strong and robust framework which is appreciated all over the world today. With that kind of legal framework in our country, every other country is very comfortable working in India. They trust our architecture, they trust our legal system, and that is why this huge interest which is already visible, as I said, $70 billion investment already committed and started going into the construction phase. 90 billion is the total number which is already visible, and that number might go significantly more after today's announcement. Because one, India is trusted, two, its legal regime is very well understood, highly appreciated, and three, because the talent pipeline is here.
Mr. Vaishnav, we would love to speak more with you, sir, and I hope that you will give us time, post the budget frenzy, because there's plenty more to talk about as we talk about the nuts and bolts of each of these very significant decisions that the Finance Minister has made in the budget. But truly appreciate you joining us here today for a very comprehensive look ahead, look forward into what these policies will mean on the ground. Appreciate your time. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman delivering her 9th consecutive budget, creating a record. And of course, as we've been highlighting here on CNBC TV 18, many measures that will deliver for the economy and for India at large in the medium to long term. In the short term, the markets have not liked the fact that the government has hiked the STT on futures and options. Remember, there is no change as far as commodities are concerned. To help us understand the revenue direction, the rationale and the reasoning behind many of the decisions taken and what we can expect now as far as the road ahead is concerned, the Revenue Secretary, Mr. Srivastava, as well as Arunesh Chawla, the DPAM Secretary. Gentlemen, appreciate you joining us here on the program. Revenue Secretary, let me start by asking you, that's the number one question. As far as the stock market is concerned, why the decision to hike the STT on futures and options? In fact, the recommendation or the ask was that there should be a reversal on the long-term capital gains tax because the Indian stock market has underperformed in the last 12 months. Why did you feel the need to hike STT on F&O at this point in time?
See, this, first of all, as you rightly pointed out, that STT has been hiked only on futures and options. Quite naturally, it needs to be distinguished from the STT on the others, and that have not been touched at all. The understanding is that both, if you look at the volume of the F&O, if you compare it to the underlying securities market volume itself, or the size of the GDP for that matter, it is too large for it to be considered desirable. It looks to be fairly speculative, which is not a good way to take it forward. So in some way, this increase is essentially meant to address that kind of, possible risks that may be involved in this highly speculative side of the market. And thus the raise of tax, even today, even after this increase in terms of its share of the total volume, it is very low. So the idea was to touch a specific segment. The idea is because there is a fair amount of speculation there, and that may require some kind of course correction. Quite naturally, tax policy by itself will not achieve that goal. It needs to be also looked at by the market regulator in its own way.
Which means that you believe that more measures are required to further put curbs as far as F&O is concerned? Because many measures were already taken.
Yes, so I'm not saying anything is required further. It's beyond my domain. I'm only saying it supplements what otherwise the market regulator is doing. So what we have done is what I am telling you about. I have nothing to do with what market regulator has done.
So you're saying it was not a revenue mobilization attempt, it was really an attempt to try and curb speculative activity. But what kind of revenues do you believe that this is going to net for you?
If you look at it obviously is a trade-off. At the end of the day, the raise in this rate would result in some impact on the volume itself. With no impact in the volume, if the volume remains the same, put together it may fetch us around 15,000 crores or so. But quite naturally that dynamics will play out because the rates...
Depending on the volumes.
Volumes also.
But otherwise you're estimating about 15,000 crores by way of the hike in STT on F&O. Let me ask you an overarching picture as far as revenue is concerned. There has been a concern as far as your tax numbers are concerned for this year. You're going with a 1.14 buoyancy for the next year, if my memory holds me right. There's been a lot of numbers to deal with. How confident do you feel about the tax numbers?
We are very confident and that we'll be able to achieve that. The buoyancy in taxes, in fact, post-reforms, the improvement in buoyancy is very apparent. You can see the GST numbers flowing in too. So we are quite confident that it will do well in the next year.
On GST, today we saw the number coming out just short of 2 lakh crores at 1.96 lakh crore rupees. What is the run rate that you believe, the monthly run rate that you believe we should be now focusing on, that we should be aspiring for, given the fact that the rate cuts are behind us?
You mean to say, in the sense, run rate?
The GST collections.
No, run rate would mean the growth month on month?
The growth, yes.
See, the growth, as currently it is touching 6.5% or so. We expect it to rise more. As I said, there is a lot of this GST rate, the whole structure rationalization will also be changing a lot of things, the consumption patterns, the way things are produced and sold. So we do see this buoyancy to be improving as you go further up in the future.
Okay, I'll come back to you in just a second. Let me get the DPAM secretary in. After a long time, Mr. Chawla, we've seen a biggish number there. The market was hoping for an even bigger number, but 80,000 crores is the number as far as disinvestment is concerned. Now, what will this include? What will this entail? What about IDBI Bank? Has that been accounted for, not been accounted for?
Okay. The number is big, and this is a composite asset monetization target. This is miscellaneous capital receipts. It includes disinvestment receipts through various modes. It includes asset monetization of other types. It includes the new securitized innovative instruments. You heard, as you know, for example, the public InvIT was approved in December, and we are hoping to launch the first public InvIT, before the end of the current financial year. It includes also certain other asset monetizations that are contemplated, including the land monetization. And you also know the Honorable FM announced the REITs facility for the public sector banks, for the public sector enterprises. And for us, all these are very happy developments because if you look at the InvITs, they have not only matured as a source of revenue and capital resource, but launch of public InvIT takes it to a new dimension.
Okay.
It is the capital market equivalent of the risk capital. The present value of the user fee being monetized and deployed for creation of capital assets. So these are all happy developments. As you know, we do not have split targets for these because we do not want to make the markets nervous or speculate, nor do we want to create a price overhang.
Right.
The idea is that this is the overall number, and through a number of these innovative capital instruments and the traditional ones, including disinvestment receipts that we have evolved over time, we will achieve this.
But, IDBI Bank, if you can give us an update, is it likely to close in this financial year, or is that now looking increasingly difficult?
The strategic disinvestment of IDBI Bank has reached stage 3, which essentially means that technical and financial bids have been invited. I will not be able to give transaction-specific details, but I would only say that be patient. Before the end of the current financial year, in March, you will hear more from us.
We will hear more from you. There was a lot of expectation, again, Mr. Srivastava, on the back of what we heard in the economic survey, that perhaps the government would take a bolder bet on disinvestment. The economic survey went as far as to say that you could even amend the Companies Act definition of a company and bring down shareholding down to even 26% while retaining government control. Is that something that you believe that, you intend to or would like to take forward in any form or fashion? Let me get both of you to comment on that. And Mr. Chawla, I'll start with you. Okay.
Let me expand on that a bit. You see, one part of it got reported. But if you read the economic survey carefully, it mentions alternatives.
Yes.
Economic survey is an ideation document. It says one alternative is that you change the definition of a government company and bring down the 51 limit to 26. The other alternative is that you move strategically below 51 with a clear direction or a clear aim in mind. And those possibilities are very exciting. They could be strategic partnership model frameworks. They could be joint venture frameworks. They could be frameworks where the resulting entity is not a government company, but it is still a public or a government-controlled company indirectly. All these possibilities are on the table. What Economic Survey was trying to do was alluding to all these alternatives. These will be deliberated in the policy domain. And consistent with the new Atmanirbhar Bharat policy for the CPSEs, which was announced in 21-22. We will see how to weave it in, what is the best step forward, and under what conditions, under what situations.
Okay, so that's still open-ended and a work in progress, and no decision either way has been taken. Mr. Srivastava, let me ask you this. Under the dividends receipts, you've got 3.91 trillion penciled in. How much is the RBI dividend on account of this?
That's for DA to tell.
Okay. We'll put that question to the DA secretary as well. But the trade-offs that you were making while putting this budget together, it is a fairly fragmented geopolitical climate as well at this point in time. The measures, for instance, of giving tax exemptions. Nobody's heard of a 22-year tax exemption in this country so far, but for data centers and so on and so forth. What were some of the considerations that you were weighing as trade-offs as you put your budget together?
So let me explain that point. What is that business model like? That's a business model under which a global cloud service provider, which is a resident somewhere else, utilizes the services of data services center across the country, across the globe, to deliver final services to the consumers. So it's a model which is very cross-national. It is not in any one place. That entity will be a resident of some country. But while delivering the service, it will be making use of services of data centers in many places. Now, if such a global entity wants to make use of data services of India, suppose it expands itself and sets up data service centers in India, then the risk they have is that their global income will start getting taxed in India. So this exemption is not for any economic activity which is happening here. This is to attract a leg of that economic activity into India. So the global entity continues to remain taxed where it is getting taxed. It puts its footprint in India in the form of a data service center. That data service center will get taxed as a normal entity. In case the data service center is a related party, we are giving a safe harbor of 15%. So 15% of the turnover will be the margin on which it will pay the tax. The second rule is the global entity, while delivering service to India, must deliver it through a reseller entity. So the revenues it is earning from the consumers in India will be at that stage taxed at the hand of the reseller entity.
Which will be an Indian entity.
Which will be an Indian entity. Both the data service center provider and the reseller entity are Indian resident entities. And both of them are going to get taxed. These two are getting connected through a global cloud-based service provider, which is making use of this data service center like many others and providing the service. That is the entity who is being exempt, because that entity, because the work or the business that it is doing in India is getting taxed at these two ends. The end of using the data service, so whatever is the income of data service center, it gets taxed. Whatever is the earning from selling the services to consumers, that gets taxed. All that we are exempting is the global entity which is delivering this service and its global income, which might get taxed in entirety or as a proportion, just because of the reason that it is using the data service centers in India. So let us take a case of something which is on the cloud and say a Netflix kind of a model, where there could be maybe 20, 25 data centers all across the world, which are ultimately, when I as a user sitting in India am accessing that service, it may be coming out from various places in the world. So linking that one-on-one is not going to be possible. So what we have done is data service centers in India will get taxed. The consumers who are buying the service, that revenue will get taxed. The entity which is connecting it all is getting taxed in any case in the jurisdiction where it is a resident. And that is the one which is exempt.
That is the one that is exempt. Now, can it or should it apply to people who have already committed? For instance, Google is committed $15 billion to be set up in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Can they benefit from this, or whatever has been done is off the table?
We have said that the data service centers will have to be as per a notified once by METI. So METI will have to indicate to us which are those data service centers which satisfy these requirements. And it is important to say that the services are ultimately on the cloud. The data service center services which are being used here have to be of a certain physical infrastructure services, and the rest of the services are in a cloud. So the model of that, as well as which entity, and the fact that there should be a reseller entity in India to sell, All these things will have to be looked into, and METI will have to help us to notify those such data service
So
centers.
this is one of the many measures that I would imagine the budget is put together with the hope of attracting long-term foreign capital and also stimulating long-term domestic capital. Now, with the currency depreciation, I would imagine that there were many conversations that happened within the finance ministry on whether any quick fixes could be put in place to try and draw in more foreign capital. A, how much of a concern is the currency depreciation for you? How much of a concern is the outflow of FPI money from India for you today?
So probably that answer could be better replied by Secretary DA.
Let me
But
get
on
your
the
point
tax
of view
side,
as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
so on the tax side, what we have done here is, on the side of, let's say, we look at the residents who are doing a transactional business with a related party elsewhere. So the entire IT services, which constitutes close to 1/4 of the total number of such entities, almost 12,000 entities, we have given them a safe harbor framework. The investment from outside, which is expected to come in areas like data centers, electronics manufacturing, even expertise which may come from outside, we are giving them a tax certain framework. So in many ways, as far as the tax is concerned, we are trying to make it an enabler and not be a discouragement for somebody who wants to come in, without harming our tax base, but giving them a certainty and a rational kind of taxation which enables them or encourages them to do the business here, which in my view will obviously help to attract, for example, electronic manufacturing. Now we have created an arrangement under which a safe harbor, which will be just about 0.7%. It is, I think the rate of tax would be around 1% in Vietnam. So the safe harbor will help them to do just-in-time manufacturing of electronics, which is definitely going to attract more of such businesses in India. So tax is essentially being used as a tool to ensure that it becomes an enabler rather than a discouragement.
But how concerned are you about flows, inflows as well as outflows today, foreign inflows and foreign outflows?
This answer
I'll leave to the Economic Affairs Secretary, but Mr. Chawla, let me ask you about one of the announcements that came in from the Finance Minister, the restructuring of PFC and REC. Now, what does restructuring mean exactly? Is it pivoting its business model, or is it pivoting the way that these companies operate? It could be bringing these companies together. Is it privatizing these companies? I mean, what are we talking about?
You will have to wait for it to evolve. Budget speech is an announcement of intent. The purpose, the concept behind the intent is that we need a central agency for financing of the power utilities, the power distribution companies, the generation companies at both center and state level. The central utility, the central financing facility is an NBFC regulated by the RBI. It acts as a lead financer. And when it moves forward for a particular project, the rest of the banking sector, the financial institutions are crowded in. The idea is to achieve economies of scale at the central level so that you have a more integrated, unified agency doing this job in a more productive, efficient and scaled manner. To be able to crowd in. The exact precise model will evolve with time.
So if I were to read between the lines of what you're saying, you're saying that you need scale. So would it be fair to assume that you're actually looking at a combination, a merger perhaps?
See, this is a decision which will be taken by the respective boards and the respective ministry. They are considering all options, but the statement of intent is clear.
Restructuring is the statement of intent. What direction or shape or form that will take, we're not sure at this point in time.
It is for the respective entities, their governance, their boards and the ministry to decide.
Okay, fair enough. We'll leave it at that. But OFS's IPOs, what should we now expect realistically from you, Mr. Chawla?
This year or next year or both?
Both.
I would say we always keep 3 to 4 transactions live at any given point of time. And seeing the market conditions, we move forward one step at a time. You will see 3-4 more transactions, good transactions happening within the current financial year.
Okay.
And maybe double that amount in the next year.
Okay. The risks that you see as far as your revenue projections are concerned, Mr. Srivastava, before I let you go.
The risks that I see, the risks quite naturally, revenue will be eventually a result of the way economy does. So I wouldn't say it as a risk, but that is one parameter on which it will depend.
Around 7% means what? 6.8, closer to 7, 6.8. Is that the number that you're working with as well for growth?
For the GDP growth?
Yes.
Yeah, the GDP growth nominally has been taken at 10%.
Yeah.
So we go with that.
Okay, go with that. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Srivastava and Mr. Chawla, for joining us here on CNBC TV 18. Appreciate your time. We will, of course, pore over the fine print and come back to you with more questions on the CNBC TV 18 budget verdict. But for this evening, we wish you both the very best of luck and thank you very much for joining us. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presenting her 9th consecutive budget, setting a record, and the verdict is clear. This is a budget that talks about the direction that India needs to take in its attempt to become a Viksit Bharat by 2047. It is a continuum of the measures that have been taken in the last few budgets, as well as the steps that the government has taken outside of the budgets as well. And remember, this budget comes in at a time when there is a very serious geopolitical climate. Volatile and, of course, geo-economic fragmentation, confrontation are things that the government has to contend with. Joining me now is the Economic Affairs Secretary and Secretary of the DFS, and, of course, Chandrajit Banerjee of CII. Industry has questions as well for our Secretary, so thank you very much for joining us here today. Ms. Thakur, let me start by asking you, and I asked the Revenue Secretary this, and he said you should ask the Economic Affairs Secretary this, so let me put that question to you, because I think the big headline around the rupee and the manner in which it's swiftly depreciated, especially in the last few weeks. How much of a concern is that for the government? And was there a thinking whether you should do anything in the short term to try and arrest the decline of the rupee?
So, as you would have been knowing that, and it's been in the media, how much of intervention should be there to arrest the decline of any currency is a matter of great debate, as it has been in our country as well. And as we see the depreciation of the rupee, the capital flows which are behind this, the FDI has been behaving in a particular way and FPIs are behaving in a different way. The overall FDI flows are pretty strong and stable, I would say. If you see a netting off because of the ODIs, that's a different thing. The FPIs are pulling out for completely different reasons, including valuations, including interest rates, etc. So in the short term, we did not really think that the budget should be doing anything. As long as we continue, like you said, with consistency and commitment on the path that we have laid out for ourselves.
But how much of a concern is that for the government today? We're at 92, and when do we start to get into uncomfortable territory as far as the rupee's depreciation is concerned? When does it start to have an impact on our import bill? And it's already having an import bill impact, but when does it get into uncomfortable territory?
So I don't think I would be able to put a number to that. But so far, we've been watching it. And like it was explained 2 days earlier when the economic survey came out, it is in that zone, of course, right now. But so far, it's not
in the uncomfortable zone.
Yes, yes. Because the moment it crosses 90, everyone talks about it. We start watching out. But so far, we are just looking at it as something which also has some positives for the country. So closely watching it.
Which enhances the export competitiveness.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is something that the survey did talk about as well. On the market borrowing, Economic Affairs Secretary, there was some concern that it's on the higher side, and also some clarity on the switch and buyback and how you intend to go about that and what the plan is on that front.
So the numbers would show that the total borrowing is about 17 crores, of which...
17 lakh crores.
17 lakh crores, yes. Sorry. Of which the dated securities are in the same range as it has been in the last couple of years, around 11.7 or 11.2 lakh crores. That's because 5.5 lakh crores is repayment of older debt.
Yes.
And insofar as switching or buybacks are concerned, as we come closer to repayments, to manage the repayments, to manage the high coupon debt, we take decisions around that closer to those dates.
You said that this is a budget that's been done on the basis of numbers that are as is, where is. But do you see the nominal number changing as we move to the new CPI series as well as the new GDP series in the month of February, later this month?
It could. I mean, those numbers, we have to see how MOSPI is. So MOSPI's, and as that would have been noticed also, the MOSPI's basic procedures and numbers have been very robust. But we'll have to see how that plays out. And when they do, then we'll take...
but do you anticipate a significant change or...
If you're asking me personally, from whatever modeling and analysis we've done, I don't see a very big change, but we'll really have to watch. It would be premature to judge and say where it could go.
So how will you then factor in on the back of the revised series and the new GDP print? How will you factor that into your numbers then?
We would. I mean, but I would say that I would like to wait for, because just another couple of weeks and we would know. But we have enough bandwidth to absorb that and to see how that can go forward.
Okay, I'll come back to you in just a second. And Mr. Nagaraju, one of the big announcements from the Finance Minister was this committee, that high-level committee that will be set up to look at the needs of India's banking sector as we get to 2047. Now, how should we understand this? Because is it a scale, largely going to be driven by a scale and efficiency need? How would we read this? Because the natural assumption is that this is, in a way, the government's attempt at the consolidation plan that had already been put in motion.
I would say that they see, Viksit Bharat, when it happened, 2047, that became, in fact, the country would be of about 30 trillion. And for that, we need a bank credit of about 37 trillion. And now we have also another segment, a challenge, what we call credit not included population. Okay. That is, even there we have about 300 to 350 million people. Financially, they have bank accounts and all those things, but that they also are there. Now, the other element is the bank credit to non-financial sector as a percentage of GDP. We are only about 56%. Most advanced countries, large countries, they have more than 100%. Some are even close to 200. We require credit. So somebody has to provide credit to businesses, individuals, to set up businesses. It's the banks only the one which provide, the large anywhere. Now, to do that, what are the steps and reforms required for the sector as a whole? I think we need to have an open mindedness to look at these structures, existing regulatory framework, what kind of capital we require, what are the efficiency we require, what are the other countries are doing in the banking sector. I think government felt that there is a need to have a roadmap to prepare the banking sector to finance the goals of Viksit Bharat 2047.
Okay.
So we will have...
It'll go beyond consolidation then?
Yeah, everything. Yeah, it is going beyond naturally.
Okay. But consolidation is going to be part of it.
We have to finalize first TOR.
Okay. So by when do we expect this committee to be set up? Who are the constituents of this committee likely to be? Will the regulator be involved as well?
You see, I can't now speculate on that, but we have to find out the good, credible people with a lot of expertise. We want this to be outside the government, and we consider all the pool available, and then government will finalize the committee.
And do you also believe that this committee will have to look at the fact that so much of banking and so much of our current transactions are now also moved to digital? So will that also be a large part of how this committee looks at the future of banking?
You're absolutely right. That also will be looked at. There are now countries who have given digital banking licenses.
Yes, exactly. Are we heading in that direction?
No. We don't know. The committee will look at anything to do with the banking.
Okay.
All the banking requirements for Viksit Bharat 2047. This is the committee will be tasked to take a look at it, dispassionate look at it, and recommend the steps the government should take.
Are you happy with the credit growth today?
Yeah, today, in fact, this year, credit growth, I'm very happy.
But you would want it to be better?
I want it to be more.
How much?
I see. Currently, let's say, the credit growth till now is about 12%.
Yes.
But an economy of our size and aspirations and the goals, I think we should be there anywhere above 15%.
Above 15%?
Above 15% we should have credit growth.
Chandrajit Banerjee, you've got the two secretaries here ready and waiting for your questions, your googlies. Go ahead.
Private sector should also invest.
The private sector should invest. You have to respond to that before you ask them questions.
Private sector has started actually responding. I mean, investing in the last 1 year, but I'll just, of course, take the opportunity of asking the two secretaries just one question, but then before that, congratulations, fantastic budget. I think since morning we have been appreciating the various features in it, but I just wanted to take the advantage of DFS Secretary here on the budget, announcing some very good steps with regards to strengthening the corporate bond market, and some the municipal that was very interesting. But how do you see the markets really evolving in terms of as far as the long-term sources of infrastructure and housing financing is concerned on that? And an allied question, if I may, because Shireen did ask the very important question about that, but NBFCs and in the banking sector, of course, going beyond banking sector and the financial institutions, I didn't see much in the budget whether and the role that they can play as they move along.
The two things. One is, I think it's nobody's case that we require a deep, broader bond market in the country. That is one of the main sources of capital for infrastructure, long-term infrastructure, and also companies to grow. Now, government has been taking very calibrated, deliberate measures to develop that. Municipal finance always is one of the most attractive bond markets in the entire world. Now, last year in the budget we have announced partial credit guarantee for the bond. We have now got the approval from the RBI also. Through NABFID, we are doing that. We will actually provide partial credit guarantee with the first class. Now, that is one way of doing it. But now this budget also, the government also announcing separate support for the urban local bodies.
Yeah.
That is also, last year also we announced Urban Challenge Fund, if you recall. That is also will be put in place. All those measures, we hope, because urban challenges will be the main focus of this government for a few more years. Because we need to provide basic services to our citizens, world-class services. That is very important. Now coming to the NBFCs, you know, NBFC growth this year is one of the, in fact, this is the best growth. They had little more than 10% growth.
Yeah,
10% growth. And they are doing well. We are using them. Now, most of the services of NBFC are digital. We are also pushing a lot of private sector lending through NBFCs because of their reach and accessibility. And we wanted them to do more. And we consider them as partners of our economic or financial ecosystem. And we want them to be bigger. And, you know, the larger NBFCs, the RBI regulates a little more closely.
Right.
The smaller ones, there is a light touch model, whereby they are a little more freedom to finance and innovate.
You know, let me come back to more specific banking questions. As part of the TOR, as and when it's done, but the thinking at this point in time, PSBs, the FDI cap, private sector got, you know, a huge deluge of money coming in via the FDI route. A bunch of private sector banks got in FDI. Will public sector banks be able to enjoy that opportunity?
See, currently, the government is examining to enhance the FDI up to 49%. In fact, the Honorable Finance Minister herself has mentioned that we are examining it. We are examining it, I think, as and when the decision is taken. That is one of the reasons why the public sector bank shares are traded low.
Right.
Because the flexibility is very low. There is no liquidity.
Yes.
So we wanted to have higher liquidity. And in any case, we want more capital. Because we want public sector banks to lend more. Agriculture, MSME, priority sectors.
So is that a priority of actually raising that cap for FDI, for PSBs?
See, this is under government consideration. So everything that is under government consideration is a priority.
Is it active consideration or passive consideration?
Oh, you're using very bureaucratic language. Active consideration.
I've got to.
She has, after talking to too many bureaucrats, you have become a bureaucrat.
26 years of doing the budget, so I've picked up a little of the bureaucracy speak. But Economic Affairs Secretary, let me also ask you, the other big document that nobody's paid any attention to is the 16th Finance Commission, and that has also been presented along with the budget. The headline, of course, there is that the devolution number remains the same at 41%. One of the members that I spoke with said that the rationale was that the Finance Commission felt it was not going to be prudent to weaken the fiscal situation of the centre at this point in time, and hence they went with that number. You know, your take on the recommendations of the Finance Commission and what that also potentially means for the centre and states.
So the way the Finance Commission is situated in the Constitution, we constitute a Finance Commission with TORs, they give recommendations, and the government has the choice to examine, accept or not accept or examine certain recommendations. We have, the government has accepted this recommendation. So the government has examined and found it appropriate to accept. So 41% works well, we have accepted it.
That number has been accepted. There's a contribution weightage to GDP that is a new one that the Finance Commission has put forward, because they said that they want to incentivize states to also do more, to perform better. You know, what's the overall scenario at this point in time in terms of the balance sheets of states themselves, especially in the framework as you move to this debt to GDP, you know, while you also, of course, keep monitoring the fiscal deficit?
So the Finance Commission, Shireen, has a couple of recommendations in different categories. So the vertical devolution is 41%. The interstate devolution, the horizontal devolution, what it's called, they have a couple of criteria that they come up with every finance cycle. This finance commission cycle, they have a contribution to GDP.
Okay.
Apart from other, and they have a certain weightage to it and weightage to certain other criteria. So the net result of that will be, so from the centre side, 41% tax devolution, it has been allocated and mentioned in the budget. Now the interstate horizontal devolution between the states will be governed by those criteria. In that, some states will gain as compared to the last time's devolution. Some states may stand to not gain. So that will play out at that level. Insofar as the state's indebtedness is concerned, I don't think the center has too much of a role there as long as they are within the FRBM framework.
Right.
And like the most that we can do, for example, is that we came up with the SASCI fund to help capex and productive expenditure by the center, by the states, and also to nudge them to enter into dialogue so that the expenditure that's done is productive and leads to gains for states and therefore for the country.
So what would you, and I'm asking all secretaries this, what are the big risks that you're going to be mindful of at this point in time? And I imagine that most are global, or at least in the top risks would be global today. What worries you the most as you look at the picture?
So I think the global uncertainty is very much on everyone's mind. And this budget also carries that analysis, and as it has unfolded the kind of measures that we have. A lot of the manufacturing that you are seeing are in very strategic and frontier sectors like biopharma, which is new, very carefully selected sectors so that we can reduce critical import dependence, which is again linked to what we are seeing around in the world today. It's a very different world. So to make sure that our own self-reliance can continue, our growth can continue, we're not overly dependent on certain things, that is there in our minds, and that is what has determined the direction that the budget is taking.
Mr. Nagaraju, capital raising, we just saw, of course, State Bank of India raised significant funds, etc. But do you believe that at this point in time, capital raising will have to be prioritized by PSBs?
The last couple of years, we have been raising capital from the PSB is raising capital. I think anywhere. Last year we raised about 45,000 crores. This year also we'll be raising about 45,000 crores. SBI already raised 20,000 crore. And rest of the banks also will be doing it. The capital is very important so that they have adequate capital buffers to provide credit. That's the one. The government is not able to provide the capital required. Therefore, they have to go into the market and then QIP. We do it through QIP so that there is no issues. We continue to do that. Capital raising.
Capital raising will be something
continue.
that you will continue to do. Let me also address the issue of what we've seen globally. We've seen a change in the Fed chief, and of course that's resulted in all kinds of other problems as far as the commodity markets are concerned, and whether or not they're going to shrink the Fed's balance sheet or not. But what's happening globally with interest rates and the interest rate trajectory back home? What is the expectation now as we move forward, given the fact that inflation still continues to be fairly low here?
So that's actually territory for the central bank to take a call on.
What is the Kartavya Bhavan? I can't even say North Block anymore. What is the Kartavya Bhavan view?
The Kartavya Bhavan view will be taken in the boardrooms of the RBI.
Okay. Well, thank you very much to the Economic Affairs Secretary and the DFS Secretary and Chandrajit Banerjee for joining us here on CNBC TV 18. We've got plenty more to ask you, but we'll reserve that for our budget verdict tomorrow. So we're not done with our budget coverage. Of course, come back to us tomorrow as we have them join us in a town hall with leaders from industry to take the budget fine print forward as we analyze it threadbare. But for this evening, thank you very much, and hope you get a well-deserved night of rest. Thank you very much for joining us here on CNBC TV 18. A quick break. There's a lot more coming up. Don't go anywhere. We're back in a moment. Well, we've been analysing the fine print of Budget 2026 after Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman tabled the budget in Parliament and presented her speech, her 9th consecutive budget on record. Joining us now to help understand the direction that the budget has chosen to take in, the medium and long-term impacts, but also what it could do in the short term, is the Expenditure Secretary and the Chief Economic Advisor. Gentlemen, appreciate you joining us here on the programme. Chief Economic Advisor, to start with, congratulations. It's not very often that we see a convergence between the economic survey and the budget, but you've got it right for the 3rd time, so a hat trick. Congratulations on that. And I'll start with the growth estimates. 10% nominal is what the budget is saying, and you had pretty much pegged growth at between 6.8 to 7.2% as well.
Yeah, in real terms, around 7, if you could say that, and that gives you a deflator of 2.8%, which is a big improvement over this year in terms of what the deflator is likely to be. So the base effect will be there. So we are comfortable with these numbers that the budget has assumed. And if anything, I would probably say it's a tad on the conservative side.
A tad on the conservative side. But, you know, we are going to see 2 big changes coming in, both as far as the CPI is concerned and the GDP print later this month. What will that do to the nominal number?
So I think I tried speculating on it, but I think I gave up. I would rather than wait for the actual numbers to play out.
But do you think that it's likely to result in any significant, meaningful change?
I probably don't think so, because the CPI, probably the weight of food will go down naturally.
Yes, to about 36%, which is what must be said.
But I think in the larger scheme of things, we're talking about probably not more than 10 to 20 basis points on the CPI side. On the GDP side, last time when we had the revision, I think it was the GDP stock went down by about 2% or so, if I'm not mistaken, in 2011. In 2014, when we did the 2011-12 base year change. So and I believe we have been tracking the GDP fairly well, especially the annual numbers do take into account the informal sector also very well. So I don't see very big changes happening. So it can happen only if a country is really moving from a very primitive system to a very advanced system, then you will capture more. But I think we have been doing a pretty good job, so I don't expect to see a major shift.
There was some concern even on the borrowing number, but even there, do you believe that you may perhaps not have to go as far as that?
Yes, because ultimately it depends on the ability of the economy and depending on how global factors play out to be able to absorb all this spending as well. So I think in general, given the conservative revenue assumptions also in terms of buoyancy ratios and so on, I think we are on a good wicket.
On a good wicket. Expenditure Secretary, let me understand from you, the pulls and pressures as far as this particular budget was concerned. One, you have to anticipate the volatile global mix that you're dealing with, and at the same time deal with the many priorities and challenges domestically as well. What were the rationales behind some of the decisions in terms of allocation, where you may have compressed, where you may have enhanced?
You know, what has come out clearly in the budget, which reveals our #1 priority, was the capex. There was clarity right from the beginning that capex to the level that the sector is able to absorb should be given a priority, and it has come out accordingly. And we have found also on discussions and in analyzing that the various infrastructure ministries and their agencies and the implementing agencies have been able to utilize it, whether it's the highway construction which is happening, or even the railways, or even the metro, where we now have a network of about 1,000 kilometers in the country, the 3rd largest in the world. So the infrastructure sector has been able to absorb, and the merits of infrastructure investment is well known, so that has been very much a priority. And beyond that, since the states also need to get their act together on infrastructure, so the scheme where we support the states on their capital investment, that has also been a priority, and with that we have formulated the budget.
Two questions as a follow-up to yours. And we've been, of course, talking to industry. The expectation, of course, was that capex will continue to be the heavy lifting will be done by the government. 4.4% of GDP, that's the number, the highest in this decade. But the expectation was it should even be higher. In fact, Vinay Chatterjee putting down a number of 14 lakh crore rupees on my program, saying that should be the number that India deserves. But you believe that the absorptive capacity, I mean, you could have put 14 lakh crore rupees, but it may eventually it would have come back to about this number. This is a realistic number to your mind.
Yes, and to be realistic in any number that we put into our budget is equally important, and that is important also because the quality of the infrastructure is important.
Right.
The quality of the roads that we construct, the other infrastructure, the buildings that we make. So this is a realistic number that we have put, 12.2.
So would it be fair then to assume that this is the peak really as far as the kind of capex spending that the government can do, and it's unlikely that we're going to go into double-digit kind of growth rates from here on? It's likely to be in the sort of low single-digit numbers from here on in the foreseeable future.
I wouldn't say that because first of all, even when we talk of this number which we put in our budget for capex, some of the sectors are already fairly well developed on the PPP side. So there is some private financing coming into that, some blending which is happening. And for instance, in railways, we now expect that sooner or later they will also start getting into some kind of private public partnership on the station development and various other initiatives. Lots of land that they have.
That's been the plan for years now,
but now things have. So like the highways is a reality today. The railways is something that is ahead of us. Yes, we are yet to see, but we are confident it will happen. So my point is how much of infrastructure investment that India needs as a country is one, and how much of government financing will it require out of that is the second point. And government is committed to build up the infrastructure, and besides this kind of infrastructure, the shipbuilding infrastructure, the various other infrastructure are also in our horizon. So I would not definitely not say that this year's provisions are the highest that will happen, but it will be really based on an assessment of the requirements.
If we were to look at some of the expenditure heads, and there is a number for the new NREGS, and there is also a 30,000 crore rupee number for the NREGS. If you could explain that to us.
Yeah, the National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. So since a need was felt to bring in more efficiency into that scheme, so the new scheme had been brought in, and both the earlier one and the new one are acts of parliament. So the employment is guaranteed by an act of parliament, and in fact in the new one, while people talk the short name, if you look at the full name, it really gives the thought process that is behind it. So Viksit Bharat is right in front. It's not some kind of a meandering kind of employment scheme. It's a Viksit Bharat right in front. It guarantees Rojgar, the employment, and also it guarantees Ajivika, the livelihood, which is equally important. We would not like our citizens to be always depending on some wage employment, but livelihood happens, and it's on a mission mode. And it's focused the G Gramin, the rural areas. So it's a very well designed initiative now. The number of days of employment guarantee is more.
Right.
And we have provided exactly the amount which was estimated when the bill was being drafted. The Parliament was considering the bill, and the Act has come into force, 95,000 crores. Exact full amount has been provided. And the ongoing or the earlier scheme, which also had some committed liabilities.
So
there were
30,000 crores is on account
for that purpose. Otherwise, that one is really a winding down stage, and it was just the inefficiencies in the fund flow and the implementation, and we expect it to be winded down now.
Before I get to the CA, one quick question. There seems to be a cut as far as your fertilizer allocation is concerned, urea specifically. Can you explain that to us?
Let me put it this way, ensuring that the required quantity of fertilizers, especially urea, is available is non-negotiable. And this current financial year, it has gone up a bit because the requirements, the quantity required came up a bit, and when it goes beyond the domestic production capacity, then the rest has to be imported, which is at a slightly higher cost. So from that point of view, the next year's budget may look a bit low, but whatever be the requirement, in fact, it's whole of government kind of assurance that the required fertilizer will be provided. But having said that, whether there are efficiencies which can be brought in, for example, the agri stack which is now maturing, and the point of sale and the IFMIS system which the fertilizer department has, all of these are now at the stage where they can be integrated and bring in much and also the soil health cards, much accuracy in the utilization of fertilizer with very good outputs and benefits to the farmers. So it's something very exciting ahead of us, but in all that, required fertilizer to be made available for farmers is a commitment.
You know, see, one thing that your economic survey spoke about but didn't get carried forward in the budget was the import duty rationalizations, and that was the big expectation that everybody had, that we would in fact go down from you know, the 8 tariff lines to perhaps 3 or 4 at this point in time. But do you believe that that hasn't happened because of the ongoing FTA negotiations? Many are still works in progress, and so it's best left at that level?
No, that's a reasonable guess on your part, and also, but I think the FM did hint at some rationalization in the future in one of our early paragraphs in Part B. But there have been many basic customs duties in many areas that have been exempted. So the spirit of it, if it is not called by that name, the spirit of it is definitely manifest throughout the budget.
You know, on your pivot to strategic indispensability, and there were mentions of semiconductor, there was of course data centers, there was nuclear power, biopharma. You know, on balance, these now seem to be the sectors that the government wants to prioritize as sectors of the future.
Absolutely. If you look at, you also, this would be one more you should mention, that construction infrastructure equipment.
Yes.
And especially the FM mentioned during a speech, tunnel boring equipment, etc., which were delayed. The shipments were delayed to India, etc. So there is a certain alignment between what we wrote in the survey on moving to strategic resilience and identifying the key areas to move in first. And that is what this budget reflects.
Okay, now that the budget is out of the way, and we could perhaps have a more sort of honest conversation about the rupee. Now, you know, you said in the survey it's punching below its weight, but at the same time you also said that it's good at this point in time because it helps offset some of the tariff impact. Was there a discussion? Was there a you know, that you needed to do something in the short term, in the near term, as a fix to be able to at least calibrate the fall of the rupee and the decline of the rupee? And was the decision then, because the measures that the government has announced are medium to long-term measures, was the decision then that, look, let it find its own level?
No, that conversation might have happened between the minister and the RBI, etc. I'm not familiar with it.
Okay, but you know, do you believe that the measures announced in the budget will address the swift fall question?
No, I think it's difficult to say, because ultimately it is about a certainty in capital flows. And capital flow certainty in today's environment is a bit difficult to achieve because the world is very uncertain and geopolitics is casting its shadow in general. So ultimately, as we discussed earlier, for India, it's a capital importing country, and therefore, to the extent that the capital imports are sensitive to geopolitical developments, the pressure will be there. The one big development that can obviously take away this concern is the potential resolution of the tariff situation with the United States. That will then be a very good, significant sentiment turnaround indicator.
What has been factored in as far as the currency is concerned as you put the budget math together, gentlemen? Would either of you like to take a stab at that?
No, on the budget math per se, I think the currency is in a way helpful from the point of view of providing for a higher growth because of the fact that the export sector will be better off compared to what we were. Especially, it is taking away a lot of the pressure coming from the higher tariff. But to what extent it is reflected one-to-one in specific budget numbers, that's a bit difficult to point out.
You know, I have already asked the CA this, but let me ask you the key risk that you believe that we're now faced with, and the budget numbers could be faced with as well, potentially, as we look ahead.
The external uncertainties are definitely something which exist, and there are reasons to believe that those uncertainties may continue. But, you know, we are on a very stable macroeconomic situation. Fiscal prudence, which has been a priority of the government for quite some time, is putting us at a very happy position on that. And the prioritization of our expenditures, the very ambitious, you mentioned about the semiconductor mission. In fact, the one which got announced today is a follow-up on the first one, which itself was very ambitious.
Yes.
76,000 crore rupees and all are huge amounts which we have invested, and very rightly so. And where not just central government but the state governments in different parts of the country have also seen the merit and also contributed. You know, so. And the rare earth, again, which you mentioned, the one which was announced today is not the first one. Already we have a processing kind of scheme which has just been approved.
And then a further enhancement as far as the electronic component scheme was concerned to 40,000 crores.
So all this should put us in a good position. And while the rupee is something which has linkages to different things, making our exports more competitive is again something which has been an ongoing exercise. The export promotion mission has been approved. And in fact, today's budget, those announcements about the custom integrated system should be really on the ground kind of useful thing. Then for the imports, the integration of those 7 or so regulatory agencies, the food safety, animal safety and all, enabling a more streamlined clearance of those items moving in and out. So I think all in all, we are well geared to tackle whatever is ahead of us and promote the exports moving forward.
Let me go back to the very first point that you made as far as looking at capex in the context of what the centre is also doing with states and the SASKI scheme. You know, how has that worked on the ground? How satisfied are you with how that's shaped up?
You know, we are quite satisfied because the SASKI combines both flexibility but also with reforms sort of points. So on one side, what infrastructure projects to take up are really left to the state government, so that flexibility is with them. So state A may take up some infrastructure projects, state B takes up something else. It's left to them, depending on their assessment of the local requirements. At the same time, for instance, we are pushing through the SASKI scheme reforms on the urban land reforms, mining reforms, the road safety, the scrapping of vehicle reforms, electronic enforcement of road safety reforms, you know, so with measurable targets, which are then verified by the central line ministry. So it combines on one side flexibility to the states, giving them the authority to pick up the projects they want, at the same time ensuring that required reforms are being taken up by the state governments, because many of the things are regulations at the state level. So it has worked well, and it has, in fact, while providing funding for capex from the central government, we also monitor that they increase capex expenditure from their own budget.
Right.
So it has worked well. States are happy. We are happy.
States are happy. You're happy. And gentlemen, with that, we will let you go for today. But we look forward to seeing you on our budget verdict tomorrow as the conversations continue. But a well-deserved evening of rest for the two of you. Thank you so much for joining us here on CNBC TV 18. The conversations will continue. We're not done. We will bring you more highlights, more newsmakers right here at the CNBC TV 18 CII Budget Headquarters. We're back in a moment with more. You're watching our continuing coverage here of Budget 2026 as we look at the fine print and understand what the budget really means for the economy. Joining me now are the two gentlemen who head the direct taxes as well as the indirect taxes side for the government. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us here on CNBC TV 18. Mr. Agrawal, the first question to you. The market went in with the expectation that the government may provide some relief as far as long-term capital gains tax is concerned. The view was STT needs to go, and that would have turned sentiment around. What was surprising, and it came almost as a shock, was the hike as far as STT, but specifically for FNO. I know that the rationale the government has presented is to curb speculative activity, but do you believe that the timing of this was right?
You see, before I answer this question, I would also wish to take this opportunity to also give some sort of a perspective to the taxpayer community about the basic philosophy with which different provisions of this budget have been introduced in the direct tax side. If you would recall that last year we had actually come up with the Income Tax Act 2025, which was passed by the Parliament in August of 25, wherein essentially at that point in time we had simplified the language of the Act. Yes. And at that time we had said that this was step one, and the focus was only simplification of language. But then, so far as the policy is concerned and whatever changes that were required to be made, we would do it as a second step. And therefore, this exercise in this budget is a second step in that direction before we actually roll out the implementation of IT Act 2025 with effect from 1/4/2026. If you recall, the concern was how do you minimize litigation? Yeah. Right? How do you actually minimize or optimize the assessment proceedings? How do you decriminalize the cases? You see? So these were the concerns, and these are normally the concerns of the taxpayer, which have been addressed in this budget. And this was a very opportune opportunity because before you actually roll it out from 1/4/26, you do some course correction and you do in a clean way.
So setting up towards the 1st of April 2026.
Yes. So basically now you have an act which is simpler insofar as language is concerned and simpler insofar as processes are concerned. Okay. Duly decriminalized, giving more opportunity to the taxpayer to comply and to declare the income at different points in time. Apart from that, some scheme for black money also has been introduced in this budget. Then rationalization of TCS, because the concern was that in the remittances for education and medical, so why should that be, you see, 5% or more?
10%, yeah.
So all those things have also been rationalized. Yes. So different segments have been taken care of in this budget. So that is one important, you see, perspective that I just wanted to flag here. Fair enough. The second, of course, as you mentioned, is the STT. The STT, insofar as cash segment is concerned, that has been just kept as it is. And essentially because that is related to investment and therefore that need not be disturbed. Insofar as FNO segment is concerned, and as Honorable FM has also mentioned in the press conference, that it is essentially a speculative it is of a speculative nature, and the volumes have grown exponentially. So much so that today, as some statistics reflect, that it is more, the volumes is about 500 times the GDP, right? And when you compare it with the past year, the growth has been tremendous.
So
and
you're
more
saying
so,
even with the curbs that the regulator brought in, it didn't make any difference. So why do you believe that this will then make difference?
This is just an attempt from the tax point of view. You see, there are different attempts that we ought to make to ensure that our retail investors, who actually report in most of the cases losses, we address in some manner. So this is basically an approach towards that direction.
Okay, so you're saying that you've tried to do your bit. You don't know whether this will in fact act as a deterrent or not. But clearly the measures brought in so far have not acted as deterrents.
Yeah, I think that only time would tell. and that it will be basically dependent on the market forces and the choice of the people.
Yeah, well, I'll come back to you on some of the other measures that you've taken, but CBIC Chief, let me ask you, the big expectation was import duty rationalization, which has not happened. Are we to understand that's because many FTAs are in the process of being signed, there are different rates, different agreements, different negotiations underway? Is that the reason why you've left the tariff lines as is?
Well, I wouldn't say that is a big import rationalization that was the ask. What we have done is a very calibrated approach as to how we are harmonizing the duties, how we are extending basic customs duty exemptions. We've looked at the industry, we've looked at where the domestic industry requires protection, where criticality for the country and the economy matters. For example, energy security. So we've done away with the basic customs duty exemption on monazite, which is required for magnets for electric vehicles, for sodium antimonate that goes into manufacture of solar glass panels. We've looked at concessions for the setting up of nuclear power plants without any capacity. So it's been a very, very focused, specific, calibrated approach towards two things. One, make our industry more resilient, give them an assurance of the supply chain from the raw materials perspective, and see to it that the Make in India, the Atmanirbhar Bharat program definitely gets onto the rails. So rationalization in customs is something which always happens, because customs, as you know, is a very evolving, dynamic environment linked with the global supply chain and the trade, and of course a lot of factors that bear in. So this time around, I would say the approach has been largely determined by the need of the country in various sectors and various industries.
So sector-specific moves that we've seen the budget make, but how prepared are we now for the road ahead as we get these FTAs operationalized? UK hopefully will be operationalized this year. The EU FTA should be operationalized early next year is what we're given to understand. How prepared is the system for that eventuality?
Well, I would say that when you look at FTAs, you definitely look at the primary thing is how important it is for the country and how much protection I can definitely give when I'm negotiating. Be that as it may, when you are doing a rationalization, you also look at the country first.
Right.
So I would say that while we go ahead with the road of FTAs, and FTAs are important for the purpose of trade and for the increasing the volumes of the trade also, customs duty component is always going to be a very important component as far as the tax policy is concerned. Yes. And I don't see I don't see any problem in the calibrated approach that the government has had towards a very, very nuanced approach to what is important for the country and for the economy when we are doing the rationalization.
And where protection is needed and where protection may have passed its expiry date, I think that both those messages are being sent out by the government at this point in time. A lot of speculation on the fact that perhaps this was going to be the budget that we would see an amnesty scheme on the customs side. That didn't come through. Was there any conversation on that front, and any reason why we didn't see that follow through?
I would say that what we've done, for example, is we've changed the definition of penalty in the Customs Act, because penalty with a certain degree of negative connotation. So that is exactly what we have done. We haven't really looked at amounts lying up, locked up in a litigation. That's a separate exercise. But for the time being, we've just limited.
Will that be an exercise that you then look at?
You see,
They've already done that, so are you going to be looking at it?
No, of course, as a department, it's always important to look at the areas where revenue is locked up, where litigation is happening for a lot of time. So that is, of course, an area of concern. But for the time being, we just limited ourselves to removing the negative connotation and penalty.
Yeah, Ms. Agarwal, one of the concerns that investors have, especially in light of the Supreme Court order that dealt with this Tiger Global matter, is that is the government going to now go back and review, relook at things prior to 2017. And, there is a need for an assurance to investors at this point in time that retrospective action is not going to be considered. What can you tell investors who are watching you today, sir?
You see, first of all, what Honorable Supreme Court has said is basically the law. It is nothing new that has been held by the Honorable Supreme Court. And that is what they have, in fact, in the elaborate judgment that the court has given. They have actually traced the history of this entire issue. And what they have also elaborated on is that it is not, you see, the recent developments or the approach towards, I would say, treaty shopping or this issue is not only, it's a global issue. It's basically OECD Action Plan 6, if you talk about it. And so this is basically the focus of the entire world. And that's why in 2019, MLI, the people, actually the countries entered into that. So far as the issue is concerned, it is not a new issue. And yes, of course, there could be some apprehension on part of the investors that whether the department would dig out cases as such, I would say. That's not the intention of it.
Are you digging out cases?
No, that is not the intention. But yes, so that's not the intention at all, and that is not the approach. And we are also conscious about the apprehensions of the investors. I think we will take this matter on a case-by-case basis whenever some issue crops up.
Okay, so on a case-by-case basis, you will examine whether something needs to be reopened or not. But you know, is there a time period
It's not a question of reopening.
Okay.
It's basically when an issue would come up with us, then you will consider as to what best could be done.
But when the message to investors once again is that you're not going, you're not digging.
No, not at all. Not at all. That is not the intention at all.
That is not. The two specific proposals that have come in on the buyback side, you know, people have taken that positively because of the changes that you've brought in, and secondly, you know, the issue as far as sorting out many of the sort of pending issues, transfer pricing, and so on and so forth, and safe harbor specifically as far as the IT services companies are concerned. Both those were formulated on the back of feedback that you got from industry?
Yes. So this was basically one of the requests of the industry, and we also felt that yes, the time has come that we should actually consider this thing. And I think with this, you see, proposal, it would give a lot of confidence to the investors, to the industry, and give a boost to, especially to ITES industry, because till now the safe harbor rules were rather fragmented. And it was basically difficult for the stakeholders to take advantage of the safe harbor rules. But now we have actually simplified it not in terms of only expanding the scope of turnover from 300 to 2,000, but also clubbing different categories of ITES, KPOs, contract, you see, R&D and all. So it's all brought under one umbrella. And a very attractive rate has also been proposed in this entire exercise. So I think that a lot of the industry would find it really, you see, attractive.
Right.
And it will provide a lot of certainty also, tax certainty, which was much needed.
And which is necessary and important.
Yes, yeah. And apart from that, if you see that the major proposals in this budget are also relating to data center.
Yes.
Contract manufacturing, toll manufacturing. So therefore, we have in these proposals not only provided certainty but also stability.
So that's what I wanted to understand from you. For instance, Google has already made an announcement of an investment of $15 billion to set up data centers in Andhra Pradesh. Now, can they avail of this scheme or not?
Yeah, why not?
They can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically, whosoever would be setting up the data centers going forward, and there also it has been defined that it is basically notified data centers, so certain conditions are there. So whosoever fulfills those conditions, they would be eligible to avail this scheme.
So they don't have to pay any tax on the global income?
Yes. So the way it would work is that there would be a data center, which is an Indian entity, who would be actually setting up the data center and providing data center services.
Okay.
And whosoever would be the cloud service provider, then the income in respect of that cloud service provider, the global income would not be taxed.
Okay.
And if there is a related party transactions, then the safe harbor of about 15% would be offered.
Yeah. Okay. CBIC Chief, let me ask you about excise duty. And I think the concern when we saw that big jump in the number was whether there was a hike in petrol or diesel, and that was not the case,
No.
which we amply clarified here on CNBC TV 18. So you're saying that increase is largely because of the tobacco and tobacco product related cesses, right?
That's right.
But you know, given the fact that there has been challenges on the tax side, and the law does allow for you to include more products under that category, under the cess category, should the need arise. At this point in time, you feel comfortable that?
At this point of time, I would say both in excise and customs, the revenues, as far as the projections are concerned, are pretty decent. So we haven't really had any occasion to look at that.
Okay, no occasion to look at it. The running theme of the budget, of course, is enhancing export competitiveness, enhancing manufacturing competitiveness, and a lot of the changes that have been made, a lot of the exemptions and the relief that's been provided is in keeping with that theme. How much more competitive do you believe industry is going to be on the back of the measures that have been announced today?
Well, we hope that the measures do get translated into the industry getting competitive. For example, sectors like, for example, food processing, where we've announced the value limits to 3% of the FOB for getting a duty-free benefit. The measures like Indian fishermen could now start harvesting fish in the exclusive economic zone of the country. I'm very sure that these measures will, over a period of time, translate into more competitiveness for the Indian industry.
Okay. You know, the big challenges that you foresee today, especially as you look at the GST collections, you know, 1.96 lakh crore rupees, that's the number that's come in for today. And hopefully now that the GST rate cuts are settling in, what's the expectation as you look ahead?
Well, I would say that one way of looking at it is also looking at the taxable value of the supply. So we've looked at the figures. The figures have shown an upward trend over the last few months. We hope that this continues, and once that continues, that automatically over a medium to long run will definitely take care of whatever shortfalls came our way because of the rate rationalization.
The concerns that you have as far as the projections that you've made?
So the revised estimates, when we see that it's about somewhere around 8.75% growth, that is the asking rate. But as on date, the growth in the net collections is about 9.11%. So we are already, above the asking rate. I'm very hopeful that we would be able to achieve the targets. And it's basically, the way I would look at it is it's not about the targets. It's basically, it's a product of the tax administration and the compliance on part of the people.
Right.
Yes. It's basically, it's not a question of attracting. It's just when you provide good tax administration, provide people an opportunity to comply, and you have a better compliance, naturally the result is that the revenue would be more.
Well, gentlemen, we wish you the very best of luck. Thank you so much for joining us today. But we're not done yet, because we will have you back tomorrow on the CNBC TV 18 Budget Verdict. The first interaction with industry, as industry leaders put their questions forward to both the CBDT and the CBIC chiefs. But thank you very much for joining us here in our budget headquarters this evening to analyze the budget fine print. We will take a break.
Thank you.
There's a lot more coming up. Don't go anywhere. We're back in a moment with more newsmakers. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to our coverage of Budget 2026. We saw a lot of focus in the Finance Minister's speech on data centers, boosting services exports, manufacturing in India, especially of critical components where we have dependencies, reducing customs duties on capital goods, on items going into raw materials, which are used in labor-intensive sectors as well. But the opposition has said the budget hasn't done enough for the youth, hasn't done enough for jobs or agriculture. Joining us right now to understand the opposition's key objections from Budget 2026 and what more needs to be done in the days ahead is Manish Tiwari, Congress leader and Member of Parliament from the party. Mr. Tiwari, thank you very much for joining us. How do you think the budget does at a time when we are caught up in an intense negotiation with the United States? We, of course, have a difficult relationship with China and a difficult relationship with Pakistan as well. So how does this budget do in terms of building India's resilience for the future?
Well, thank you, Siddharth. In one word, you've said that our foreign policy has gone for a toss. But be that as it may, that's not the subject of today's discussion. You see, fundamentally, the budget fails to address the structural problems in the Indian economy, now going back almost a decade. And let me flag 4 of them for you straight off the bat. The first is that your nominal GDP is not growing at a healthy number. And as you are the anchor of a very prominent business channel, you would understand that nominal GDP is more important a number than the real GDP when it comes to formulating the budget. The nominal GDP in 2005 was 14%. In 2009, it grew by 20%. In 2026, it's down to 8%. In fact, the difference between the real GDP and the nominal GDP is only about 1%, which means that your tax buoyancy has completely and absolutely gone for a toss. In the previous budget, the finance minister had estimated that your tax buoyancy would be 1.1%, which is that for every 1% increase in the GDP, there would be a corresponding increase in your tax numbers. But if you look at the tax collections today, your tax buoyancy is about 0.6% only. You know, gross tax revenues, assumed growth was 13%, real is 3%. Corporate income tax assumed 8%, real 7%. Your income tax assumed 17%, real is 6%. Indirect taxes assumed growth 11%, real is 2%. Similarly, your private capital expenditure or corporate expenditure in the economy is just not happening, notwithstanding corporate income tax cuts of 2019, the PLIs during and after the pandemic. After that, you gave income tax exemptions, GST rates were slashed, but private corporate investment is just not happening. And that's why your public capex was again hiked in the budget to 12.2%. Then your foreign investment is also down. If you look at the capital account balance percent of GDP to 4QMA or the NIRI year on year, you know, all those numbers are completely out of whack. And then if you look at the macro budget numbers, you see the total size of the union budget is 53.47 lakh crores. Your revenue collections are 36.49 lakh crores only. Your total deficit is 16.95 lakh crores, money that you will collect, borrow from the market and from other sources. But what is worrying is that your interest payments are at 14.3 lakh crores. So therefore, you are actually borrowing money to service the debt which you have accumulated over the past years. And that is reflected in your total debt and liability figures. You see, your total debt and liabilities of the union government 2013-14 was 56.51 lakh crores. In 26-27, it's estimated to be 214.8 lakh crores. So therefore,
Okay,
that's a 4x increase. And I can...
Mr. Tiwari, I'd also like to ask you about agriculture, because the Congress party has been saying that not enough has been done on agriculture, boosting farm productivity in the budget. What would you have liked to see as a fine print, as a blueprint for the agriculture sector?
You see, the government in the winter session decided to do away with the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Program. Now, look at the facts on the ground. The facts on the ground are that you have 71.5 crore people on free food rations. Since 2014, you've had an year-on-year increase in the Manrega budget, right? So therefore, at the last count, it was at about 86,000 crores. And so therefore, and then if you juxtapose it against what is the claimed rate of agricultural growth, which is about 3.8%, then that growth is not percolating down to the most vulnerable sections of society. And that's the structural problem in the agricultural sector. So the short point, Parikshit, which I've been trying to make is that the budget has totally failed to address the deep-seated structural issues which have crept into the Indian economy over the past 1 decade. That is the criticism.
Let me get in GVL Narasimha of the BJP, who's now joined us. Mr. Narasimha, how do you respond to Manish Tiwari of the Congress party, who says the tax buoyancy has gone for a toss? The budget fails to address structural issues in the economy.
I think the Congress party has been is not in sync with the rest of the country and the rest of the world. Because if you they were in power until 2014 for a period of 10 years, and now we have been in power. Prime Minister Modi ji has been at the helm for close to 12 years. And in 2014, what was the status of Indian economy? Indian economy was considered to be the weakest economies in the world, fragile 5. We were considered very vulnerable. Today, we are the 4th largest economy in the world, looking towards becoming the 3rd largest economy in a few years, in a matter of maybe 3 years. Today, we have we are the fastest growing large economy in the world today. That is not the BJP statistic. That is what the World Bank, what the whole world is talking about. We have contained fiscal deficit. We have a debt to GDP ratio, which we are targeting at 50%, and every year we are able to actually reduce it. Compared to the big economies of the world, our debt to GDP ratio is far low, far manageable, and we are borrowing to invest. This is not just the borrowing has not been used for reckless spending, rather judicious spending. And we are investing more than 12.2 lakh crore in public investments in infrastructure. We are assisting state governments also to put in money into public into public infrastructure. The capex is almost 4.5% of the GDP. All our macroeconomic indicators, including our forex reserves, they are extremely positive. I think today the whole world is looking at India as a bright spot. Despite the global headwinds, we are able to perform to the surprise of the whole world.
Mr. Narasimha,
and here we have the
I would like to ask you,
talking about India being a very weak economy. India
we're starting to see strain on exports in labor-intensive sectors. Do you feel going forward this year, our exports are going to need special attention? Yes, the budget has announced measures, customs duty reduction, raw material becoming cheaper for things like leather, footwear, textiles, etc. But do you think your labor-intensive exports are going to need special attention when your deal with US has not happened? The deal with European Union is going to take time, maybe till next year. And UK FTA is also yet to be ratified.
There are challenges, no doubt, and the country and the people of India understand what the kind of rough weather that the whole world is going through. But how India has, how under Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, how we have been able to contain this, how we have been able to grow despite the challenges. That is what people of the country are giving a mandate after mandate. We have 25 crore people who have risen out of the multidimensional poverty. So we have growth, we have equity, we have low inflation. Look at the track record of the Congress party, which always delivered double-digit inflation. So the criticism of the Congress party is not in sync with the public perception, the public experience. Last year, we have reduced the GST rates have been cut down drastically, which has led to a huge increase in private consumption. The economic survey talks about massive increases in private consumption at a time when inflation levels are low, which is leading to a lot of purchasing power in the hands of the common people. So there are green shoots everywhere. There is positive news everywhere, and sectors that require greater thrust. Government has identified 7 such manufacturing sectors. We are also becoming, the whole focus is on becoming self-reliant in sectors like chemicals, where we are heavily dependent on some imports. You have a government new mission that has been announced, and in sectors like, for example, in rare earth metals, rare earth minerals, there is a special attention being given, special corridors are being built. So the government has a very long-term vision to its work. This is a budget which is not to get brownie points in TV debates, but certainly to give a sense of assurance to the people of this country that this budget is what will take India to becoming a Viksit Bharat, a very strong-footed budget, which is growth-oriented, but at the same time, as Honorable Finance Minister said, 3 times, among the 3 pillars that she talked about, growth and sabka saath, which is nothing but equity. Growth and equity is the mantra of
Manish Tiwari
Prime
to respond
Minister
to what you're
Narendra
saying.
Modi's rule.
You know, Manish Tiwari, you referred to how private capex has not taken off. And this has been a concern within the government as well. What do you think this budget could have done in terms of increasing the pace of private capex? And what structural reforms would you hope for in the days to come?
Let me give you 2 figures, since my dear friend Mr. GVL Narasimha Rao talked about what he thought was not an optimal performance during the UP years. You see, private final consumption expenditure, which is a very important benchmark of the economy in 2013-14, which was the last year of the UPA government, was at 57.1% as a percent of GDP. What is it today in 25-26? It is at 56.5%. And these are not my figures. These are figures which have been put out by the government of India. Let me give you a second statistic. You see, if the engines of the economy were firing and private capital investment would have stepped up to the plate, you would have seen a corresponding decrease in public capex. The reason why public capex has been going up year on year, going back to 2019, is because private capital investment is not taking place. In 2019, the finance minister presented a budget. Then she presented a mini budget in which she slashed corporate income tax rates. Then, unfortunately, the pandemic happened. Government came out with these productivity-linked incentive schemes, in order to boost production. Subsequently, when production wasn't getting boosted, they thought that they will fire the consumption expenditure. And so therefore, they gave income tax exemptions. They slashed GST rates last year. But still, private investment is not taking place. And coupled with that, you have a double whammy. And that double whammy is that even foreign investment is fleeing your shores. As I was talking about earlier, look at your numbers with regard to capital account balance as a percentage of GDP over 4 quarters. It tells its own story. Look at your NEERI numbers year on year. And, Mr. GVL Narasimha Rao, who's one of the more erudite people in the Bharatiya Janata Party, he talked about the vision for the future. Now, 2 things came up in the finance minister's speech. Semiconductors. Now, what does China spend on semiconductors in 2025? 40 billion US dollars. What is India's spend going to be in 2026? And this includes private spend also, $4.5 billion. Look at spend on artificial intelligence. China in 2025 was $98 billion. State funding was $56 billion. India in 2025 was $20 billion, most of it actually investment or proposed investment by Google, Amazon, etc. What is the government spend? $1.2 billion on artificial intelligence, that also over 5 years. You know, how are you going to really be competing when you've yourself identified that this is going to be a century driven by technology? And insofar as the frontier technologies are concerned, your public investment in those areas is next to negligible.
Mr. Narasimha, would you agree that India's welfare spending constrains the space available for expenditure on big ticket items, future technologies such as semiconductors, artificial intelligence as well? Yes, there were major tax holidays and incentives for data centers in the union budget, but couldn't more have been done, is what Manish Tiwari is asking.
No, you see, as a country, I think we are certainly committed to the principle of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. This is what Honorable Prime Minister repeatedly mentions, and this is what the budget. This is the same philosophy that the budget that the budget is founded upon. So we cannot look at welfare expenditure as any kind of unwanted expenditure. It is very much required. And for agriculture, let me tell senior leader Sri Tiwari, when the Congress was in power, the total expenditure, the total allocation for the agricultural sector every year used to be in the range of 25 to 28,000 crores in the entire budget. And now we have 6 times that number, almost 6 times. So 1.37, 1.4 lakh crores. This has happened because although it's a state subject, agriculture is a state subject and bulk of the expenditure goes from the state budgets, but yet this government has increased agricultural spending 5 times more. And obviously a comparison with China would not be very appropriate because the size of the China economy is several times more than our economy. Therefore, we cannot exactly, I think, compare. Going back to 80s, I think if somebody were to be the sinner for this, the Congress will have to take the blame, because in 1980, I think India and China were more or less of the same economy sizes. And if this disparity increased and today China has become 6 or 8x of Indian economy, it has not happened during our rule. We certainly are making rapid strides. Semiconductors, I think we were certainly late entrants into this industry. We don't want any reliance on countries like China for rare earth minerals. That's the reason why we have announced a new corridors today. We don't want to be dependent. A country which is looking at a galloping of its economy cannot depend on its raw materials perennially on another country. That's the reason why we have a special expenditure or a special initiative on the chemical corridors, dedicated chemical corridors. So India, whole world acknowledges our progress. And certainly comparing with the budgets of
Manish
China
Tiwari,
and the US would not be appropriate because they are several times bigger. But
Manish Tiwari, let's look at the issue of defense
economy in the world when the Congress was in power. Today we are the 4th largest economy. That certainly tells you that Prime Minister Modi has made rapid strides in India's progress.
All right. Mr. Manish Tiwari, when we look at defense expenditure, the capex allocation for defense is at an all-time high, 21% increase, 24% for modernization alone, 64,000 crores approximately for defense aircraft and aero engines. How do you think this should be used? And what's your hope for increasing defense capex and the share of defense in an overall expenditure in the coming years?
Before I answer that question, Parikshit, and that's a very good question, just allow me to put another statistic on the table. In 2014, the size of the Chinese economy was 2x of the Indian economy. In 2026, the size of the Chinese economy is 4.5x of the Indian economy. So therefore, I think that tells a story that we should all be concerned about. And I'm not saying this merely to score a brownie point. I think it's something which should concern us, because it also feeds into your next question. Look, you are a world which is completely adrift. India has multifarious and serious national security challenges, both on its northern border as well as on its western border, and perhaps now even on its eastern border. So therefore, your defense spend is about 2% of your GDP. Your defense spend, ideally, given the kind of national security challenges that you are currently confronting on your periphery, should be at least 4% of your GDP. So therefore, India has two very stark choices. Either it has to exponentially ramp up its defense spending, or it will have to reduce its security challenges in its periphery. Now, this is not a either or choice. These are very tough dilemmas which anybody in government needs to look at very seriously. The reason why you've had a jump, especially in the capex and defense, is primarily because the government, and perhaps rightly so, is cognizant about the gravity of the challenge that we are confronting. And especially when you talk about China, there has been a complete revolution in military affairs in China going back to the Taiwan Straits crisis in 1995. From 1995 till 2013, they had a double-digit growth insofar as their defense expenditure is concerned. And they have had a 7% growth year on year since 2013, now for the last 13 years, in their defense expenditure. And so under those circumstances, given the fact that the China-Pakistan nexus is real, as it came out during the kinetic actions between India and Pakistan in the May of 2025, there is an urgent need to ramp up defense expenditure to 4% of the GDP. Unfortunately, there is no wiggle room, because after all, in a 53 lakh crore union budget, out of which you are borrowing about 17 lakh crores from the market, what is the kind of wiggle room that you really have to address these strategic imperatives?
All right. We've run out of time. Thank you so much, Mr. Manish Tiwari and Mr. GVL Narasimha, for joining us on the program, Decoding the Big Political Message from Union Budget 2026. That's all the time we had on this broadcast. Let me also get you a special interview. My colleague Abhimanyu Sharma spoke to Hardeep Puri, the Union Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas, some time back. Let's play out that interview for our viewers.
We are joined by Union Minister Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri. Sir, appreciate you joining us here at CNBC TV 18. How do you look at the union budget? Several grants, several SOPs for the energy sector, be it the issue of compressed biogas and also the availability and the SOPs which have been given for coal gasification. How do you look at that with respect to import substitution?
Well, let me tell you first the budget overall. A budget is a defining instrument for overall economic growth. It's not the only one. I'm using the word defining. Today, we've taken a large number of very positive decisions over a period of time which have resulted in economic growth registering last quarter 8.2%, before that 7.8%. You're looking at now annual growth in excess of 7%. Okay, one. You've gone from a $2 trillion economy to a $4 trillion economy, 4.1 or $2 trillion. Energy is the lifeline of an economy. You've taken a number of decisions in the energy sector, and this budget also brings welcome steps in that. Those that affect my ministry, let me confine myself to that. That 20,000 crores of CCUS, carbon capture and storage, which will be open to the steel, power, refineries, etc. This is something the refineries can immediately take forward. Now, Why is decarbonization or CCUS important? Right, look, when you talk is discussing energy, I like to say that I am not just the petroleum and natural gas minister, but my work is largely characterized by energy transition. We have gone from a 1.4% blending in biofuels to 20% blending in a short period from 2014 to 2025. We were supposed to achieve that 20% blending target by 2030. We did it 6 years in advance.
But speaking about the energy sector particularly, we are also looking at import substitution by raising local production, by replacing energy imports with renewable energy. We are also looking at diversifying our energy basket. What kind of more imports can we look at from different geographies, be it the US and also Venezuela for that matter?
See, first of all, the diversification process is not something that is done. I think the Prime Minister's policies, and in the last 5 years I've been associated, diversification has been a very standard operating process. We used to, I think, import from 27 countries, we're importing from 41. You mentioned Venezuela in the context of a statement by the President of the United States. Let me just remind you that apart from that statement, which should be seen in the context, our Prime Minister also had a telephone conversation with Her Excellency Celsi Rodriguez, who's the President of Venezuela just now. There was a delegation from Venezuela in the India Energy Week, which took place in Goa, the 4th edition, from 27 January to 30th January. We've been buying from Venezuela for a long time. In fact, I have people from ONGC stationed there. Also, by the way, several of our, at least 2 or 3 I'm familiar with, there are 300 kinds of crude in the world, but the Venezuelan crude is the heavy one. At least 2 or 3 of our refineries are specifically configured to deal with that heavy crude. We know that Venezuela has massive reserves, but because of underinvestment, they're only producing 1 million barrels a day. Much of it was being bought with one source. So I think when that statement is made, said India will be now buying oil from there. We were buying earlier. I mean, one private sector person was buying and my state sector, OMCs were also buying. So that's good news. But we are buying from all over the place, the Western Hemisphere. I had the privilege of hosting 3 Canadian ministerial level delegations. One was Minister Sandhu a few weeks ago. Then the Premier of British Columbia came to me, I think, a week ago. And then Minister Hodgson was there in India Energy Week. Canada, my God, if you look at their statement, they said, well, if one country has 8 years reserve, they've got 100 years of reserves of crude oil. So Canada wants to supply gas, they wants to supply crude. By the way, we have investments in Canada already. IOCL has an investment, one investment there. And when the Premier of British Columbia told me that they were setting up 6 liquefaction plants, IOCL guy is very happy because he'll be able to liquefy that and transport it either out to India or sell it on the global market. So our energy story, both on transition and on terms of overall providing for navigation amongst the global turmoil, is a good story.
Hello and welcome to this budget special. I am Rima. With me is Nigel, and markets crashed on budget day. The key indices were down 2%. The Nifty at that 24,800 mark. The Sensex selling off nearly 1,500 points. And of course, the biggest culprit was the sentiment dampener was the increase in STT on the derivatives market.
Well, that's right, Rima. Let's do a quick wrap, though, of what took place in today's trading session. Yes, as you said, the Nifty was down, and you did have the Nifty Bank as well that was under pressure in today's trading session. A very, very difficult day of trade. As you can see, all the indices, the Nifty ending down close to around 500 points. At one point of time, we were down close to around 700 points. The biggest hit really today came in terms of sentiment. No one was factoring in, or at least the buzz was not very, very loud, that an STT hike could come about. That's precisely what the finance minister did announce. And because of that, you had all these market players, whether you're looking at Angel One, BSE, CDSL, all of them took a sharp knock in today's trading session. There was an expectation that the defense-related names, they'll see a higher allocation. To be fair, actually, the allocation is quite high. However, those stocks had already run up in anticipation, and that's why those stocks had come in for profit-taking. BEL, Bharat Dynamics, as well as HAL, all of them sharply lower in today's trading session. Bharat Dynamics, in fact, had put on a good amount of weight getting into this event, and all that got sold into, so those stocks were under pressure. The other problem was the gross market borrowing. That number came higher than expected at around 17 lakh crore, or the street was bracing for a number of around 16 to around 16.5 lakh crore. And because of that, the PSU banking names, after seeing a good run up in the last few trading sessions, they did come in for profit taking. Even Big Boy, SBI did see some selling. PNB as well did end lower in today's trade. The other couple of names, though, did pretty well. So let's highlight a couple of winners. Data center plays. There was a bit of a booster shot that came in for them. So Anant Raj, E2E Networks. Remember, these are stocks that have already seen a sharp correction. You have NetWeb Technologies as well. That was higher. Let's get some of those stocks running for you on the screen. And Orient Pro, some kind of play with regard to data center. We'll have to see how it actually plays out. For the time being, though, these stocks did pretty well. Precious metal stocks, though, they did correct over the weekend. And today, some of those stocks that are direct play in terms of precious metals, they came in for profit taking. MCX was down close to around 10% in trade. You had Muthoot Finance as well. That was lower because, that in the entire up move that we saw on gold, Muthoot Finance as well did play out. And Hindustan Zinc, Vedanta just sold a % stake in the company at much higher levels. And today, post that correction that we saw on silver, well, those stocks, in fact, were lower. The AMS companies, though, there was a hike in terms of the PLI component, and because of that, those stocks did well. So Amber, Keynes, both of them, they outperformed in today's trading session. Moving to some of those IT sector names, there was some kind of relief that came because of the harbor turnover threshold for IT services. That was increased. Some kind of booster shot coming in with simplification of buyback rules as well. That's what pushed these stocks up. So you had Wipro that was higher in today's trading session. Finally, there was a fear that there's going to be a hike in gold import duty. Didn't come about, so you had the jewelers that actually did pretty well. Titan came off the highs, so that stock was trading in the green. And in today's market, a stock trading in the green actually was a bit of a rarity. And Kalyan Jewelers as well, after the kind of selling that we've seen, that stock as well moved up. The other space that actually did see some kind of a bounce from the lows was the OMCs, because the excise duty hike on oil hasn't really been announced. We'll have to see how the arithmetic works. But HPCL, after CNBC TV 18, got some clarification on that front. That stock as well ended higher. But Rima, what a day of trade, right? No one would have thought. Came in with some optimism that maybe there'll be something that'll be done to spur sentiment, to get the FIs back. That didn't come about. The STT hike, that's something that's prolonged the pain, actually, from an equity market perspective.
Completely spooked the market, and this is the biggest single-day fall that we've seen on a budget day in the last 6 years. In fact, let's go across to Yash to talk about what is the biggest overhang on the market, this increase in the STT on derivatives. Yash.
Well, Rima, just yesterday there were certain counters from where there was a very faint noise around STT increase which was being heard. Of course, yesterday it was only a chatter. And today it played out exactly as per the script. The government, through its budget, hiking the securities transaction tax or STT on equity options to 0.15% from 0.1%. That's a hike of about 50% in STT on equity options and on equity futures, STT being hiked from 0.15% to 0.15% from 0.05%. That's a 150% hike in STT on equity futures. Now, an important clarification where the market was into some bit of confusion in the early announcement time, and that was that this STT is only on equity options and futures and not on commodity transactions. So that is an important clarification which came about from experts as the day went, but indeed a very steep hike when it comes to the securities transaction tax, which is expected to hit very hard as far as those high frequency trade, those multiple transactions are concerned as far as futures and options is concerned. From the listed player point of view, of course, there are certain players on the market which are severely impacted, and that showed in the stock price as well. For Angel One, FNO transactions contribute about 44% of their revenue. BSE, it contributes about 55% of their revenue. NSE, it contributes about 70% of their revenue. These numbers are as on FY25, and the change in taxation is expected to impact this side of the revenue directly. There was a very interesting tweet which came from Nitin Kamath, I'm sorry, and that was projected STT collection for FY25-26 was 78,000 crores. The government was falling short by about 25%. This coming about will take care of that deficit, hopefully, in the coming financial year.
Okay, all right. Thanks a lot for that. Yash, well, let's focus on the other sector, defense. That was on the offensive of the last few trading sessions. Today, they actually got what they wanted, but the stocks did sell off. Ria joins in to break down the numbers for us. Ria, take it away.
Well, yes, the government this time around has announced a total defense budget of 7.85 lakh crores. Now, compare this to last year's budget of 6.81 lakh crores. It's an increase of roughly 15%. So, the expectations on this front range from 10 to 15%. So, this is at the top end of the expectations. The defense expenditure has been announced at 5.95 lakh crore rupees for the year, up 21% compared to last year's budget. Defense capital allocation has also been announced at 2.31 lakh crores versus 1.92 lakh crores in FY26, and this is also an increase of roughly 20% compared to last year, also in line with the expectations that the street was working with. There has also been a 24% increase in the budget for defense modernization, which is a big positive. Apart from this, they have also allocated roughly rupees 63,734 crores for aircraft and aero engines for defense, which is a 31% increase compared to last year's outlay. Now, in terms of the market reaction, the Nifty Defense Index ended roughly 5.4% lower today, recovering from its lows of 7 to 8%. And in fact, at one point of the trading session earlier before the budget was announced, it was up by roughly 2% earlier in the session. Now, the street seems to be disappointed by the fact that there were no separate announcements or schemes that were announced for certain segments like drones, UAVs, electronic warfare, defense electronics, missiles, even for arms and ammunition or for indigenization as a whole. So that is where the street seems to be disappointed. But overall, this was a very healthy increase in the capital allocation as well as for the overall defense budget.
Thank you very much for that. It's over to Ekta now for more on what came out on the biopharma.
Well, yes, I'll start with, Biopharma Shakti, which was announced. So it's around a 10,000 crore biopharma scheme which was launched, which is aimed to make India a biopharma hub, build domestic biologics manufacturing. So there are 3 new NIPER institutes which are planned, 7 existing NIPER institutes which will be upgraded, and 1,000+ accredited clinical trial sites which are proposed as well. It is a sentiment positive for the sector. Biocon, Dr. Reddy, Sun Pharma, Lupin, Glenmark, just to name a few. In terms of hospitals and diagnostics, medical tourism push. So 5 regional medical hubs are planned. It will be a public-private partnership model. Integrated healthcare complexes are proposed as well. Listed beneficiaries include the likes of Apollo, Fortis, Max Healthcare, Dr. Lal's, Metropolis, all of these stocks in focus. But remember, while this is a positive, the execution will be something that the street will be watching for in terms of all of these announcements and the material impact eventually on the earnings as well.
Okay, got it. Thanks, Ekta, for that. Hopping across to Upasana, she brings us some good news with regard to a few of those companies from the EMS space that actually did well. Upasana, tell us.
Well, under the ECMS scheme, the investment outlay has been increased from 22,919 crore to 40,000 crore. Mind you that the ECMS scheme was first notified in April 2025 with a budget outlay of 22,919 crore for a period of 6 years, with the aim to build $500 billion electronic manufacturing ecosystem by 2030-31. Now, we are assessing a positive impact on EMS players given the high allocation, which means more approvals for the companies. Now, if you look at the latest development in October 2025, MEIT has approved the first batch of 7 projects under ECMS involving manufacturing of copper-clad PCBs and even camera modules. Now, the approved players so far include Keynes Tech, which has received approvals in all the categories that they have applied. Syrma SGS and Amber have also got approvals for multi-layer board. And now lastly, coming to Dixon, the approvals for display application and even optical transceiver is awaited in the upcoming tranches of ECMS approvals. So all in all, certainly a positive news for EMS space.
Thank you very much for that. And on that note, we'll slip into a short break. On the other side, Feroz Aziz of Anand Rathi Wealth and Rajashri Sabnavis of Grant Thornton Advisory will be joining in. Hello and welcome. You're still tuned into this special budget programming on CNBC TV 18. A lot of announcements and taxation, of course, that is one important aspect to discuss. What it means for you as an investor, how does it impact your profits, how does it impact you on a daily basis? Let's get to that and understand more on the impact. Joining us today are Feroz Aziz of Anand Rathi Wealth, and we also have Rajashri Sabnavis joining us. She's from Grant Thornton Bharat. Feroz and Rajashri, thank you so much for joining in. Well, you know, of course, we've been talking about that hike in securities transaction tax, the change in buyback taxes. Before we discuss those in greater detail, what stood out for you in the budget when it comes to personal finance and personal taxes? Rajashri, let me begin with you, and then I'll come across to you, Feroz.
Sure. Thanks. Thanks for having me on this panel. I think if one would look at from a market standpoint, I would segregate into small investors, small and retail investors, and large corporates and the traders. Every effort has been made in this budget to essentially protect the small shareholders, and you've seen some of the announcements. In fact, are they go to the fundamental. The second is when we talk about investors, I think the serious investors would clearly look at the actual fundamental growth and the growth trajectory that we as a country are at. And some of the announcement that has been made keeping in mind the global uncertainty and the headwind, tailwind, whatever you may refer to, I think that's something which we should be considering. And from a tax standpoint, the promise was made in terms of not too many changes, simplifying and ensuring that the smaller taxpayers face less compliance burden. I think every effort has been made in this budget to walk the talk.
Okay, take that
So
point.
if you want examples, I can quickly touch upon it, but I guess it's up to you.
No, of course. I'll come back to you on that example quickly. Rashri, let me go across to Feroz. Feroz, what stood out for you in the budget from a personal tax perspective? We did see securities transaction tax on F&O getting hiked. Do you think that would impact arbitrage funds and ultimately the returns for an investor there?
Yes, Sonal. First, let me touch upon the direct tax. I think one thing, if you're a viewer and if you're watching, if you're in the old tax regime, it is apparent to naked eye that you should not swim against the tide. There are about 74%, 73% of them have now moved to the new tax regime. If you are a part of the 26%, I think this budget is the last nail in the coffin for the old tax regime. And you should try and move to the new one at ASAP and not get into these small deductions because there was no tampering there. And the new tax regime is so lucrative that you shouldn't miss it out. That's point one. Point two, when it comes to STT, I think there's a large implications, different kinds of implication of the STT. One is there's a key message. That's not just an STT change. If you read the para in the proposed bill, you will see it as we are trying to discourage the futures and options trading platform and the higher volumes which are there. It's not just about tax collection. How much tax do we collect in STD? 48,000 crores, if I'm not wrong. That will not materially change because of this tax change. It is a message that we don't want trading mindset capital market like the US. We want a more investor-friendly market than a trader-friendly market. That's why you see the traders are spoofed and they want to quit today and bring down Nifty by about 600 points. So it is investor-friendly, trader-unfriendly. That's one message. The second thing, if you see the nuance or the fine print, says that interest expense will not be allowed to set off against the dividend if you have borrowed to invest in the market. Again, leveraged market positions are also discouraged. So that's where I would like to stop. But there are larger implications to the futures and options on the derivative side. Since I manage a derivative treasury for a couple of decades, I probably touch upon a little greater detail at that point.
Okay, I'll come to you on that in just a bit. Rashri, you wanted to give an example on how smaller changes have been made that could have a bigger impact. If you can touch upon that in a greater detail and the buyback tax that has been changed. Can you explain that to us? How does it change for retail investors? Because for corporate promoters and non-corporate promoters, we have different rates. What does it mean for a retail investor?
Sure. I guess, okay, until last year, what they had said is when buyback tax was introduced, of course, and when the change was brought in, they had said it would be taxed as dividend income, okay, in the hands of the investor. They have, in fact, cleared that and they made it uniform and said everything will now be subject to tax as capital gains. The only differentiation that they made is because the promoters are in a position to influence these decisions, there is an attempt, and there is clearly, that's what the announcement is, that said that the promoters will not only, there is an additional tax that is applicable to promoters as well. Now, of course, the rate of tax would differ depending on whether the promoter is an individual or corporate, and accordingly, there is an additional tax that has been imposed. That's one. Second, if you see, for the first time, if you see again the small shareholders. So here again, my smaller shareholders, very clear, it's capital gains. Second attempt has been made in terms of filing of these Form 15F and 15G. This is again small shareholders, mind you. Earlier, you would have to run to every bank, every company and submit these forms. Now what they're saying is all these smaller shareholders have to do is submit it to the depository, and the depository will then in turn submit it to the company. So here, cost of compliance and the headache of going across to so many companies is kind of cut down to a large extent. So that is a second move. Third, again, there is an attempt to, from a tax standpoint, if you are a small shareholder, again, there are certain filings which you can make. They have kind of made changes to the timelines within which you can actually go and revise a return. If you want to declare certain foreign assets, again, there is a revision that's been made. So all in all, it is more bringing in stability and also looking at the small retail shareholders and trying to protect, in a way, from the market vagaries, which if a few months ago, the entire STT, I'm not surprised, with the rate increase, because there was data that was available in the public domain, which showed how much of money retail investors had lost on account of trading in futures and options.
9 out of 10 investors or traders, I would say the word, had lost money in F&O trading. Take that point, and that is something that the ministry had also alluded to, the particular study. Feroz, you wanted to touch upon the derivatives bit. Also wanted to understand some of the exemptions or the TCS rate cuts which have come by on LRS payments that are made. I just wanted to understand, how are some of these factors going to affect your personal finances? You did mention it's time to move to new tax regime. Anything else that you think was a big takeaway from the budget this time?
Yes, so let's see. First, let me touch upon that 15H and 15G submission to depositories. Is of course something which is very good, but I was surprised when I read the fine print that it's applicable from financial year 27-28 and not the one which is coming by. So that's one thing which you should keep a note of. The relief to small shareholders and senior citizens with that form submitting to depositories is not applicable for the subsequent financial year, but 1 year later. That was surprising. That's one thing I thought fine print should be highlighted. Coming to the question of, from a personal tax standpoint, what stands out is certainly the fact that the buyback tax, I personally think it is beyond the point which I'm going to make is a nuanced point and not visible to naked eye. It is not about tax coming down for a retail shareholder alone. If the tax comes down from dividend tax, which was a flat rate, to 12.5% in the hands of the tax owner, there are two things which happen. One is the frequency with which buybacks were happening had become near zero. Now, when buybacks happen in the market, there's a kind of a market buoyancy which happens. Now, for example, if I'm a listed company, if I'm making profits like if my company's profits projected are 375 crores for this year, and if with God's grace, if I'm able to meet that guidance, the first question which the board will ask is how much to be paid back and by what form. If it is dividend, it does not impact market prices, but if it is buyback, it creates a buoyancy to the price. That company is extinguishing their shares by buying it back, increasing the promoter stake if it does not participate. So it is a great positive, buoyant sentiment for the NSE small cap 250 companies, especially because today the balance sheets are reasonably large. The reserves are too many. And that's what I think is the most important impact. Not the tax, but the frequency of buybacks, creating market liquidity for an FII, for a retail guy, tax efficiently.
Got it. Take that point. I have a lot more questions. We are completely out of time, so we'll take this forward some other day, I would say tomorrow, because we have a working day, a Monday tomorrow. But thank you so much for your initial thoughts, Feroz and Rajshri. It was a pleasure speaking with you. And with that, we'll take your leave on this edition of Budget Programming. But of course, more will continue on the other side.
माननीय वित्त मंत्री श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमन जी.
We are inspired by 3 kartavya. Our first kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas.
Good evening and thank you for joining CNBC TV 18's special broadcast on Budget Day. I'm Archana Solanki. Here are the headlines we're tracking. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's 9th budget keeps an eye on the fiscal deficit glide path, even as it focuses on driving growth by increasing exports and attracting stable long-term investments, promises to sustain the momentum of structural reforms, strengthen the financial sector and support building cutting-edge technologies at home. In a surprise move, the finance minister proposes hiking securities transaction taxes on equity futures and options contracts. STT on futures is to be hiked by 150% and by 50% on options. The move rattles the stock market. Sensex and Nifty reverse early gains to post the biggest budget day decline in 6 years. Finance Minister projects normal GDP to grow at 10% in the next fiscal, hikes capital expenditure outlay by 9% to 12.2 lakh crore rupees. Documents show the government missed last year's target by 3%. Finance Minister looks to spend more to shore up India's defence capabilities. Budget proposes hiking defence capex outlay by 21% to 5.9 lakh crore rupees. The budget for defence modernisation is up 24%. Government sticks to the path of fiscal consolidation. Fiscal deficit target for this fiscal projected at 4.4%. FY27 target stands at 4.3%. The debt to GDP ratio projected to decline from 56.1% to 55.6%. A sharp hike in government borrowing. Budget projects gross borrowing of 17.2 lakh crore rupees. This is 18% higher than the current fiscal year's estimate of 14.6 lakh crores. Government projects next tax collections at 28.6 lakh crore rupees. This is slightly lower than the budget estimates last year. Collections in FY26 missed the budget estimate by 1.6 lakh crore rupees. Government accepts the recommendations of the 16th Finance Commission. States will continue to get a 41% share of overall tax revenues. As expected, there are no changes to personal income tax, but the budget proposes measures to ease compliance and cut down on litigation, like more time to revise tax returns without penalties. Also proposes lowering tax collected at source on foreign travel to a flat 2%. TCS on money sent abroad for education or medical expenses to also be cut to 2%. The finance minister moves to further curtail any improper use of buybacks, proposes to tax buybacks for all types of shareholders. As capital gains, also proposes introducing an additional buyback tax on promoters to incentivize the misuse of tax arbitrage. Says the tax will make the effective tax rate 22% for corporate promoters and 30% for non-corporate promoters. Government looks to push more companies to move to the new corporate tax regime, which offers lower rates without exemptions. Budget proposes restrictions set off of brought forward minimum alternative tax credit only to companies that make the switch. Also restricts the set off using available credits to 25% of the tax liability. Also proposes making MAT the final tax, meaning companies cannot accumulate any more tax credit. All right, so those were the key highlights of Finance Minister's budget speech. What is the industry's verdict? Let's toss across to Shireen Bhan, who was with the top executives, and what was their verdict all about? Take a look.
Hello and welcome to CNBC TV 18's continuing coverage here on CNBC TV 18. The Finance Minister has delivered her 9th budget. It is a budget that looks at India's growth story in the medium to long term. There are many measures for sectors that will be sectors of the future, from electronic manufacturing to nuclear power. Tax more or less been left unchanged, with the exception of the hike in STT on futures and options. There have been tax reliefs coming in for sectors that could be sectors of the future, like data centers and so on and so forth. The big story, of course, also is that the government has walked the talk on defense spending and the defense budget has gone up significantly. Joining us now to talk about Budget 2026, where it leaves us as a country in the here and now, and more importantly, the direction it sets for us in the medium to long term. Baba Kalyani, Amitabh Kant, Arundhati Bhattacharya and Sanjeev Krishna. Gentlemen and Arundhati, many thanks for joining us here on the program. Mr. Kalyani, I'd like to start with you, sir, because as I said, the government has clearly walked the talk when it comes to the defense capex, a 21% rise. B or over B as far as defense capex is concerned. Your first takeaway on what you have seen the budget do. She didn't talk about it in her speech, but the numbers tell the story.
Well, first of all, I'd like to congratulate the finance minister for the continuity in policy. I think it's very important that the defense expenditure keeps moving as our GDP keeps growing and as our defense services need it. So it's very heartening to see that, because many defense programs are now becoming pretty vibrant and coming into effect in the next 2, 3, 4 years. So you're going to need a lot of money to make those things happen. It's a big program to replace your artillery system, to replace combat vehicles, to replace, to add aircrafts, to build more ships. There's all kinds of things happening in the defense sector. And we are very happy being a participant in this sector to see that the allocation to defense has increased by almost close to 18%, I think.
Well, yes, it has, and that is a significant announcement that's come in there from the finance minister and from Budget 2026. But Mr. Kalyani, what does this now do to the domestic defense industry's aspirations? What do you believe this will also do in terms of orders? There is, of course, the emergency procurement there is the indigenization program that is already underway. How do you see this budget moving on many of those fronts from here on?
There are now 3 procurement processes in place. There is the normal procurement process where a lot of platform procurement takes place. For example, artillery platforms, for example, combat vehicle platforms like light tanks, FICVs and things like that, aircraft procurement. So there are many procurements that are happening at a platform basis, which are happening as per the old procedure that was in place. The second process for procurement is all the emergency procurement process. This year itself, in the last 3-4 months, there has been a huge amount of emergency procurement that has happened, largely as a offset of Operation Sindoor, and wherever the services felt they need more product. So this has taken place. And now there is a third process that is going to probably start, from what I understand, that is called the fast-track procurement. So things which normally took a long time to procure is going to happen much faster. So it's good to see that instead of 1 track, we have 3 tracks. And of course, then you have the revenue items procurement that is required, expendable items like ammunition and things like that. So it's moving in the right direction. I think it will help the domestic industry quite significantly. And we are all getting geared up for this.
Getting geared up for this. I'll come back to you in a second, Mr. Kalyani, but let me bring Mr. Kant into the conversation as well. Mr. Kant, when we spoke earlier today, right after the budget speech, you said that this was a forward-looking budget. It was a reform-oriented budget. Now that you've had some time to digest the fine print, what do you think are the most significant aspects, the most significant announcements of this budget that foreign investors will take note of?
Well, to my mind, it's fiscally a very responsible and prudent budget. But more than anything else, there are 2 critical innovations in this budget. Firstly, the fact that you've given 22 years of no tax for data centers. If 75 to 80% of the investment across the world is happening in artificial intelligence today, then you will be able to, with this one stroke, you should be able to attract computing power. You should be able to attract cloud infrastructure. You should be able to attract AI in a very, very big way because India has data and India has talent. So I think this is a good move. And the second I would say is the increased allocation for defense, because that drives innovation, that drives R&D, that drives manufacturing in a very big way. And all this put together, the defense innovation R&D is very, very critical to my mind. It's just that the defense ministry needs to now get down to cracking procurement in a big way instead of long delays. They need to, all tracks need to be made fast track, not just the fast track, all three tracks should be put on fast tracks. And thirdly, I think the focus on both infrastructure and manufacturing, to my mind, will have huge multiplier impact in the long run. These two are really the key to sustained growth for Viksit Bharat. This budget in many ways is a continuity for Viksit Bharat. If India needs to grow at 8 to 9% per annum for the next 22 years, it can't do this without manufacturing. It can't do this without infrastructure. Both these have huge multiplier impact on the economy. And you need to take jobs out of agriculture, low-paid jobs out of agriculture, where 44% of India works, and move them into manufacturing, urbanization. So my view is that these new cities, 5,000 crores for cities for the regional cities and the 7 high-speed trains should lead to a huge amount of smart urbanization in the coming years.
Okay, those are the big highlights for you, Mr. Kant. But Arundhati Bhattacharya, you know, as someone who's now part of the tech world and someone who was formerly with the banking world, and there was plenty for both, of course, for banking, a high-level committee to look at the aspirations and the needs of India's banking sector for the future, and plenty, as we just discussed there, on data centers and AI and semiconductors and so on and so forth. You know, on balance, how would you look at the impact of Budget 2026?
Well, in a way, you know, if I want to make light of it, I would say it's making my job a little easier. Because obviously the government is putting its, you know, its strength where it's walking the talk by ensuring that we get the data centers, which will probably drive, you know, cloud computing. And as you know, I've been having a tough time explaining and also convincing, especially the public sector, that cloud computing is the future. So that's something, you know, that's going to definitely make life easier for me. But leave that aside, I think, you know, this is a very ambitious statement when it said that India would like to own 10% of the global trade in services by 2030. And that's something that's actually feasible. We already have, I think, 3 to 4%. We have the talent for 10%. If you can provide the infrastructure within the within the country to back up that requirement, then this is something that's entirely doable. I also love this emphasis on the orange economy, because the orange economy is where the youngsters want to be. Also, you know, while capital and resources are available, if not within the country, it's available outside. But unless we nurture ideas, unless we bring in new content, unless we look at these areas in a very, very focused manner, we will actually miss the bus, because this is where the action is really taking place. The only place where I thought, you know, probably they could have done a little more is to make R&D more profitable for companies to take part in. That is something that I think is very important, because today, without R&D, without that cutting edge of innovation, is very difficult to survive in this world. So that's one area where probably, you know, if the government can do something, it would be great. But otherwise, you know, whatever they are talking about regarding the data centers, regarding the content creation that they want to do, regarding education and employability, continuing that, having a standing committee on education, not some transient committee, all of that, absolutely great ideas. As for finance, you asked about it, and yes, finance has got to change. Today, in the way we are becoming bigger as a country with its GDP heading towards number 3, the banking practices 100% need to change. We are no longer a country where we can depend only on deposits for our resources. We have to become market savvy. For that, you need different kinds of initiatives, different kind of processes, different ways of risk management, different ways of innovating on instruments. And for those things, I think a committee of this nature would be useful.
Okay, a committee of that nature will be useful. I just had the DFS secretary take me through what all this committee could potentially look at. Of course, the TOR, the terms of reference, have not been formulated just yet. Sanjeev, the big highlights for you, what do you take away? What are you going to be telling your clients?
Well, I think first and foremost, the headline really is that there isn't like one or two things which this budget would excite us about. All structural things that we've been talking about, which can potentially solve and make India more investable, are actually there. I mean, look at, for instance, and we've already spoken about it, look at what we have done in terms of providing safe harbor to GCCs. GCCs, the services sector, is the biggest employer at this point in time, and the continued focus on making sure that those people who are employed in the GCCs continue to get upskilled, which is a whole focus on education, and the fact that there is complete clarity on the safe harbor provisions for GCCs, I think is a big one, and will make sure that our GCC business continues to get a further leg up. I think look at the whole piece around data center. I mean, while the hyperscalers have made a bunch of announcements, they need that money needed to come on ground. And I think this clarity which has now come in terms of the taxability of revenues when they provide services to overseas clients, I think is also very, 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 in my mind, will provide them the buffer that they needed, because that is something that they've been fearing, that they might get taxed. And I think that clarity is also very helpful. Two other aspects which are very, very critical to me. I think when we talk about our youth, we talk about STEM education and the graduates, etc., etc. But the whole look at the focus that has come in on tourism, and we have been talking about tourism as a huge employment creator. And then again, even looking at medical tourism, and then making sure that more and more people have ability, the urbanization focus, which Mr. Amitabh Kant also spoke about. I think that will really spur the youth of the country, and I'm very, very excited. And also the fact that including more and more women in the workspace, which has been a continuous theme of this government. I do believe that this enables our social infrastructure to come in a way to supplement the investments in the hard infrastructure and the digital infrastructure that we have made over the last few years.
Mr. Kanta, come in on that. And, while we did hear the finance minister talk about training guides and so on and so forth, a renewed focus on tourism, but it was a big focus area even in the previous budget, and we're still waiting for outcomes of the announcements that were made in the previous budget. But, tourism, medical tourism specifically, GCCs, BVR Subramaniam put it very nicely, and he called it a services budget here in his conversation with me. Mr. Kant, how do you look at the many measures in that context?
Well, I think, to my mind, execution and execution and execution is the key. Nothing else. The budget is full of great ideas, great concepts, great vision, but eventually it has to be cracked on ground. I mean, you recall last year there was this 1 lakh crore for urbanization and for new cities through the challenge route. You have another allocation for cities this year. You have the high-speed rails, etc. All these, whatever we do, we need to do them to absolutely world class. We need to plan, we need to execute, we need to deliver on ground things which the world has never seen before. And we need to do this with absolute perfection. So my view on this budget really is that it's a fine budget, it's great fiscal planning, it's very responsible, but the delivery of this is dependent on many ministries. A lot of delivery is now dependent on the states. You need about 12 states to be growing at 10% plus. It's important because unless the states don't grow, that delivery of infrastructure projects doesn't happen on ground in the states. Cities have to be delivered in the states. Much of tourism has to be delivered in the states. So you need a huge amount of political and administrative will in the states to be driving this. That is really the key to long-term growth of India. And my view is very strongly that the implementation is very critical. We need to constantly monitor, constantly evaluate, and constantly see where we are failing in terms of execution.
Yes, execution will be key because a lot of these well-intentioned announcements will have to carry forward on the ground. But Baba Kalyani, outside of course, defense, the larger emphasis on infrastructure, capex, 4.4% of GDP, the highest that we've seen in the last 10 years. Railways, high-speed railway, 7 routes identified. On the infrastructure, the railway capex side, container manufacturing, 10,000 crore rupee allocation for that. From a manufacturing standpoint, how significant were the announcements?
I think they were very significant because now there is a roadmap available to industry. There's a roadmap available for railways. Okay, we are moving in high-speed trains. High-speed trains require different type of components. So people who manufacture that, they have a new opportunity in this area. We are looking at modular reactors. I think this is a big opportunity that comes along with the AI boom with data centers and everything else, and a lot of ancillary equipment that goes with it. I mean, today, just to give you an example, our business in the US, in spite of these tariffs, is booming only because of the stationary power supply to data centers. So there is a lot of intermingling of opportunities with the new technology coming into play. Similarly, with ships, I think there is going to be a lot of opportunity as India moves into putting more shipyards for ships, for shipping crude or shipping liquids or whatever it is. And again, these are kind of opportunities that for us look very exciting. So if we see half a dozen new opportunities, and I think more than anything else, it's a big signal to the outside world as to where India is moving in the manufacturing sector. And this signal is important because then people who are in Europe or in the United States or other parts of the world who are involved with this business, who want to look at supply sources within India, can now look at it far more seriously when they were looking before. It's a big opportunity.
So, Mr. Kalyani, when you say half a dozen opportunities, would those be half a dozen opportunities that your group may consider betting on, investing in?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll tell you one thing, Shireen. Most manufacturing companies who have some amount of exports, I mean, reasonable amount of exports, a reasonable amount of domestic industry, are looking at, in the next 4 years, almost doubling or tripling their revenue. That's the kind of growth I think the manufacturing sector will see. But it all depends on what Amitabh said earlier. You need to execute, and do it with speed, and speed.
With speed, and speed. Arundhati Bhattacharya, I'll give you the last word. Do you think that this high-level committee on banking, and I asked the DFS secretary, he said we're waiting for the terms of reference, but do you think that consolidation will be one big aspect of it? And he did say that it wouldn't be fair to assume it's only about consolidation. It could be about FDI norms for public sector banks. It could also be digital banks, perhaps. I don't know. What would you like to see that committee do?
So, as I said, we have to think about banking in an entirely different way. Banking earlier was taking of deposits and giving of loans. Now, taking of those deposits is now no longer easy because deposits now have a lot of homes to go to. Okay, there are many other competing, opportunities that people are going to exploit. And if so, then the banks have to get ready in order to raise resources from the market, which at this point of time, they only do it in a very plain vanilla way. So there have to be different kinds of, ways of raising resources. And that leads to a lot of understanding of a different set of risks and how you mitigate and monitor them. Not only that, we also have to understand that given the fact that we are going to be number 3 GDP in the entire world, our banks will need to be much bigger in order to make sure that they are able to lend to these organizations which are growing to go big. Just as Baba Kalyani said, they're looking at growing 4 to 5 times each one of them. And again, remember, when we are talking manufacturing, we are also providing manufacturers that are outside with a huge internal market. domestic consumption, if you look at the waterways that are supposed to open up, the high-speed rail corridors that are opening up, if you look at the amount of internal usage or internal domestic consumption that will happen, that's a big hook for people to actually come and manufacture in India. So if you're going to be able to provide finance to all of these, what are the sort of rules that you will make for yourself? What are the kinds of things, the processes and practices that you need to have? And last but not least, what's the kind of IT that you're going to use? At this point of time, I think, there's a lot of catching up to do where IT is concerned. And therefore, this expert committee, I'm sure, will be looking at, amalgamation. That definitely will be one of the frameworks that they will work on. But it will also look at very many new ways of doing banking, including the usage of IT and what that should bring to the ability of the banks.
Well, we will have to wait for that committee to be set up and then present its recommendations. But you've heard it, Baba Kalyani saying that his group could look at investing in half a dozen opportunities that have been opened up on account of some of the decisions that have been taken by the budget, especially in the manufacturing sector. Amitabh Kant believes that this is going to be a budget that will deliver on growth and draw in investments as well. That's the message there from Sanjeev Krishnan also. And Arundhati Bhattacharya believes the budget has made her job a lot easier. So gentlemen and Arundhati, many thanks for joining us here on CNBC TV 18 with your budget verdict. We are going to take a break, but the conversations are not done. We're back with you in just a minute. Parikshit Luthra takes the conversation forward.
Go.